with their hopes of making the Six Invitational and fighting it out on land in just a couple of weeks, hanging in the balance. 3 of our 5 remaining teams will battle it out today with elimination on the line. Welcome to day 2 of the North America Regional Finals, everyone. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger, along with Laxing and Foxe. Lax, we've been in this situation before, or should I say you have, in 2021. Back in the day, you and Fox playing together in a regional finals situation. What's the difference between a traditional stage finals and the regional finals? What's that difference in feeling for the players?
Well, the feeling sucked for us as players because we got grouped almost immediately, but the implications for this sort of regional finals heavily outweighs what me and Fox went through back in the day. I mean, you have SI implications on the line, and currently the 3 teams in the lower bracket are all fighting to make SI. So, I mean, we talk about stress inducing and everything. That wasn't on our shoulders back then, where it's simply on their shoulders here.
Well, yesterday we dove into the regional finals action, and we started things off with a good one, a nice tone setter between SSG and Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, SSG, again, just living up to the name of one day they're the best team in the server. And yesterday was exactly that. Shopify Rebellion didn't reach the potential that we've been wanting to see from them, but SSG definitely came to play, always had a response for everything SR had in their way.
And then as for the M80 Oxygen game, I think, we all had it in the works that M80 was going to be the victors through and through. But Oxygen, sure enough, showed that they had a lot of fight in them, especially when we got to map 2. I mean, that's where they really ran away with the map. They were using util properly, a lot of C4s really carrying it, a lot of intel. But then we get to that map 3, and that's where we just saw the steam just seem to just slip away from the side of Oxygen, and M80 would close out that series.
Yeah, OXG ran out of gas, and you can't be having that today, but we ended off the day with the elimination match of DZ versus Wildcard, where we expected Wildcard to have similar showings of the Munich Major run that they did, but unfortunately, no, Dark Zero just gassed them out, took their time, and they were able to show us this new roster of Dark Zero with Rival. It was nice to see him improve as well, and Dark Zero ended up cleaning it out, especially on Wildcard's one of their best maps, being able to have a very dominant win, and it finished off with a 1v1 clutch from Rival, the new man himself. So it was really well played from Dark Zero.
And with that win, they move ahead and now face Shopify Rebellion in the lower quarterfinals and enter this kind of lower bracket gauntlet that they find themselves in now. Oxygen waiting for the winner of this game to determine the 3rd and final team who makes the Philly LAN in just a couple weeks time. That's December 13th. Space Station and M80 are already booking their tickets and heading that way. And you too can get your ticket, don't forget. But with our 2 teams confirmed, today is all about figuring out who that 3rd team is going to be, whether that be Shopify Rebellion, Dark Zero, or OXG. But we start things off, as I said, with Shopify and Dark Zero. Dark Zero specifically looking to build off of that win yesterday, Foxe. We did not see the best Dark Zero ever, but we did see a team that was able to shut down Wildcard and stop their momentum coming in from the major.
I mean, Dark Zero did get the win, but it causes some concerns, raises some red flags because it wasn't a change Dark Zero. It was the exact same Dark Zero, very slow pace, very stall heavy. And I wouldn't necessarily say the answers were solved or answered essentially from Dark Zero's side. Rival coming in and trying to pick up that entry kill, the entry problem solver role. He did do that, so to say. He had 5 opening kills throughout the series, so it was amazing for him to individually perform well. But for the rest of the team, I know it's a small sample size, but it was the exact same thing. And some rounds just didn't go as clean as they should. Their attacks looked very up and down. And to me, with the time off that Dark Zero has had, I don't know if I'm comfortable saying that that's enough of an improvement with that amount of time. They keep bringing up the same issues. They're still playing the same operators. They're playing very slow, and it just looks like they're playing not to lose. And that's not going to be good when you go up against a team like M80, a team like Shopify Rebellion, that can actively win their gunfights as well. They're not going to be stalled out by the amount of time by the operators that Dark Zero brings.
Yeah, it's certainly about stylistic matchups that we see time and time again. And clearly they have wild cards number. They beat them every single time. And as you said it best, they're going to verse a team like Shopify Balance or later on Auction where they aren't going to make as many mistakes. They're going to be punished on these little things that wild card do slip into. And then you also look at, the performances from NJR, from Citizen, having very pop-off games in both those series, more so coming out of Citizen. And honestly, he's one of the best fraggers in the game. And it just leads me to question if Citizen isn't having a pop-off performance, and you have to look at it. They're going against a team like Shopify Rebellion that was the first team to really expose this roster and really show the rest of the world that shields are really their kryptonite if they aren't on the board. So it leaves me to question who's going to step up. And then also watching Rival. I mean, he had a good showing in that last match. Is he going to carry that momentum into the day and keep the continuation of his performance?
Yeah, Fox, tell me a little bit more about that. He made his pro debut yesterday, and for the most part, it felt like he impressed. He had his welcome to the show moment to end the series as well.
Yeah, map 1, I mean, he said it in the interview himself. He didn't feel like he played too well, but it was a very average performance, very default. But then on map 2, he came to play. He got 4 opening kills just in that map, 5 for the total series.
Impressive.
And so that does answer some problems for Dark Zero when it comes to the opening kills, because they had a struggle if they don't have spirits on the shield finding those entry frags. Now you got Rival, and he's got that momentum of that first matchup, so it could boost his energy up. But again, same situation. It's just a different face in Panba's position. So to say if Dark Zero gets tasked against SR today and they don't get those opening kills, I'm excited to see what Dark Zero's response will be, and if we can see a little bit more of an improvement, and so that they're not just playing not to lose, playing for the other team to make the mistake.
Yeah, Fox, you've said that a couple times, playing not to lose. Tell me a little bit more about what that actually looks like in the server. Difference between playing to win and playing not to lose.
Well, Dark Zero, as old as time, as old as they've been in the game, they run the exact same lineups, the same ideology. It's about stalling out on defense and playing to the last second on attack, just to make sure that the other team gets panicked, they make mistakes, they overextend, and that's where Dark Zero gets that advantage because they're slowly moving together as a team. They'll ban info operators like Valk, Mira, they'll ban shield so the other team doesn't have a wall pushing against Dark Zero, and they want to make sure that a team makes those mistakes. Against a team like Wildcard that struggles interregionally and is still a very new team, they'll slip up, they'll make those mistakes. When you play against a good team like SR that has been around the block for a while, they know what to do when time gets down low. So that's going to be the biggest challenge, and you're playing not to lose because you're hoping the other team makes those mistakes with the pressure of that added time.
All right, that other team today is Shopify Rebellion, a team that was unable to fend off SSG in yesterday's matchup to start things off. The series ended in just 2 maps, in part due to some underperformances from a couple of different players, including the IGL Canadian.
Yeah, I think for myself and Fox, we really thought SR was going to learn from what happened in Munich and really showcase it in their match versus SSG, and it certainly was not showcased in their game on Clubhouse. I mean, they got absolutely dominated on their front. They did, however, fight back in Nighthaven Labs, but it just simply wasn't enough, and especially with SI implications on the line and needing to make this Philly event, they have to be perfect. And as you said it best, we have to look at Troy, because I don't know how many times we're going to hold on to, yes, Troy shouldn't be the one fragging, he shouldn't be at the top of the leaderboard. We can agree on that, but his impact simply is not there. When you look at players like Spiker, Nave, Hot and Cold, Fulton, Forrest, the impact is there. And you want to even talk about in the frag department side of things, look at Hot and Cold, for example, the Munich major champion, 7-21, still the 3rd highest rated in cost at 63%. And then you have Troy at the absolute bottom, 8-18, 43% cost. So what really begs to question is Troy needs to have far more impact, not just from the IGL standpoint, but even just getting on the board. So there really is a big question mark for me. Is Troy doing his absolute best to lead this team, or is it a situation where the team just isn't in cohesion with one another, not understanding the strat, not understanding the win condition? Something needs to change today, and history will be made if Troy loses today, that he simply will not attend an SI unless he then goes through a qualifier. So there's a lot on the line into this matchup.
Yeah, and Canadian is in a very unique position. He's one of the very few micromanaging IGLs, and he's shown that he doesn't need to get kills to be able to win tournaments. And that's why you keep him on a team like SR around so much raw talent. But the thing is we've seen the SR problem solve by just trying to have players in positions where they can make big plays, Spoy's huge round, Ambi huge round. And it looks like Troy has maybe gotten comfortable with that problem solving, and we're not seeing the micromanaging at all from the side of Shopify when strats don't work out. So if Troy is underperforming kills wise, which should be expected, he's there for the micromanaging, but when problems arise, he's not problem solving. What is the benefit if you have that micromanaging IGL not micromanaging? It's going to come to a point if they don't make it to the next SI where the question needs to be asked, is this worth it? Is it worth having a micromanaging IGL if we're not getting either benefit, no kills, no problem solving? It's not necessarily just on Troy's shoulders, but this is push comes to shove moment where we need to see him tap in to that historical bloodline of him just winning tournament after tournament with teams. So we need to see it now more than ever, or else by the end of the year, those questions will be coming up more and more.
Well, yesterday there were a few moments in that game against SSG where it felt like there could have been some simple fixes, right? An example of maybe just a little more patience could have gotten them into a winning spot.
Yeah, and this speaks into the IGL. This speaks into the cohesion between the team. I mean, there were a few of these rounds. I mean, round 8 in particular, we would see Shopify has everything in their favor to win this round. They have the man advantage, but they let it slip away time and time again where it just doesn't need to falter. They were in a 4v2 in that situation. Then you look at round 14. Yet again, Ambi does a fantastic job opening up this site. But then they get overzealous here. They peek into J9 and he just completely eliminates them. They had all of the win condition. They had the vert pressure. And then SSG just steamrolls it back, brings it back in their favor. So it really speaks into the existence of whether that's the Troy IGLing and being able to micromanage that, or just everyone not being in cohesion and understanding the win condition and the priority that needs to be met in order to win these rounds. Because had they won either one of those rounds, given that that game went the length, we easily see them pushing into a map 3, and then who knows what could happen. Maybe we aren't even having this discussion. Fact is, we're here. They need to be better. They need to be flawless, and it starts with this match going against DZ.
Well, yesterday, both teams showed us labs, and we saw that go at least to max regulation in their respects. Fox, what do you think we got here?
I mean, again, Border coming out from the side of Dark Zero. It's a map that we've seen them play throughout the NAL in Stage 2. They actually ended up beating Shopify Rebellion, I believe, during the NAL Stage 2. But that being said, they haven't really been that much of an aggressive team. And this is a map that I will say we have seen Pamba struggle on when it comes to the old DZ roster. So I'm excited to see how Rival incorporates his new aggression, that new passion, especially off of that big 1v1 yesterday, into this map to see if DZ, we can see the glimpses of an attack-sided, aggressive, fast Dark Zero. That is what I'm looking forward to. We know Shopify Rebellion, this is one of those maps where it's a little iffy for them.
I'm curious if they get rid of the shield or they get rid of the Ying to kind of stop Spirits. Again, this was the team that really exposed Dark Zero in terms of their play style, and especially starting on defense here. I mean, this is an attacker-sided map, and when you look at the stats, Dark Zero's sitting at 60% on both ends, where Shopify is sitting at 50-40. So it is a little bit of give or take, but again, being able to start on defense, you can kind of set the tempo, especially in the early game, and stop Dark Zero. And that's always where it's been notoriously with this roster, is throwing a wrench in the beginning, because that is where they struggle then to adapt and try to problem solve. So for me, it really is going to come down to this first map. If I think Dark Zero wants to win this series, they need to do it in 2-0, because when I look at the rest of the maps, Lair being Shopify Rebellion's best map, and then we get to that third map of Bank, it does really favor more on the side of SR. So I think if anything, Dark Zero needs this 2-0, or this can rock away with an SR victory.
I agree. I think Border is a good testing ground to see how much Dark Zero really has changed, how much of an impact Rival will be to this roster alongside Spirits entering. When it comes to a map like Lair, we talk about shields. We know that Canadian equally needs the shield on a map like Lair to be able to IGL and push the boundaries. So if shields gets taken out of the equation on a map like Lair, we know Shopify beat DZ on it. But that being said, it'll be a good testament to see how both of these teams are able to adapt without the shields. And when it comes to Shopify Rebellion, I hate to say it, but I feel like we're just going to see them try to problem solve again with big individual performances. I mean, Border setting them up for gunfights. Lair without shields is going to set them up for gunfights. I'm hoping we see a little bit more different diversity when it comes to Shopify Rebellion's attacks as well. But I think it'll be a good matchup nonetheless. I'm excited to see Rival and how he competes and amplifies Dark Zero on Border.
Where do you guys stand on this one? Because obviously you've got one team coming off a win, one team coming off a loss. It's an unusual spot to kind of find each other so early on in this bracket, but that's just the nature of the format. Do you think Dark Zero will continue that push, Laxing, or is this where Shopify Rebellion comes in to just lay down the law?
I think this first map and this first half in particular will really kind of paint that picture for me of where we're sitting.
Yeah.
But overall, when you just look at the historical matchup in between these two, and as I've said multiple times now, Shopify Rebellion were the ones to expose Dark Zero. This should be a comfort for the Rebellion, regardless of what happened against SSG yesterday. And especially, again, with implications on the line of SI and everything almost needing to be perfect, I can't imagine that they let up and falter here.
Yeah, we talk about Canadian micromanaging against a team like Dark Zero. They're so slow. It gives Canadian a lot of time to be able to break them apart. I don't know if the addition of Rival will change the outcome for Dark Zero, but you're right, Border will be a good testing ground. That being said, I still am not sold yet on Dark Zero, so you have to give it to Shopify Rebellion. Just individual players, for me right now, are more proven than what currently Dark Zero has shown us.
All right, in the Stage 1 playoffs, it was Dark Zero who came out on top. When we saw this matchup in Stage 2, it was Shopify Rebellion to stay alive now. In the regional finals, it's the grudge match, and it starts right now.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And grudge match indeed, Ollie, though I must say, not the match of the stage that it used to be all the way back in Stage 1. M80, SSG have taken the upper echelons of the NIL, and unfortunately right now, while I'm excited for this matchup, it's a little more tepid than it used to be.
It is, and I think, you know, we used to look at these two teams and think of them as titans, and here we are in the lower bracket of the regional finals. You know, there's still teams that aren't here. That's worth mentioning. So they're still up there in the conversation, and they've both still, more importantly, got a chance at securing their SI future. Only in February now, which really isn't a long way away. Once we get Christmas out of the way, that will fly around, believe me. A lot on the line today. There's a lot of reason why both of these teams should be at big international events, especially when it's a big event like Six Invitational. You've got players on both sides that are deserved of that. And of course, the big conversation point there, and something that Des spoke about, being Canadian and the fact that it would be fairly iconic if he was to miss one himself. Looking a little bit closer toward the series and the games that we've got at our fingertips, what's your thought on Borderlinks? Because I was a little bit head scratchy when I saw this one come through, especially as the first pick in this best of three.
Yeah, it's not something I would have expected to see, only because typically when I think of teams that Canadian usually plays, Border is not often one that comes to mind. But especially on the opposite side for Dark Zero, I mean, one thing that you and I have not talked about much, but got talked about a lot yesterday is Pamazoo stepping down from Dark Zero and Rival moving in. Pamazoo is a player I often associate quite heavily with Dark Zero's success on Border, playing positions like stairs, the CCTV, but especially on that east side. And so losing a player that was pretty reliable on a lot of those gunfights on a map like Border, playing some really key positions, I'm worried that Dark Zero might get tripped up a little bit. Not because Rival's bad, far from it. Rival could be very good, but he's new to the roster. It's going to take time for him to slot in, even if he's just moving directly into Pamazoo's positions on this map, or if the team is adjusting. There's going to be some kind of change from when Dark Zero have played Border previously, and I think given the particular player on this map that has fallen back, Pamazoo, in exchange for Rival, that's what has me the most concerned, Ollie.
I think Pambros used to play very important roles on this map as well. And I'm thinking more specifically on attack maybe than defense. But I feel like he always found himself on those, just crucial roles that you need to perform well. It's not something where you can just sort of slip into the background or even, not do your job. Often find him on the Bs and Grim and things of that nature. But then again, his dropout as it's not held Dark Zero in bad stead yet. Are they going through that honeymoon phase of picking up that new player? Absolutely. I think every team does it, but they've just got to ride it for as long as they can. And I think the fact that yesterday he was getting involved in multi-kills and a clutch to finish it out and to take it, stop it from going into an overtime, win the series, they're big moments for a rookie player. And he's getting them under his belt already in his first play day. So I can only imagine what we're going to get to see from that player today.
It is worth pointing out. I mean, it's good evidence potentially going in today that swap out will not be that problematic. It's also good. I think, you know, you get kind of his first map in the big leagues out of the way with, and now he's a bit more comfortable, a bit more calm, and also just actual game day reps with the roster out of the way with. Could be quite good, at least right now. Seems to be moving directly into a Pambazoo type role. I remember seeing Pamba on that striker. We'll see where Rival decides to play, though, just because the ops are by no means reflective of the positions the actual player might end up taking. For the lineup Dark Zero has, the operators that immediately stand out, despite me highlighting striker first, will be that Dokkaebi and the Glaz. Could go for a lurk early on and then try to get the Glaz to cover a plant later, but this will be the first big engagement. There's Ollie, I feel like we always watch the attacker and the defenders. If somebody's playing in CCTV, always give a bit of a look towards each other and see if somebody can get that long angle and get a kill early.
It should be a lot more difficult to play in CC as well, given that Azami's been banned out. DZ, of course, knowing this, shouldn't have the biggest problem taking control of that ground. At the moment, it's not a primary focus. The fact that the Azami isn't there, it means that you don't need to start burning time straight away and getting in and start to get through those Kiva barricades. You can take your time about things a little bit more. And you're going to have to be careful because Spoit playing on that DMR tucked into CCTV is not going to be an easy player to try and disrupt. There's some very horrible pixels that he's going to be able to exploit there. And it's going to require a good bit of teamwork here. Most likely, a bit of vertical play. There's the smoke. Unfortunately, Spoit, that's maybe just giving him a little bit more cover to play around.
It's not Spoit, but Surf to take that first pick. Look at how much investment is going into keeping Spoit alive right now. You obviously had Canadian on the opposite side going down, but Ambi's there too, playing around 90. Surf getting that opening pick at the armory door. They know that Dark Zero are looking to clear Spoit, looking to pressure CCTV, and so they are meeting that attacking force head on. It worked out early, but it's starting to bite them late. Spirits with 2 big kills in the 90 and CCTV positions respectively. NGR and Rexen trade, and right now that puts Surf, the 1vx minister from stage 2, in a really tricky spot. He got one yesterday, a 1v1 staving off a 2v5. The other team almost managed to win. Spirits put down to 1 HP in the process. With Surf getting that first kill, Spirits low health. Starting to become more and more of a problem, but Rival, assuming he had a Z-ping there, just sprays him down through the wall, and I guess that's why they picked him up.
Check his PC.
Check his PC right now. Rookie, wall banging like that, third map of the regional finals, I don't buy it.
I want the PC checked. I want the mouse checked. I'd like the mouse mat checked as well, just in case there's like some sort of train track system in there.
Keyboard as well, just to be safe.
Yeah, in-ears, headphones, glasses if they wear them. You name it. We need it x-rayed, examined. We'll send it to the lab. Great final kill there. Honestly, as soon as Citizen died, I was like, oh, Ben, what have you done? Like, all you had to do was just stay alive and wait for... I mean, it started when Spirits just walked through the laser gate, already on low HP, and I'm looking at the throwables that are left. We've got nades, we've got drones, we've got a multitude of things that we could just chuck through that, or he could have just walked around. And I'm thinking, brother, keep yourself healthy. I get it. You're trying to go for this sort of 3-way pinch. I love the vision, love the idea. It was that. Citizen dying, and then I'm just like, oh, not like this. Just let's not have round 1 go like this today. We need to maintain a certain level of siege, certain standard, until we start getting into troll territory. Fortunately, we're not there yet. We fell quite quickly into troll territory yesterday. We never really got out. Well, at least you and I didn't.
I actually, it's funny you say that. That segues perfectly what I was going to say, which is there was a Shopify Rebellion was in troll territory for a good portion of yesterday's series. And the reason why I say that is, oh boy, if opening picks were a guarantee at winning the round, they'd be in the upper bracket right now, but they're not. So that shows you not a guarantee you can close out those games. Shopify Rebellion were really, really good at not only starting out at a 5v4, but even starting out at a 5v4 with no trades from the side of SSG. And, well, while it was not good enough today, in that round, you have Surf getting a kill early on, completely uncontested. Long gap, and then the entire tidal wave of the attack just crashes into Shopify Rebellion, and they aren't really able to withstand it. Now, one round does not make a pattern, but it is a continuation of one that occurred yesterday, and it's something to keep in mind going forward. at Shopify Rebellion so far throughout this regional finals have an issue of starting out strong and having a very weak follow-up. There's another Spoit moving forward, and oh no, unfortunately, I think maybe hoping that tucked left wall was soft, but they'll pause a little bit. But in the process, it's still Shopify Rebellion keeping with the lead. Spoit on for 2 at the moment, facing a lot more success in CCTV than he had before.
I kind of like this from SR. It feels like they're putting a lot of pressure, and not necessarily pressure, but a lot of resource into Spoit. The problem is, the plan's starting to go down here. DZ have come out with a beautiful set-piece play, and there's only Spoit with a pulse on the side of Shopify. This is a post plant. Now it is 4 versus 2. Spoit is a little bit low, and NJR on the Ash has a lot of work to do right now. Spirits should be able to keep that diffuser safe, but he's only 1 shield. There's 4 defenders that can flood him at any single moment. And it looks like it's going to start now. NJR with a chance at a backstab there onto Rexen, and that's going to be the first.
That's the second. And just about 7 more seconds to go. Normally, these shields don't have a lot of impact in the late game, but if Spirits can just keep this defender at bay for 2 more seconds, that's all done. A 2v4 for Dark Zero. Spirits 1 on the exit, and Surf is way too late for this one. Dark Zero nabbed 2 in a row in a round where, I'm gonna be honest, I saw that plant go down, and I was like, that's cool. Shopify Rebellion should still win it. But they didn't.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. That's a 4 versus 2, regardless of whether the plant was down or not.
We're in troll
Just trade the bodies. It's a numbers game at that point. Spoit picked up 3 kills, and it wasn't good enough. How much more has he got to do? It was a brilliant little set piece from DZ.
Loved it.
It was nearly stopped in its tracks, by the way. The placement of a breaching charge on that passport door, it's a dead giveaway. If you can place multiple things on there. You can do a exothermic charge, you can do a breaching charge if it's soft. And I think the assumption, or that there was some sort of dodgy drone work, because it had been reinforced from the other side, it wasn't clear that it was reinforced. And they were like, oh, we can just get this done with a breaching charge. The blitz pushes in, and it's like, oh, the wall's not soft yet. We need to we need to do a little bit more. But fortunately, I had the backup there in the Ash, and we're still able to move through. And to be honest, it didn't really slow them down all that much. Spoit picking up 3 kills is a bit of a problem there, because if anybody had have done anything for Shopify, that round surely goes their way. There's no way they can win a 4 versus 1. The plant wouldn't even go down at that point. You kind of got to question both sides a little bit there. I think DZ maybe blindly executed their plan, and it's worked. But it was not far away from really not working.
That's another bit of a troll from Shopify Rebellion, unfortunately. Not making good on that 3K from Spoit. Now, to be fair, the one player they did lose was Ambi on that Solus, who is meant to spot anybody getting the plant down inside of the side. So they did lose some key utility in that 1 kill that they lost. But you don't want to go down 3-0 anyway, but you don't want to get another opening pick and fail to convert it 3 rounds in a row after that trend burning you round after round yesterday. Ooh, Nath getting blessed with some timing right there. Defender inside of the site just creeping back around the corner, but Canadian surviving in a very pivotal moment. Exothermic used this time, and Canadian getting distracted. While Nath does die, it will allow the Exothermic to not only destroy the roar door, but also the wall on the opposite side. So Nath having actually a little bit of impact, even though he goes down in the process. Puts Canadian to 1 HP and distracts him long enough for that Exothermic to go off.
It's a nice way of forcing the Aurora pick that as well from Shopify. Open up that barricade. There's no way an attacker can replace a barricade there. So what do they pick? Pick Aurora. Stick Aurora door up on there, and you can still play the same game by placing that exothermic charge down and hoping to, well, not hoping, but you will open up that wall into customs as well downstairs. Nath falling though has left Canadian on pretty low HP. Spirits is now going to be following a very similar path. Rizzo could be called ringing out, and he's looking to try and isolate a player, but finding himself in the middle of a few right now. Gets a brilliant opportunity there on Ambi. Hasn't been able to walk up those main stairs, by the way. That's criminal.
Just a big frag from Spirits. Ooh, and a trade. Another one this game. Feels like the early patch. But Citizen moving in, that's the kill that really matters. That's Canadian support up top, which means the tube are out. Even if he's not alone inside of the site, He's the main player trying to fight against this passport pressure right now, and on 1 HP, he is ripe for a pinch and an easy frag. Surf on the opposite side right now. This is 2 1v1s going Dark Zero's way, but Surf slowly peeks the corner, gets Spirits, and can easily run away and retreat. Creep deeper into Workshop as Canadian holds down on the site. Dark Zero starting to hit the stall. Losing time. No way Dark Zero checked this angle. If somebody walks in front of it, surely it's a kill for Surf. And indeed it will be. Nice little pre-fire and Citizen who got that kill to give Dark Zero the advantage. Recovers the diffuser, but minimal time left. Sound cue indicating to Canadian where this Aurora is. Dodging and weaving inside of the site, spotted by the PP. Shopify Rebellion playing this perfectly. There's no time to get these kills. And it's another clutch, but this time it's Shopify Rebellion who are the beneficiaries. An opening kill, grabbed, converted, and a round 1 on border.
And Canadian's knuckles must be white after that round. He has been holding on to that area so hard throughout the entirety of the round. Wasn't for giving it up at all. And it was only right at the bitter end that he actually rotated out of the site into jail to pick up that final kill. Put a bit more pressure onto Citizen, force him to walk through the site, force him, more importantly, to expose himself to the BP so that Canadian's got a bit more further information and knows exactly where the swing and when the swing is going to happen. Good to see that SR have managed to get themselves around here. I was going to say that because they've got around, I wonder if they don't use the tack, but because of the way that rounds 1 and 2 went so badly, they've got to go back to, well, they don't have to. They could of course go to a different side. They could go to Workshop, but they're likely going to go back to this top floor, and that's what this timeout's going to be for. It's like, okay, yeah, you've won a round. You've won a round on the offsite. Brilliant, great, but we need to get control of what's going on upstairs because round 1, not quite good enough, and round 2, definitely winnable.
Even that round had its issues. I think just the amount of gaps in Shopify Rebellion's defense right now is a big problem. And that in the round we just saw, Spirits able to walk all the way up main. If you're defending customs like that, I mean, there are inevitably, going to be some gaps on the defense, but the hallway right next to both sites leading up to metal, you'd hope somebody is watching that, especially with Surf playing around the ventilation position at least later in the round. It still came down to a 2v3 victory. And so even in the round that we just saw, there's still definitely some problems for Shopify Rebellion to solve. So as we move back upstairs, as you very rightly pointed out, despite Surf getting that opening pick, Dark Zero made a mincemeat of CCTV. He took control of that and pretty easily converted on the site with what I believe, if I recall, is a 4v2 advantage. Ban phase has gone through, by the way, and I do appreciate Shopify Rebellion taking out that Dokkaebi. Should hopefully at least reduce the possibility that Dark Zero finds a gap somewhere in their defense. We did see Spirits play that Dokkaebi in round 1, so he'll move to a different one this time, and we've got the Amaru getting picked, and I think we all know what that means.
Well, it means that the Amaru's been picked, obviously.
Well, yeah, of course, it's what I meant.
As
simple as that. See, I ask easy questions. I ask easy questions.
A couple of changes that I'm seeing on the side of SR, it's mainly that Melusi and the Warden. Now, the Goyo was brought last time, and I think it was a Legion that Ambi was playing as well.
You're correct.
The Melusi is just going to give a little bit more early warning system out there and force maybe a little bit more burn. I don't really feel like DZ are too worried about that. It's not like they've droned the Melusi and gone, haha, this is the lineup we're going to bring. They've not really got much to deal with them, at least at range. Heck of a lot of flashbangs, though. That Warden should be seeing some goggle time during this round. That's for sure. I want to know where Spirits is going to go, though. As I always like to point out, just because we've seen the Amaru be picked doesn't mean that it's going to be used quickly. It just means that when it is used, a lot of things tend to quickly happen off the back of it, and that usually ends in a round win or loss for a certain team. Now, maybe it's going to be the hatch underneath. He's actually primed and ready with it now in his hand. Now the util starts to go through. Burning those laser gates is going to be crucial. It is going to be an up the hatch job, and he's straight on into the side, but immediately dealt with by Surf. No Ying and only stuns to go by. What a shot from NJR. Wasn't able to keep himself safe. NJR might find another, but no, Ambi filling the gap. SR really holding on now.
Even though it's a 3v3, Shopify Rebellion have completely repelled the push from Dark Zero. As Ollie pointed out, when that Amaru goes, that's the execute attempt. That's not like, oh, you know, a feint, a little fake out, unless it's like CEO on Consulate. But in that particular case, when you're going up through that hatch, you're committing to the execute. So the fact they were able to get that 3v3 is good, but the onus is on Dark Zero to work picks in the mid round, and the first one goes their way. Nath able to find one player on the east side. With 45 seconds left and still some drones, Dark Zero don't have a lot of time to reset, but they definitely have time. Only issue is that diffuser is on the opposite side of the map right now, and there might be enough time to drone, but there is not enough to recover that diffuser. This round must be won on kills. Unless somebody really wants to chance it running to the opposite side. No, they will. I mean, there will be about 15 seconds remaining, but that's not going to be a lot of time to set up in your angles, to get all the right information. No time for your bases to get checked or rechecked. You've got to move in and get this diffuser down. Flashbang around the corner, no warden, so Ambi gets blind. Rival moving in through the office. Citizen finds him. It's another 1v3. The 1v2, can Rexen land it? Backing up another post-plant position. It's all on Nath to cover. With little time, he's got the right angle. Tagged up to one. Can Rexen land the next? Yes, he can. Through the wall! 2 clutches for Shopify today. But this one is a 1vx, and it is all on Rexen.
When Nath got that kill at just about the minute mark, it's the first kill he's out of the map. And I thought to myself, that could be the most important kill he gets this whole game. And it just doesn't matter. It's impactless. 3 versus 2. They had drones, they had time. There was about 45 seconds left on the clock when Nath gets that kill. And you start thinking, just tighten the net. Tighten the net and tighten the net. But no, they go for a full rotate. That was the kill there from Nath. Rexen did a really good job of pushing up there. Ambi obviously coming, he's full white and needs a little bit of support. Rexen coming in at the perfect time, knowing that Ambi's going to get swung. You can hear when that flashbang hits. It's not only that, but it's then knowing to dip back, play a little bit more time, wiggle on the door frame, wait a little bit. Flank goes down. Nath makes a pretty, I mean, he didn't have very many good moves to make. But standing just on the side of the bomb chassis, fast fire weapon like that, and that Rexen was always going to be seeing success there. And again, you throw in the fact that Rival was the one that was getting that diffuser down as well. Maybe roles should be reversed. Maybe it should be Nath getting the plan down and Rival, you know, covering. Nath can choose the plant spot a lot quicker, a lot faster. He's done it plenty more times than Rival will have done in these pressure games. But maybe there's a little bit to be said for that as well. But as it stands, Shopify, their timeout has been good for a round, and they have leveled it up 2 rounds apiece, keeping much better pace here against Dark Zero than what we saw yesterday.
Speaking of pace, looks like this might be another quick one. Shield and a glass positioned outside of Teller's window. A site that, maybe you disagree, Ollie, I feel like this site is the most, I suppose, susceptible to rushes on this map, or at least teams are the most eager to do a rush on this map. You know, the smoke go down, the Gone 6 go through, but I imagine this will be one Shopify are ready for because of how common it can be. And yup, look at that. Vulcan Pack's already on the window, Surf swings out. This rush is so common or so well known at this point that most teams will set up countermeasures for it, even if it doesn't actually occur. Citizen will get a trade hopping on the opposite side of the map, and that's all well and good, but similar to last round, the actual intended attacking strategy for Dark Zero fails. Spirits goes down on the Amaru before, he goes down on the Blitz this time. Dark Zero disrespecting the setup from Shopify Rebellion, and it bites them.
They had 7 drones spent at the point where they went for that rush.
You could have droned it, nothing blocking it.
That's what I'm saying. They had 7 drones spent, and they have not found out that there's a Vulcan pack and someone looking directly at the window that they're going to hop through. I get that you might not want to overly drone it to give the game away, but guess what? It's bathroom tellers. Everyone knows you're going to try and play something quick. Just seems lazy. Because now we're just going to watch him stumble around the map for the next 2 minutes. Spoit finds one onto Rival, just holding a semi-aggressive angle. Guess what? Drops off, picks a drone up on the way, gets himself a little bit further back to site, gets himself a little bit safer. DZ are now going to chase a shadow for the next 20 seconds, not realizing that he's dropped. Do still have a player inside of office, but guess what? They've dropped as well. We're in that final minute. There's no need for the defenders to retake this, to hold this top floor. There is potential for them to retake. We can see that Spoit and Canadian are both sort of lingering around there. Surf and Rexen going to be manning the site. They're going to be the fail-safe measure. When you drop the diffuser in the middle of the site in the first 15, 20 seconds of the round, really, what can you expect from it?
NGR is able to find one. It's a 3v3. And let's be fair, the 2 rounds Shopify Rebellion have won so far have all been close. A 2v3 in round 3 and then a 1v3 in round 4. This would be arguably the most ridiculous if Dark Zero are able to win. This is the one Shopify Rebellion should win. Diffuser in sight, 6 seconds remaining. Vulcan pack detonated beneath the hatch. NGR with one. A quick trade, quick double by Rexen. Even though Dark Zero gained a momentary advantage, Shopify convert the most dominant and the most gimme and free round that they have had so far. The other two have been difficult, but that one, Dark Zero saw the success that their rush had in round 4 and were like, let's run it back. Didn't work.
You know what worked really well in round 4? Yeah, let's do it again.
It's funny because, like, did they win the round? Yes. Was it because of the rush? No. In round 4, I mean.
Yeah,
not
no,
round 5.
I get you. Just some strange decision making from DZ. Really feels like they're trying to force it, and I don't think that they need to. I think they're better than that. I think they've got better strategic depth than to go for something that's, you know, every ranky stack tries it.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like the most groundbreaking thing. Like, yeah, when things are new or when, you know, stuff just comes out or things get changed and things start to become a little bit more viable and it becomes a little bit popular for a few weeks, yeah, throw it in. Well, that's been around for a long time now. And it's just opened the door back in Shopify's favor on a game that, if you base it off the first couple of rounds, DZ had, like, kind of slammed it shut in those first 2 rounds.
Oh, yeah.
But it's nice to see that SR are fighting here today, and we've definitely got a more competitive game on our hands, or hopefully a more competitive series than that Space Station one that we watched yesterday, which is always a good thing, and especially considering the stakes that are on the table today for both of these two teams. Now, we enter round 6, the last round as the sides currently sit. We will then switch over and DZ will go onto the defense and Shopify onto the attack. Lax made a really good point on the desk a little bit earlier on, talking about win percentages, should I say, for Border. And it should be known that SR's win rate on Border on the attacks is at around 40%. DZ's, it's around 60. So it's fair to say that DZ have underperformed so far in this first half, regardless of the result of this round.
Going off what you said earlier, I think they've just underperformed in regards to the precedent they set at the beginning of this half. Felt like we were in for a wildly different game that we've ended up having through these first 6 rounds. No Shield or Amaru here, so it will be a slower affair, and no operator that can immediately speed up the pace like before. It should be a bit more thorough of a clear from Dark Zero. Running into some trouble with the intel game again. A lot of drone shot early. I don't reference the drone counter completely. It can lie to me sometimes. But it does seem like Dark Zero is starting to move in after using a lot of their intel gathering devices. Another E1D goes out, doesn't find anything. Got information on the Ella playing around, excuse me, not the Ella, but I think it's the Solus playing around customs at the moment. Her and NJR will trade glances. Now Dark Zero officially out of drones. A minute remaining, 0 intel gathering devices remaining, and Nath goes down. This might be a 4-2, and we still got a whole minute to go.
It's not looking great, is it, from an info point of view for DZ right now? These loose players on SR that you've got to be cautious of. Ambi downstairs, unchecked, unchallenged. Flick into his Helios sensor, can be very self-sufficient there. Rexen, really nice drop. Doesn't even break holding the angle to make that drop, just literally worms his way across the floor. DZ can now start to move through, but as you've mentioned, Lynx, it's 30 seconds left. You've got a little bit of vert. I wouldn't say that you have sufficient. A lot of this is stuff that SR have opened themselves. Spoit with one onto Rival, a bit of vertical exchange right now as well. That's going to see NJR downed. Surf pays the price, though. He's testing the C key, and Citizen sees to it that it is his end. But I don't think it's going to change the end or the outcome on this round.
Ends up being a very anticlimactic half. I think based on the beginning, we all thought that Dark Zero were going to have something a bit more competitive, but the rounds 3 and 4 are definitely action-packed. We got a 2v3 into a 1v3. Great stuff. Could also, let's be honest, could be easily a 4-2 for Dark Zero just based on kind of the odds of those. But then 5 and 6, really a whimper from Dark Zero to finish that off. And given that this is Dark Zero's pick, if Shopify Rebellion get a win here, I just don't know if the DZ we're seeing right now has a much more complicated Lair game in them. It's been some of this coordination between the teams, between the players, that's the issue. Running out of those drones, struggling to position each other in relation to other players. Going back to, which round was it? Round 4, the armory attack. As you pointed out, failing to kind of just work their advantage around office and east side, instead betting it all on a plant. Dark Zero are intensely focused on set plays right now, win or lose. And on their attack, it ended up losing and failing a lot more often than it worked. Going to a different side, obviously, will deal with different standards and different metrics of success. But their methodology ended up getting them a losing half to start out border, their map pick. And with these shields left up through the ban phase, they are opting to face Shopify Rebellion with some of Shopify Rebellion's most favorite tools in Canadian's possession. So we need to make sure this defense knows how to work around it, because Canadian knows where to put these cases, knows how to play this shield on this map, and the Rebellion are going to be a threat with these tools available.
Almost felt like he couldn't decide which one of his favorite toys he wanted to play with them, wasn't it? It was like, do I go with the Monty or do I go with the Blitz? Can't decide. Spoiled for choice. Surely we're going to see one of those taken out. The Glaz and the Deimos, I think it commands bans, but as again, it was spoken about on the desk. Shields are the secret sauce for this Shopify roster, and when they don't have them, you see them start to struggle. It is something that's worth bearing in mind. But then again, you've kind of got to go for the lesser of two evils, right? Something that's kind of strange, and any of you guys at home have ever listened to Lynx and I casting a border, you will have no doubt heard of us talking about NJR on those east stairs. Usually playing the smoke. This time it's the rookie of Rival. Ooh, Spirits, look at that timing. Where's the info? He just led under the window.
Man. Of all the themes we could have today, is that really going to be it? Shields hopping into windows, not droning the actual window. You know, missed drones happen. They occur. But twice in one game? Albeit to two different teams? Really unfortunate. Great find for Spirits. Shout out to him. I'm fine with players making bets like that. It's good prep work as well. But you lose the Blitz and the Finka. Rexen's to 1 HP, and all you get is the guy on east stairs? The Scopos? Which, by the way, normally do not see NGR play Scopos in that position, so that's a new iteration.
That's what I was kind of building up to.
Did something bigger happen that forced us to move on to a different point?
Yeah, players forgot they have drones again. Good info there being gathered by Spirits.
Huge info.
He may have got himself a couple of kills, but he is a man of infinite value here in round 7.
Don't need to
SR got no way of dealing with him. I've heard the spot that he's playing called Canadian at points as well, you know.
Oh my goodness. It's over. He's run outside. It's going to be one of those borders, it appears, around that pretty much ended about a minute and a half ago, when Shopify Rebellion, taking a page out of Dark Zero's book, decided to hop in a window with a shield. And albeit, let's also point out, bit of a common shield hop in, but definitely I would say less notorious than the Teller's window hop in. Then unfortunately, it did not get droned. Again, no mute, no Mozzie on the board. The only intel denial is Solus, and well, she only denies information by spotting your drone and then shooting it. Like I said, missed drones happen, but regional finals, especially after we just saw Dark Zero get punished for it earlier. It is not the kind of thing we want to start seeing. So the first round goes Dark Zero's way, and we can all give our flowers to Spirits with not only an opening kill, but 3 of them. Well, not 3 opening kills, but 1 opening kill and then 2 additional kills after that. Armory is a clean victory. We'll go down to Ventilation Workshop. We will still see Armory defended by at least maybe 2 to 3 defenders. And we'll see Shopify, undoubtedly, by the way, still pick the shield. Not only will we likely not see them hop through a window like we did before, if they do, it'll be a bit more thorough, I'd hope.
You'd hope so, wouldn't it? It's been the order of the day for both these 2 teams on attack so far on this border map. It's been a lack of info. Is it a lack of info or is it extremely slippy defenders? I think the fact that it's happened to both teams, kind of got to chalk it down to a lack of information. Maybe just too many calculated risks where the calculation just doesn't quite pay out. Speaking of risks,
I like this.
Surf's position right now, straight into Archives. There's actually a deployable shield inside of Armory as well, and he's managed to get himself around that. There's a little bit of holes in the floor, but I feel like Citizen maybe has been caught lacking a little bit there. He thinks that someone's still on the door. He's got no idea of where Surf is.
It's very similar to what we saw SSG do a lot of yesterday, and I really like it. This is a good play by Surf. Pick up the tempo a little bit, catch them off guard, because Nape has that shield there for this exact thing to make sure nobody lurks in, but Shopify Rebellion do it so early and catch him so off guard. But look at Spirits. His heartbeat scanner is angled just a little bit out. Flashbang goes through, Spoit gets the first as Rexen on the backside. There we go, Surf finds him. That angle paying dividends as Spirits doesn't anticipate it either. Surf gets ahead of the heartbeat scanner, and it's good for 2, potentially 3 as he throws a Twitch drone at Nape inside of Armory. Steve A gets the kill. There's plenty of redundancy on that position. Shotgun goes through. NJR's just been robbed on that engagement. The bill finally comes due. He's good for 1, but loses a lot of HP in the process. You'll retreat down to the bottom floor right into Ambi's clutches. Shopify Rebellion extend their lead once again. And the MVP must go, not to Surf, but the man who shot up in the barricade for him, Rexen.
Rexen's had a good game. Can we not give it to Surf?
We can give it to Surf. We can give it to Surf.
Okay, cool.
But Rexen shot up in the barricade, and I want that on the record. I want that on the record.
Rexen had a 1 versus 3 clutch back in round number 4, so I think, you know, we can give him, we can maybe give it to Surf, eh? Although, after seeing that engagement again, do we give it to Surf? Because he was really whiffing against Citizen. I mean, they were both whiffing. Like, Surf's got a bit of an excuse because he's on the DMR, but Citizen's on the P90. He should be dead.
He's also thrown a shock drone at Dave.
Yeah, that was just like a proper... That was a panic moment, wasn't it?
It happens.
Good positioning, though.
Great position.
Finally starting to see the attackers be a little bit slippy. I was commenting at the start of that round. I was like, oh, it's been slippy defenders all day, sort of. Now we're starting to see a little bit of slip coming in on the attack, and Border's a great map for it, especially if someone's going to slingshot you in like that and open up the barricade. It allows you to get in. A barricade opening isn't unusual on Border. As attackers, that's kind of your job. You've got to open the barricades, create some phantom pressure. Give yourself options for later, open up lines of sight. If it gets shot away from a long way away, it's a different sound to if it gets shot open from right in front of it. You worry about it a little bit less. But then when someone slips in off the back, it can cause a lot of devastation. SR, only a couple of rounds away from wrapping up this map, and more importantly, DZ's map pick here.
And if that round's anything to go off of, it seems that there is genuinely a little more thought being placed in the mid-round by Shopify Rebellion than Dark Zero. If you go back and look at those attacks, the amount of set plays is crazy in rounds they won or lost. Whereas Shopify Rebellion they're taking opportunities a bit more as they come. They're not sticking to a pre-made plan. The only plan there is Surf gets in, and then whatever happens, happens. He plays off that position, plays off the information given. It's a smaller set play with a lot more discretion left to the player in the mid-round. That might be the difference maker here, because instead of Dark Zero betting it all at the beginning of the round, Shopify Rebellion, if round 8 is anything to be believed, are trying to figure things out as they go. At the moment here, Dark Zero giving them a very good setup to try and deal with. A lot of castle barricades. You got Spirits really sticking to this Pulse, by the way. 3 rounds in a row he's been playing this. Spots one player outside, swings around. Love that aggression from Spirits. Downs Rexen, but gets a little too aggressive. Ambi ready for the counter swing. Canadian good for 1-2. They've quickly dealt with this CCTV position. And that paper tiger of Spirits has collapsed behind the circle desk. Rival left alone. You just got to feel bad for the rookie at this point. This round has been lost ages ago. Full CCTV control established by Shopify Rebellion with a minute to go and a 2v5. 6-3 is calling.
I'm really not sure about the scope post from NJR. It just seems like a bit of a strange lineup. Dark Zero at the moment. It's not the lineup that's causing them the problems. I think Spirits is trying to play aggressively on these windows, and he's had mixed success with it. I think it's probably wants too much now, as SR have really started to dial into that. Canadian is going to prime a Candela here. C4 opportunity. I fear it has slipped you by, Citizen. Dropping now down into Workshop, can destroy the Scopos. Further remove a little bit of information, but with NJR finding 1 and time running a little bit low, the plant is borderline a necessity at this moment in time. If that C4 hits something, we could be in for a bit of a round.
Ooh, could be a bit of a round right here. Ambi coming in with the clutch. Massive flank as Citizen finds a little line on the Canadian with the diffuser. Might not have hit, but definitely gets a lot scarier until Ambi comes in with the SMG-12, 2 to finish things off, and now Shopify Rebellion up 3 rounds on their opponent's map pick. Keep in mind, this is an elimination game, not an elimination map, just the first of potentially 2 to 3. Whoever loses this series is out of the regional finals and will be eliminated from SI-26 off of points contention. Not out completely. Still some pretty large stakes in here, and both these teams, as Ollie mentioned earlier, would be a shock to not see Shopify Rebellion or Dark Zero not at SI next year, and both of them want to make it through that first place spot. Dark Zero will take a tactical timeout, try to realize it.
And it's a shock for different reasons, right? For DZ, it's more the org. It's more that it's been a flagship org inside of North America for a long time now. And then for SR, obviously a much newer organization to the scene, but the players and the people involved in it have been around forever. And for Canadian to miss one, it would be notable. There's not many people that haven't missed a 6 Invitational. Is he going to take their tactical timeout now? Maybe a little bit too late. Matt, point. Like, this could have come a couple of rounds ago when things really weren't working out. Feels like a last-ditch attempt to trying to salvage something right now because the momentum has definitely swung SR's favor. There's only so many times you can lay prone at a window and hope to get people as they run through. Unfortunate for Citizen there that he just couldn't find the angle either. You got the feeling that they had a couple of pixels, but needed a little bit more to be able to lang that kill shot. Ambi coming in with the buzzer beater to save Canadian. I was looking at the score. Canadian got a great kill in the previous round, and I was looking down and I was thinking, oh, Canadian's 4 and 6, Ambi's 4 and 6. Like, lacked his graphic at the start of the show. No, Canadian's not doing too bad. Like, he's keeping pace with Ambi. You know, it's obviously Ambi's not having the greatest game. It's mainly Rexen and Rexen Spoiler and Surf. But I was just thinking, yeah, you know, he's doing his job. He's getting some kills. And then Ambi just pulls 2 kills out of nowhere, saves Canadian's life, and the round's won anyway. And that puts them onto map point. And it's like, yeah, that's the Ambi effect.
Oh, I do want to build off that, though. I mean, it's a fairly even game, all things considered. I mean, you know, in terms of cost, Ambi did get that round, but isn't, you know, doing the best overall. But he's about even with the rest, and you've got a clear 3 leading the way. It's sufficient so far. It's not one player pulling things over the line, and I don't think it's really been all that reliant on individual kills. It's been Dark Zero on this attacking side who have been reliant on big plays, particularly from Spirits. You talked about prone beneath the window. Dark Zero have only got 6 kills in the past 3 rounds, and 4 of them are from Spirits with a shotgun prone beneath a window. We're putting all our eggs in a very unusual basket right now. Moving back
I think
to
it's a
Arm,
holy basket.
What?
There's some there's some egg-sized holes in the basket.
Oh, I thought you meant holy like religious. I was like, who blessed this basket?
Well, it is Sunday.
True. It's Tachanka's day. Canadian moving down the stairs. He's pushed NJR off his spot. Ollie's skeptical of the Scopos pick, and well, right now, first kill goes Dark Zero's way, but not because of NJR. In fact, he ends up getting traded out in the process. But advantage maintained as Dark Zero pull back just a little bit. Win 2 engagements gifted to them. Spoit and Ambi both taking some fights. While they die, as long as you get something for it, it's not the worst thing. But looking at the control Shopify Rebellion have right now, didn't gain a lot, losing that Dokkaebi and that ace.
You just lose the ability to push with Canadian as well now, because you've got people, you've got people doing double duty. You've got too many jobs and not enough bodies. A little bit of drone work now. It's really only going to confirm what you already knew. Surf can go through and start to hack a couple of things with Brava. Give a little bit of information away. Snag a Banshee back their way. Interestingly, only the second time this game that Dark Zero have got the opening pick in the round. There's not been one from fighting from in front, and Citizen just gives himself up like that. Gets caught on the long angle. They're the kills that you need to be finding in these positions. It brings things back even now. That C4 could be a little bit of a problem. Vulcan canister going to get blown because they're worried about the push into archives as well. Nate gives himself up. Surf's found 2 for free links.
Might just find another, but unfortunately doesn't go his way. Canadian, a big swing to land that trade. But the only gun remaining is on quite low HP. Rival with this DMR can make quick work of both remaining defenders. Rexen holding the cross is known by this Aruni. Rival hears the diffuser going down, but he doesn't swing until so late in the game. Finally, he gets it, but Canadian's got to get onto the shield. Got to fall back, and indeed he does. It'll be a long bait. Canadian will have to stay alive for a whole 30 more seconds just to keep the rookie Rival at bay. Pulling back deeper into office past the Banshee. It's stalled, hacked by the Brava. Creates a little more distance as Rival now falls back. Thinks he's just created enough time, goes for the barricade, should be able to get it down. Is there a hole in the floor? Can he see it? Canadian's got to crouch. Got to get the line of sight. Only 3 seconds remaining. Got to commit 1 more second. And he lands it. 7-3 for Shopify Rebellion. Canadian outlasts, outdances, and outduels Rival to take Dark Zero's pick.
You got to feel sorry for Rival there. There's not many people that would win that engagement. Canadian has got an insane amount of experience on that Monty. And in a post plan, that's who I'd pick. I would be backing Canadian every single day of the week. It was a nice little play, a nice idea there to bring the barricade down and to try and create a little bit of distance, a little bit more space. Ultimately, Canadian was in full control for the entirety of that post plant, as Shopify Rebellion remained in great control for the vast majority of Border. It was a great start from Dark Zero. They came out of the gate sprinting, but they very quickly ran out of gas. The opening pick, a massive problem as well. And you better hope that that doesn't continue as this series develops. We're gonna hit a short break. After that, the desk will be back to break it down.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Can't see your head.
Oh wait, never mind, yeah.
Troy
Nice,
fucking
Troy.
Canadian!
Let's fucking go,
Let's
Troy!
go, Troy!
Let's go!
Let's go, Troy!
Fucking go, Troy! Keep hitting
Let's
it.
go, Troy!
Yeah!
Fucking go.
Fucking shit,
Good
boy!
shit. Yo, Dave, you're the fucking go.
Let's get this
You're
shit.
the fucking go.
Hey, well played, guys. Let's take.
Well, Shopify Rebellion find their groove early and start out the best of 3 with a win on Dark Zero's map. A fantastic way to start off this series with elimination on the line in this lower bracket. Laxing, it did take them a couple of rounds to get started. Dark Zero took the first 2, but once SR got into it, I mean, they were 8-2 on the entry. They had control of this game the whole time.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And, you know, I said I would have to see how this first half looked to really see what Dark Zero is going to look like throughout this series. And losing every single round after the 2 rounds on that attacking side just did not set them up for success once they swapped sides. And then even when they got to their defensive half, which realistically should have been stronger, they just were met with SR at every single front. And honestly, I got to give a lot of credit to the side of Rexen and Surf. Both those players were really popping off in that series. They were really finding their footing as in comparison to yesterday. So really good to just see all of SR in unison under that ideology and that strat, and they executed it flawlessly.
Yeah, I think we saw everything we needed to from SR on the side of DZ. Again, like all of the questions, concerns that we were talking about in full display right there. I mean, SR knows how to break these guys apart. Map like Border, Dark Zero can't really use the shields too much, so they go ahead, they ban Deimos, they ban Ying. They're hitting Spirits, they're hitting Citizens. We're already off the board. So now what do you do? What do you look forward to? Again, that's the question. Who's going to entry? And it was nobody. Like you said, Jonah, they were getting dominated in the opening kills. SR had it all the way through. They had the aggression, they had the big plays, but also really got to commend Canadian for the way that he was leading the team. It was very fluid. Border's a map where you got to be able to adapt on the fly. That's exactly what Canadian did, specifically on his attacks behind that shield of the Monty. Was really good job displaying the coordination and breaking it down step-by-step process. So, you know, SR looking up, Dark Zero, same red flags as always. You know, we'll have to see if they can turn it around.
Yeah, Canadian, a huge part of why SR had control for the most of the time. I suppose when they did lose control for a moment, when they did need a clutch, they had Rexen ready to go and ready to step up. He had a fantastic game across the board, ended up with 11 in kills. It was round 4 where he had that 1v3, exactly the kind of player you need to set the tone.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really does set the tone and give you the momentum when you're having back-to-back rounds like this, not only as the player for the side of Rexen, but just for the entire side of SR to really piggyback off of that. And once you started seeing that happen, then you would see players like Ambi get a 3K. You'd see Surf start to pop up. You'd see Canadian start to find his rhythm and being able to, as what Fox was saying, break apart the defenses and the attacks on the side of Dark Zero. And they were just picking them apart like vultures. And it was really hard to watch this Dark Zero just completely get dismantled. But this goes without saying, and what we talked about historically with Dark Zero, a team is going to throw a wrench in the inner workings of Dark Zero's setups. Doesn't matter if it's attack or defense. They always slow down. They always falter. I think also SR did a very good job with the opening kills, and they kind of changed the tempo. Some of the kills were coming within the first 45 seconds of the round. Other opening kills were coming later, 2 minutes into the round. Like, they did a very good job at constantly throwing Dark Zero off and not sure what was going to be the obstacle in front of them.
Well, Fox, a moment ago, you mentioned Canadian leading the team. He also had that kind of clutch potential, especially in that final round. We saw him on the Monty playing textbook Siege.
Yeah, I think him being able to lead the whole round through was very well played, specifically trading Surf right there. He knew that the SMG-11 from Spirits was going to be empty, so he takes the fight, tells his teammate, just tuck up, you don't need to do anything, let me get the plant down so we can play this 2v1. Great heads-up play here from Rival, though, to isolate this 1v1 once he realized Canadian wasn't peeking. But then, you know, a tale is all the time. The Monty's slowly backing up. You can't shield break him. He walks into the hacked Malusi to slow Rival down that much more. Goes back in, jumps through the barricade. It was just really well played from Canadian the whole round through. Nice little 1v1 at the end, but we drastically said that we needed to see him strategically show up if he wasn't going to be able to get those kills. And that's what we saw. It was in full display that last round, and he got a little kill here and there. So as long as he's still leading the team, leading the charge, being able to micromanage like he's known to do, SR is going to be in a great position going through the rest of this bracket.
Lax, brief final thoughts on Lair before we get into it. These two teams have battled here before. Takeaways from Border that we can use on the next map.
I mean, Dark Zero really has to be able to adapt and win the gunfights and have those go in their favor, because as we've seen how Border plays out, if you're getting rid of the shields, it then comes into gunfight-oriented style of play, and Shopify Rebellion are no slouches, clearly. So they need the opening kills going in their favor. They need the picks going in their favor overall, keeping that man advantage. And if they can't, they're going to live up to the logo of Dark Zero and being 0-2 this series and then lose out on a shot of making SI.
Well, we've got Lair starting right now. The chance for Shopify Rebellion to end Dark Zero's run right here and move on to face Oxygen. Over to XR Troika and Lynx to get this one underway.
The word that I want to focus on the most, Ollie, was one mentioned by Fox, which is fluidity. Because boy, when Shopify Rebellion were just calling, relying on Canadian, it seemed like they could do anything and play all different styles of play.
Yeah, I think that the Canadian in that game in particular on Border, it just looked like a different beast, didn't it? It looked like that slightly it looked like a Shopify from 6 months ago, which I think they were in a great spot 6 months ago. I think they were playing well inside of, you know, early stage 2 and certainly late stage 1. So you've got to give them credit for that. A map that I have always thought that they have been very good at, and a map that I questioned yesterday why we hadn't seen it, was Lair. I think that they have had some fantastic ideas on Lair. They've been early adopters of this map. And to see it come in as in this series, to see it come in as their choice of map, it makes plenty of sense to me right now, because they have, you know, sort of paved a bit of a way as to how this map has been played. They've got a 6-0 record on it. If you look over the last year, it's, you know, what else do you want me to say about this team and Lair? Like, I think it's fantastic.
I also agree it's a map that I can recall when operators like Aurora first came out, they were very good at just adopting it early and kind of innovating on the map early. But I also just think, given what we just saw on Border, Shopify Rebellion's ability to play a bit more fluid, take rounds as they come, rather than being so reliant on set plays or rushes like we saw from Dark Zero's attacking side, it's only going to benefit them here. The ability to problem solve on Lair, which is a very big map, and also second floor, which can be maybe not as much as, you know, the meeting bomb site, but second floor can be a bit of a tricky beast, trying to figure out how to navigate both the op side and the new bridge side if somebody's contesting it with a shotgun. There's some tricky puzzles, tricky positions you have to clear on Lair. And not only a sharp IGL, but a sharp team in general is going to do very well on this attacking side. And if they can still keep that problem solving they had on Border, I don't think it's guaranteed that this map will go Shopify Rebellion's way, but these attacks could look quite nice. So I think look to these first 2 rounds to see if Shopify Rebellion are still keeping that edge that we saw in their Border attacks.
And of course, maintaining the work rate on Lair. It's no good just being a good team at it 6 months ago. You know, you sometimes find that teams have a very high map preference and maybe got a win on it a while ago and everyone's all of a sudden scared of it. I don't think that's the case necessarily with this map, but just because it's a top preference map and you know teams don't like to take you there, doesn't mean that you can't stop putting the work in, because there's still plenty of tape out there as to how they have played this map in the past, and it's about constantly adapting and iterating on that. Starting off on the attack, we're at least going to get to see the side that's excited me in the past from Shopify. Looking toward this lineup, I'm seeing the sense there. No Aurora, and more interestingly, no shield. Blackbeard's been banned, but there's still a couple of shields left available. Speaking of, Nate is going to be playing the Defender shield of Clash. Just trying to harass a little bit early there on that ops door. Maintain just a little bit of control.
Oh.
Brilliant pick from Spirits. Ambi thinking he's safe as houses there, trying to pressure Nath from below. It's forcing SR to use quite a lot of utility. The fact that they've lost the Deimos as well, that's a crucial operator for this map.
You can serve 2 different functions when attacking this site, either putting pressure through the vert down below, or getting a deathmark tracker on that player playing on top rocket and forcing through that position. So no matter what they wanted to do, you won't have either of those options available, and Canadian's in a difficult spot because we saw that Sens earlier, and typically when a Sens is brought, it telegraphs to the defense that they're going to be attacking from the op side. You throw the Sens on the single door, you try to get a plant through that breach that you were looking at right there. But unfortunately, with Ambi going down, that'll be a lot more difficult. Rexen also a bit limited on breaching. 1 Selma charge remaining. You know, no Zoda canisters or bandit batteries or anything that might trip them up. But Canadians just found a gap, found his way up the stairs. How have Dark Zero let him in like this? They backed up, they have the advantage, maybe they can afford it. But a lot is now falling on denying this plant, and specifically these toxic canisters, this C4, and NGR holding behind the desk. The first domino falls as the Azami goes down. That utility's still there. Rival can, if he nails that arc, can deny the default defuse plant for a whole 20 more seconds. Citizen 2 maybe has to get a bit closer, but could also creep up behind that Sens wall and try and throw it over top. The smoke spotted through a brief gap in that light screen. Citizen takes the initiative, but no C4 means it's just the smoke. And since it's a little late, Canadian finds the time, gets the diffuser down. But Shopify Rebellion in a disadvantage. Spoyd also stuck between Citizen and the rest of the defense, which puts Rexen with the most difficult clutch of the series so far. He's been able to get a 1v3 earlier, but oh, tucked around the corner and a clash in his way. Dark Zero have the utility to deal with it. First round goes to the defense.
That's the DZ that we need to be seeing. Look at how fluid they were able to play there. Citizen not tied down to any one location, and he was here, there, and everywhere in the final 20 seconds of that round. Nath as well on the clash. Brilliant information gathering. Did a brilliant job of denying the early pressure and the push of attackers coming in through Ops Room. Forced SR to use a lot of utility to clear him out of there, unsuccessfully, because all he did was spend utility and lose spirits. And then you get it in the later stages of the map where we've got Rival trying to throw his Toxic Babe canisters, scared of getting shot from the wall, from the door because there's the long angle there. NJR wasn't in position early enough on the Azami to set up the Keybers and really make himself a little fortress. So Rival's now struggling to deny and send his Toxic Babes out. What does Nath do? Just walks across the angle. He's playing Clash. He's got a shield. All he has to do, walk across the angle. Rival gets a bit more space to throw his Toxic Babe canisters, and Citizen can continue just running around backstabbing everybody.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds to insertion.
Honestly, that was problematic enough for Shopify Rebellion, I think. Even if it ends up being that one site, you at least have to consider the Clash ban. Because as you're right, that PC utility facilitated that whole retake, not just in applying pressure on the players actually covering the diffuser, but also providing a distraction for players like Citizen to backstab from behind. No Clash in this round. You do have the Azami present, which can allow you to reposition and retake, like we saw the Clash do. But a lot of those Kibas will likely get used a bit earlier on in the round. First floor defense, as you can see. And where will Shopify Rebellion decide to push in? Got Canadian on that shield, but with a deployable shield directly in their way, a sight hit seems unlikely. And given Shopify Rebellion's preference on border, they'd like to take things a little bit slower, and yet here we are. Barricade getting opened up. Candelas and nades flying around the corner. Not Candelas, excuse me, but just a nade puts Canadian to 1 HP. Rexen good for that trade in the process, but these Kibas will stall out their push, as it's going to be a very minimal direct take from the Rebellion.
Spirits is often the first point of contact here for Dark Zero. That's just in the nature of the way that he's playing. But more often than not, he's trying to do it on his own, and there's no one really there to support him. Doesn't get anything from that. And you've lost your Warden. And especially when there's a Blitz on the board, okay, it's a Blitz with 10 HP, it's still not ideal. Further weakens that site hold. And the roam hold, dependent on where you were wanting to play that Warden. In 8th position now. It's not impossible, but it's very difficult. He's not going to be able to keep his mirror window safe, that's for sure. And that will be getting opened very shortly. Nade sent through just to ensure that no one was able to do any funny business with that Selma. And with the Ossa shield behind it, nice platform that SR can start to base and attack from here. Nade can play some keeper barricades out there and give himself a bit more of a fortress to play around. With Rexen's drone running through the site pretty much for free, I can only imagine that a plant isn't too far away.
Especially when you look at the defense's secondary utility, we got no explosives remaining. 4 impacts, all have been used. C4 also been used. No toxic canisters, no nothing. Rexen gets a kill. Canadian hops directly in front of the window, but NJR, well, not only finds one, that honestly, NJR, I think, just kind of getting lucky with that positioning right there. Might not end up mattering, though. That's the more important kill. Rival shuts down Rexen from up above. Diffuser now drops cold. Only 20 seconds remaining, but Rival holding this position might just be enough. NGR attempting the retreat will put the newbie in a 1 versus 3. No recovery of the diffuser just yet. Only 10 seconds remaining. As Surf picks it back up, Rival's got a line on him, but his opportunity slips by. 2 guns to cover this plant. 2 guns to keep Rival out of the site, to shepherd Surf into the post, and it's not even needed. Spoit keeps a lid on things and ties the game early.
I don't think anyone would have pulled that one off Rival. I don't think you need to feel too bad about that one. NJR, what a rotate that was. What an attempt. I loved the play. Pop the Vulcan pack and then just run. Certainly did plenty of distraction work as well. Force Spoit at least out of the fight for a while to try and control him and find him out eventually. sure if we're going to see that kill. Oh, I'm an exploit. That's unreal. It just goes from... I mean, I guess he'd already opened up the angle and was sort of ready for it, but he's got the ping on the guy outside, so I guess it's not that crazy, but it was still super quick.
I think Nace lost half his HP to a destructive ingredient.
10 seconds remaining. Bomb located by attackers.
You got to be careful with those ingredients.
5 seconds
Listen,
to insertion.
you don't want too many cooks in the kitchen. Stuff like that happens.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
You get a particularly rowdy carrot.
But you replaced it with rage, Azami.
What does a rowdy carrot look like? Or sound like, I suppose.
I think,
or taste.
you know when you get a
maybe
carrot, you know when you go to the store and they've got like, they have the wonky veg and it's a little bit cheaper than the like perfectly straight veg?
No, I'm sorry. You can't. You can't. That might be the most British thing I've ever heard. You know when you go to the store, you've got wonky veg. Shut up, man.
You don't have that?
No, I've got wonky veg. We just don't call it wonky veg. Like we're some kind of kid-friendly alternative band from the 90s.
That's what it's called.
Wonky veg. Shut up. Canadian going down yellow stairs early, I think. No, he's outside. Never mind. My bad. Oh, that one's rough. Either potentially a camera or something on Rexen. Maybe just luck, but I believe that was, what, all 3 boogie drones in pocket Ollie?
I don't think, well, I certainly didn't hear one. And usually you do, so.
Yeah.
This is a bit of a weird engagement that's going on as well. Rival's kind of pinned right now.
Oh,
You can't just stand still. Like, no matter who's on the Monty, if someone's looking at you on the Monty, I don't think you can just sort of stay there and hope to play.
I have you covered.
Ends up being a bit of an odd trade. Especially now when Shopify Rebellion, who favored the minimal take last time, have the direct line in here. Ooh, Canadian just barely dodging that one. Turns the shield in time, and none of the shots from the 9x19 connect.
Reloading, cover me.
Lacking the vert is going to be a big problem here, though. You want to go for this direct, but you don't have an additional player or angles to pressure the defenders from up above. That means a lot's going to come down to what space Canadian can clear on this Monty and what kills the players around him can get. Well, all right, Ambi decides to leave it all on the gunfights as he has 3 kills so far, a net of 2. And it seems that the Monty was entirely unnecessary for Shopify Rebellion's push. As Ambi runs in, gets every single fight. Nafe now looking for his 3rd and 4th if he can land this 1v3. It'll have to be a counter defuse at the end of it. 2 kills will not be sufficient. Ambi has knowledge of the Mira's position. Nafe will keep lurking around. Fire some shots through the rotate and land back on the diffuser. It's a long rotate from Spoit, who gets an angle from up above. Nafe, aware of it, will fall off. Needs to take one of these engagements. He'll commit to the one against Ambi. He himself pulling back. No, swinging around the corner. Clearly feeling confident again after 3 kills. 4 if you include doming his IGL in the back of the head. That is the kind of confidence we want from our young fraggers.
It was kind of poetic, Ambi shooting Canadian there. Because it was almost like, we don't need the old school, like, let's just run them down on the Monty. We're going to do this the new school way. We're just going to get the kills. How about that? How about that for an idea from a young whippersnapper? At least he redeemed himself. And as such, the Monty has been banned. So Canadian, at least whilst playing that up, can be rest assured he won't die on the Monty again to his own team this round. Although the same can't be said if he chooses to play the Blitz. Azami taken away as well, as we will be going back upstairs. Bit of a strange round this, for the way that it started. We say it was a great C4 and an opening pick that wasn't converted in a game where opening picks have not been coming easily to this Dark Zero side. They struggled for them on border, only managing 2 and only managing to convert 1 of those rounds. So far they've done a little bit better here, but still the scoreline isn't fully reflecting of that. Something I'm a little bit surprised at, Lynx, especially with how much we've spoken about it in the past, is the lack of a Tachanka so far.
10 seconds to
When I
go.
was looking through both of these two teams' previous records on this map and the operators that are likely banned against them, Tachanka comes up multiple times.
Attackers are moving out to
Not
locate
only
a
have we
bomb
not
and
seen it banned, but we've also not seen it played. And for the amount of area denial that can provide and the amount of sheer time waste and stall, it's kind of shocking that we've not been able to squeeze it into either of these lineups, especially here in round 4, when you look down and you think, okay, if we were going to put a Tachanka in, who could we do without? Who could we take? I don't know, maybe the Vigil.
Especially NJR on the Vigil, the Tachanka main himself. It is also funny, going back to your point about, Shopify kind of innovating on this map. Back when Lair first came out, Shopify Rebellion were a bit of the progenitors of the use of Tachanka on that top floor. So, to your point, for everybody involved, it is kind of odd we don't have that. Then again, kind of going back to our point of teams just kind of expecting things, whether it's likely they're broad or not. The Teller's Rush, you kind of are ready for that. And I think Tachanka on this top floor, whether it's Shopify Rebellion on the attack or Dark Zero on the attack, it's something, given your opponent, that you're just going to be thinking about.
Picking up shield.
And so I think maybe Dark Zero at the moment deciding to try and catch them off guard in a little bit of a different way. Keeping the Clash consistent is very nice. Shopify Rebellion decide not to ban the Clash. And I think getting rid of the Azami is entirely fine. It just means you will have to deal with his shield in some way, shape, or form. Canadian bringing in the Capitao bolts could be useful for that. Also,
the big
that
difference here so far is, as you say, it's the death mark. It's the fact that Ambi hasn't died yet. Ambi got taken out really early by Spirits in round 1, and that was a big reason as to why the round sort of crumbled a little bit for Shopify, because that third dimension, that vertical aspect, it was always lacking. And this time there's so much more pressure coming onto this angle. We've got Canadian and Ambi both at the bottom of these stairs, and they're both vying for control of Rocket right now, and already DZ are looking a little bit bunched up here.
Bunched up, but still solid. Oh, especially solid. NGR feeling confident on that angle. Spoit's put down his ROU projectors, but can't add any more and can't drop or raise those light screens at will. Rocket's actually proven harder to take, ironically, given Ambi's presence. Swings around to get that kill. They will get that trade, but Canadian found a gap before, and Dark Zero paying much more attention to the Rocket stairs than they did previously. The Clash still being up is going to be a massive thorn in Shopify Rebellion's side, and it seems that if any site's going to be successful for Dark Zero, it seems like the second one will be won a second time. 2 kills with the Boss G so far. Good use of that EMP, but the greater issue is that shield leading Shopify Rebellion into Rivals M59. Surf with a lot to do and little success. R6 room goes the way of Dark Zero twice. We are at a tie game once again.
Rival the rookie. They're ready to swing and just bait his teammate a little bit. Nath on the Clash, soaking up all the pressure and attention. And Rival can just work off the back of those comms. Brilliant swing there. 2 pumps with the shotgun, 2 kills. And hey, what do I know? Who needs a Tachanka when NJR is going to play Vigil, by the way, on the desk? Typically a position played by Azami or nobody. And pick himself 2 kills. Couldn't survive there on the Azami with all the keeper barricades in the world, but somehow lives there on the Vigil and gets 2 with the Boss G. You just can't make sense of it, can you?
At least it's entertaining. That's all the sense I need. It's fun to watch. Is it wonky? Perhaps, but I'm fine with it. All right, Rexen's just left.
Rexen's
left his shoes too. Poor guy. Rest in peace. Rest
That was like the end of a film. It was like fade to black.
Why did we fade out on Surf?
We like faded to black and Surf's cam just wasn't there. I was like, is this a movie?
No, Spoit, no! Oh, they got him too.
Sorry, everyone. Spoit's gone.
Oh, we keep fading back to Surf, whose camera is black. That's why.
Right.
We don't see. We're not just. Technically speaking, we're not fading to black. We're fading to Surf, and his camera happens to be dark. It's an
I felt like it was a spot the difference with Rexen's room. Like, what's changed?
It would have been really funny if Rexen were there. We fade to black, go to Spoit, and then we're just experimenting with the stream deck transitions now.
Someone's found the transition menu.
Give us another one.
Can we do the spiral one? There must be a spiral one. Like a spiral wipe or something like that.
Can we get a
Someone's
spiral? Love that.
Okay,
Can
we get like the expand, yeah.
Can we get like a spiral back to Rexen's room?
Or a zoom in on Kenny eating that bar, either way.
That was not a spiral, but it does go back to Rexen's room, so I'll take it.
That was like the door open one.
You guys are not going to get any commentary out of me right now. This is tickling my brain.
I feel like we're being baited on the spiral. Like, surely there's one.
There's got to be a spiral in there, right? Or maybe some like...
But they work like the clock, you know?
Do you remember the transitions they'd have on like Microsoft PowerPoint where it's like, you know, it's like it breaks all into like squares and then it rotates around and then it reassembles into the new slide? Dude, in 5th grade...
it could like, it would like disappear and fragment into loads of squares.
Yeah, dude, in 5th grade, we'd be having competitions about like who could just have the coolest transitions in their PowerPoint. You'd be throwing those in there for no reason. You'd be presenting about like, I don't know, the Peloponnesian War or something. Or like
the Peloponnesian War.
Yeah, that was a thing I learned about in I think 6th grade. I mean, don't get me wrong, we weren't reading like Thucydides, but like we generally learned it happened. Can we just cancel the game and keep watching the transitions? That was like...
we're back.
Oh, we're back. Boo.
Thanks for bearing with us. I imagine that we have got everything up and ready and sorted. Not entirely sure what it was, but it was definitely a tech. It was not a tack. So, 2-2. Back to the mid-floor site we go. Previously,
10 seconds remaining.
we threw a little bit of a question as to Spirits playing the Warden a bit too aggressive, especially when there's a blitz knocking around. Okay, you're on the Warden, so you can at least not get flashed, but it doesn't stop the gun behind it being any less potent when you've got a lot of things to deal with. This time, at least, Spirits isn't going to be playing on that Warden. And it looks like, overall, DZ are going for something just a little bit different. Bringing the Echo this time. Nate's going to be playing that. Maybe trying to gain a little bit more information on those periphery edges of the site. And of course, with it being that mid-floor, there is a requirement to hold on to that top floor. And a lot of the attacks kind of live and die on how successful they are in taking that control.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is a different middle floor site from what they defended previously. Armory and weapons the first time. Bunks briefing now. And initially, when we saw that first floor back in round 2, I just kind of assumed it was bunks and briefing because of how common it seems that that site is the third one gone to. So I'm kind of surprised that this is the first time that we're seeing it. But as you pointed out, and as we often see, minimum 3 people up here. Absolute minimum, if not 4. I see a lot of teams run 4 defenders up here and 1 poor sap stuck inside of the site with the world staring him down. And I think, honestly, my big concern is I don't see a lot of utility that can really break this open. Like, sure, the Blitz, but that's kind of it for Shopify Rebellion right now. And while you're not going to have the RU projectors, that's for certain.
Nice little C4 there. Oh, I want to back it up there onto Ambi. Get another Citizen, just keep going. Why stop now? Rival to find the last. A blink and you miss it round there from Dark Zero. We didn't really see the full intention there of what SR wanted to do. They just got picked apart on the entry. For a team that's been struggling on entries, I'd class that as them getting 5 entries in 1 round.
With how quick that went? Absolutely. That site continues to be a tough nut to crack. And Dark Zero will be thankful for it. Because they want to see that C4. And sure, Citizen got these kills. We give him a lot of credit for that, but the defense of Dark Zero really was very strong there. Everyone playing off each other, all just arms reach away, can immediately swing around and trade. Because ultimately, that's what happened, right? Shopify Rebellion attackers were attacking a different position, and Citizen was in a spot to counter swing and at a different angle. Just a good setup from Dark Zero. Got to give them credit for that. They'll go back down to the basement now, where this was, you put it well, a very weird round. As the Ram goes down early, and then Shopify Rebellion try to barrel through the side with a Monty, and then the Monty gets shot in the back of the head by Ambi, but they win the round on kills anyway. them being Shopify Rebellion. No Monty present this time, obviously, because he's been banned, and Canadian decides not to bring a shield whatsoever. Seems like it's just going to be a full dedication to the full clear. I could have found a better way of saying that. You know what I mean?
No Fenrir this time either. Rival didn't have too much impact on the Fenrir, given that he just got sort of locked in and pinned down by Monty early on and then very handily dealt with. But changes for sure on both sides of the coin. You're really going to be looking for Rexen to get a bit more value and to not have to rely so much on Ambi's gun skill to get the job done. The early portion of the round is going to consist of a little bit of droning, and Spoy inside of this warehouse just can throw a couple of those Selmas out there. Wants to get those Selmas spent as soon as possible, and that'll really unleash him to just have fun with that AK-12 and to do what he does best, and that is, of course, click heads. 5 and 3 in this fixture. Starting to streak away from the rest of his team, and that's a position that you really want him to be in as SR. It's very much team performance over on border. They're welcome as well. If you can have a big pop-off from one player, then why not be Spoit? Good info, they're found on the Brava drone, but there's not much you can do about a Vulcan pack as the Brava. So that's going to be something that needs to be dealt with and puts into even more importance the need to get that vertical control. Speaking of the vert, Rexen, first blooded again.
Really quite unfortunate 2 times in a row. And now lacking that Monty is really going to cause issues, because at least temporarily you had that shield to move in through the bottom floor last time. Now you just don't. You don't even have breach charges with Spoit. You've got very minimal vertical destruction. Thank God you have that Vendetta. Down the Dokkaebi as well. Spirit's just lurking up top. He can play his life here. He's got no utility that'll die with him. Waste even more time that's already been taken away from Shopify Rebellion. Spoit taking a 1v1 against the Melusi. Finally, they get this kill. But Nafe is still up top too? I was going to say, maybe you just fall back once that Deathmark tracker goes out. Yes, they will.
Reload.
Seems that Dark Zero right on the precipice of a 4-2 half. Similar to Border in that Shopify Rebellion were really starting to gain momentum, and then we come back from that tech pause, and it is Dark Zero all day of the week. Strong Bunks briefing defense and pretty good R6 room defense before that. And off the back of this failed roam clear from Shopify Rebellion, one of which, by the way, they still have 5 drones remaining. And still they got caught off guard by engagements and caught off guard by players. Very big performance and very big 3 rounds from Dark Zero, making a statement as we move into the side swap.
It's a great position to be in for Dark Zero. Lair, as we've spoken about, it's been a fortress for Shopify Rebellion for a very long time. They have a fantastic record on the map and one of the better attacking win percentages on Lair as well. However, you throw that into this fixture and numbers mean nothing. They're going to have an absolute doozy on the defense here, which by all means is possible. Attack hasn't been the strongest point for DZ on Lair, sitting around 47%. An attack overall, really, for DZ, not being at the strongest side. We did see them struggle with that a little bit over on Border, only managing those first 2 attacking rounds. So we need certainly a lot more. I don't even want to ask for more structure links. I just want to ask for a little bit more creativity and a little bit more looseness, because the set pieces, when they work, yes, it's fantastic. Round 2 Border, the set piece was fantastic. But when it's known and telegraphed and it's easily countered, you need to have that level of flexibility. You need a little bit more flair in the play style and allow players to just be a little bit freer.
I'm in complete agreement. It's the biggest phenomenon to take away from Dark Zero's attacking side. I mean, 5 rounds in a row, basically, of set plays. You want to see more of that creativity here. Even if you're going to bring like a Shield or a Ying, you know, you don't have to do that. I think Shopify Rebellion are a good example of a team that brings Shields constantly when they can, but aren't always rushing, aren't always going for those quick, fast executes, or taking their time, droning, coming up with new ideas during the round, or even smaller ideas at the beginning. You don't have to consign yourself to that. So Spirit's bringing the Monty here. I have to imagine picking that operator over the Blitz or the Blackbeard, the latter of which he was on for the most of that pick phase. Hopefully this is a sign of a bit more slower of an attack, a bit more methodical of an attack. They'll have obstacles to run into. You got the bandit batteries, for example. You got that Tachanka that we highlighted, the absence of him throughout those first 6 rounds. If you actually go for that plan, there are plenty of issues you'll have to deal with. But they don't have to go for a plan. They don't have to, basically, they don't have to resign themselves to anything right now. I just want to see them take the information as it goes and play a bit more fluid throughout the round.
I mean, it is Dark Zero we're talking about. There's a very good chance they're going to go for the plant. And I think the Tachanka is a must pick here for Shopify. And I'm glad that there's not something that I don't know as to why Tachanka is now rubbish on this site, because if Shopify hadn't played it either, I'd have been DMing people and asking what's going on. But the fact that Surf's on it, I'm like, yep, balance has been restored. It is still good. We just now need to see it work. Rival going for a little bit more of an old school way of approaching the verts here, using the good old fashioned book, as the Deimos has been removed. So you can't deathmark someone and use the Vendetta through the floor. Instead, you're just gonna have to do the skeleton keyway and sort of hit and hope, go off the back of a bit of drone work. It takes a bit more time, certainly takes a little bit more resource, but it is more than capable of still getting that job done. And they have been able to remove a couple of those players around. Spirits baiting out a couple of those toxic babe canisters. Canadians only got 1 left, but when you bring the Tachanka, that's one of the benefits. You can be a little bit looser and you can be a little bit more frivolous with those toxic babe canisters because you know that you've got the Tachanka to back that up.
It also just frees up resources. It allows Canadian to play here in the first place. Before, if you recall, Dark Zero Rival was kind of stuck, waiting at that pre-made line, waiting for the plant to come in from ops. But now Canadian actually can play here. And then, as you said, the Shumika canisters can back him up as well. NGR triggering that Banshee will indicate somebody's in bathroom. Some sound made on top rocket as well, but the first kill goes Dark Zero's way, despite that bevy of information for Shopify Rebellion to play off of. Next kill ties things up. And the status quo utility favors the defense. 15 Shumikas, still control of Newbridge. Never mind, Spirits deals with that player very quickly. But this fire is still going to be an issue. They can't walk through the breach. They've got to walk through this door. So as they creep forward, all the kills are going their way instead. Surf's got to fall off, put the canister in pocket, and do double duty watching all of these angles. Only 5 seconds remaining. He's got one, the other comes around! An unbelievable clutch from Surf. I don't even know how that happened.
Surf picks clutches up like nobody I have ever seen before. And it just looks like nothing when he's doing it. He isn't the flashiest player in the world. He's not one that's hitting insane shots or consistently getting multi-kills. But in the clutch, he is unflappable. And proves it again here against Dark Zero. Round, well, what are we at? Round number 7, just after the side swap. Nath had no choice. I mean, DZ have played it really poorly, to be honest with you. You know, you don't necessarily need to push Surf in that position. Just set yourself up a little crossfire and you're going to be fine. But I think it comes down to that situation that we found ourselves in on Border, where you look at the last couple of players alive and there's rival NGR and Nathan, all of them die inside of 13 seconds. It's not where you want to be finding yourself consistently as Dark Zero, as a team that's known for getting the plant down, as a team that's known for controlling those post plants. It's not that they haven't got the time to do it. They've started to kind of go and chase the kills a little bit. And you do just wonder, are you better off backing off in that position, having rival hold, having Nath get the plant, and try and force it back onto Surf, instead of putting him in a winnable position?
I'm also a bit nervous with the Amaru coming back in the lineup. Talked before about how Dark Zero were very reliant on kind of pre-made rush strats. We've got a Ying and Amaru right here. I'm a little nervous. We'll see if it works out. And as you said, when they work out, boy, is it exciting. And here we go, into the mid floor, and he dies immediately. Only one Candela used, but maybe that's bad timing, maybe it's bad luck, but how many times this series have we seen an Amaru or a Blitz run in through a doorway or a window and then immediately die because whether by chance or by planning, the Rebellion were ready for it.
It's one of those things. You see it often enough, you're going to see it go bad. But it has been consistently bad today. No one's had any luck whatsoever. And yeah, you can't always drone it because, you know, you need it's the time, it's the drone, it's getting someone in position to do it, it's the speed of things. When it's consistently not working, you maybe just hang it up and say, maybe today's not the day. Maybe we just play a little bit differently. Oh dear.
What? Now, what's happened there?
Spirits was sprinting into Spoit's lap there, trying to get away from the C4, to be fair to him. It wasn't mindless. Oh, almost a blunder there from Rival. Spoit nearly getting away, but will be taken out. I don't know if it's going to have anything to say really on the end result of this round, given the sheer advantage that Shopify have right now. 4 versus 2. Dokkaebi in a sledge. Okay, you can make the vert. You got a Dokkaebi call. You got a flash. You're going up against quite a bit. There's still Vulcan packs kicking around. Not only that, there's still 3 toxic babe canisters in Canadian's pocket. And with 40 seconds left on the clock, he can pretty much deny the rest of the round right here.
Reloading. Cover me.
Not only that, you just got 4 guns kicking around basement. You got a whole host of different angles you can look at or watch. You're not long on places to walk through or crouch through when you're attacking this site. Dropping down the hatch is going to be difficult as well. Shopify Rebellion are clearly ready for it. Both remaining attackers drop straight into it. And at least Dark Zero treat us to an expeditious end. 2 rounds in a row for Shopify Rebellion. This one much more dominant than the prior. But it ties the game. Neither team able to keep a lead for very long. But on these defenses, it is Dark Zero slowly starting to lose that momentum. As again, they fly in through a window, die immediately, and then the recovery afterwards is haphazard, is a kind way to describe it.
It's been a really strange series when you look at it. And, you know, we're nowhere near over just yet. SR successful in their first 2 defensive rounds. Opening pick is something that I kind of want to highlight a little bit here because on Border, the opening pick went to SR all but 2 rounds. So 8 out of 10. Here on Lair, we've played 8 rounds, and the opening pick has gone to DZ all but 2 rounds. It's total switcheroo, total swapping around. It's almost as if during the map 1 and 2, the call was, okay, we're going to focus a little bit more on our opening engagement. We're really poor at it. Let's be better at it. And they've put a lot of effort into being better at it. And the end result is now that, well, we're not really any better off overall. And we're actually on the more difficult side of things now because we need to find a couple of rounds here on the attack. We need to at least match Dark Zero's 2 if we want to try and take this game anywhere further. Because this is a must-win map right now for Dark Zero.
Must-win map not only to stay alive in the NAL regional finals and have a chance at that SI qualification by getting the first place trophy, making the lower bracket run, qualifying to Paris, but the other side is if they go out here, the points are gone. You're not qualifying by that. Two entire pathways to SI qualification will be closed off by losing this game through the regional finals and through the points. If you don't win this map and then win bank right after this. Well, I suppose Dark Zero will get a little bit more time to contemplate that as SR all disconnect immediately after we get back from the TAC timeout. But the stakes are quite high for Dark Zero at the moment because you go from 3 chances, or at least 3 on paper chances, to 1. If you lose Lair right here.
Out of the TAC straight into a tech. Unfortunately, we've been plagued, it seems, today with techs. We're usually pretty lucky here on the NAL, but there's been
wonky
2
tech.
in one game. It's been a wonky tech kicking around, isn't there? We need to pay a little bit more for the premium tech, I guess.
The organic tech.
Yeah, no GMO, no fertilizer, all that sort of stuff. I think instead of flapping our gums for another tech, let's go to a break, Links, and we'll be back right with the action as soon as it happens. And thank you very much for bearing with us during that short break. We've got the teams, or the players, should I say, for the both respective teams back into the lobby. And we will be getting underway with the action. We haven't missed a beat. 4-4 here on Lair, a must-win map for Dark Zero if they want to stay in the regional finals for NAL this stage and keep themselves in contention for a spot at SI based on points and global standings alone. If not, it'll be down to the LCQs with them. Same for Shopify, but of course they have that one map buffer, given that they got a nice 7-3 result on our first map of this series over on Border. But Lair is proving to be a little bit trickier for either one of these teams to gain a full advantage with. Dark Zero are now on the attack. They've already attacked for 2 rounds. However, we have yet to see them strike on this attacking phase. And this is going to be the question. Are they able to break that curse and pick up a round on the attack here? Because if not, the game will go to Shopify.
A game will go to Shopify. They'll keep their chances at qualifying to SI via a victory in the Regional League alive. Keep their chances just qualifying at points alive. A lot riding on this matchup for both teams. And one on the series, Shopify Rebellion want to convert that advantage. They'll begin with at least a bit of the latter. We'll see if the former comes later. They take down the Buck pretty quickly. NJR getting shocked by the clash. Oh, what a counter to this shield. Nothing for NJR to do. Stuck in, well, what is essentially a hallway with nowhere to move left or right out away from the electricity. Shield knocked back. Easy pickings for the defense. In 5v3 to start. Many an attacking team, Ollie, have tried to break through this fortress on the top floor, and Dark Zero in round 9 can count themselves among the many teams, the many good teams who have failed.
Yeah, and it's another failure due to, you know, a little bit of a quick play not working out. It seems to have been the order of the day here for both of these two teams, and their attacking failures or attacking shortcomings has largely been down to poor or lack of information. Nath may be able to try and make something happen here as he too is going to drone on in and see if there's anything that they can find. They're waiting for that Zoto canister to dissipate right now. A little bit of juggling of the diffuser. Nath has now taken that up as, oh sorry, Citizen's taking it up, sorry, as Nath is going to go for a bit of a rotate. Does still have a Selma, so could try and open up a line of sight for a bit of a backstab here. I think there's a player that's going to be lurking around those stairs that needs to be dealt with. It's no good forcing the site if there's still roamers and lurkers out there that are just ready to retake at a moment's notice.
That won't do at all. Dave could cut off Ambi on this walk down green stairs. Cognizant of the strength of this top floor hold, Ambi will move back up, fire some shots in turn, but no need to give that engagement up. You've got the winning strategy, you've got the formula solidified on the top floor. Spoit will drop down on that clash. The name of the game is wasting time. Even if Spoit dies, there's still at least 3 to 4 people up top who can take advantage of those angles. Ambi finally decides to go push. It's ill-advised. The round's been won long ago. 3 rounds in a row for Shopify Rebellion at the moment. A long break between the first 2 and the third, but more of the same as Bunkston briefing is a breeze.
And that's 3 rounds here on the defense for Shopify, so why can't they just go through and do it all over again? Nothing really to say that they can't right now. And the struggles for Dark Zero continue on this attack, struggling to find that answer. Will it be found here in the last ban of the game? Clash and a Monty, shield for shield. Both taken out. The Clash, it's only been played on that Bunks and briefing round. Of course, you do sometimes get occasions where teams won't play something, and then as soon as the final round of bans comes in, all of a sudden that's their favorite and they're going to play it, and they were just trying to bait you into forgetting that they ever were going to play it. So maybe it could be a little bit of that at play here, but it hasn't been a mainstay. Only in that last round with Spoit on it, of all people, by the way. I mean, he has just done a few people pretty dirty with it as well, to be fair. Hitting him with the old 360 shield on the back, Ninja Turtle move. We love that.
I'm a big fan of it. There was a sign of life for Dark Zero towards the end of their defensive half. Feels a bit long ago, but our 6-room, bunks, briefing, and the basement, they looked really good on. They only lost 4 people in 3 rounds to end their defensive half. And it seemed like we had something. With a 4-2, 2-round lead, sure, the attacks have been problematic, but they got momentum. They got something. Maybe the next half will offer something different. And so far, that has not been the case. Our 6-room required a 1v3, sure. The other 2 rounds, Shopify Rebellion only dropped 1 body in basement, 1 body on bunks. It's been an easy game for them, aside from that initial attempt on our 6-room. They'll go back to it now. We'll see if Dark Zero can give them a run for their money, but as it currently stands, Shopify Rebellion have enough to win this in regulation if we just retread the ground already trodden. We've yet to see them shift from their woes on the attack compared to Border. A lot of these same kind of preset plays. They haven't, I suppose, committed to one yet, but with the Blackbeard, I'm nervous. Is this just going to be another quick one? A run up New Bridge, perhaps?
If the information's good, then there's no reason to not do it. But the information up until this point hasn't been the best. The way that Citizen's playing, we would like to believe that New Bridge is fairly clear. Or at least droned at this point, because he's quite vulnerable in that spot that he's at right now. There are plenty of drones out there. Not all of them in the best position, granted, but Rival can start to shift his around a little bit as he's going to start performing some of this vertical work. Difficult job to put the rookie on, with all things considered. Is he actually just going to go for a walk up rocket stairs? Able to take out the FNAT. I'd like to see him do a little bit more skeleton key work, but maybe just waiting for a bit more information before he starts committing and letting his presence known. Canadian again spending those Toxic Babe canisters early, but with the full knowledge that you've got Surf and 16 Shimikas ready and waiting to be sent over the course of this next minute and 10. DZ slowly creeping toward it. Really isn't a round that's happening too quickly. And those Shimikas are going to make things extremely difficult. You might have the vert control, but you're going to need to displace that Tachanka. Is Spirit's going to be able to find it?
Oh no, he won't find it whatsoever. Spoit instead, creeping up deep into the site, beyond where even the Shumikas can get a line on. While the fire is bouncing around the corner, we got 2 players running around. Spoit's able to find both. Put Diffuser at the breach. Rival on the opposite side, revealed because of the Banshee. Spirits, who was intended to deal with this Tachanka, doesn't find his mark, but the damage was dealt by a player he could have never hoped to counter. The rest of Shopify trained their guns, are ready for the walk-up from all these remaining Dark Zero players. And 6-4 is just 1 HP away for Shopify Rebellion. Can hold inside of the site and move up to 6-4. 4 defenses in a row without looking like they're going to stop anytime soon.
With a 67% win rate on this map on the defense, it's not too much of a surprise that Shopify are doing this well right now. But for Dark Zero's point of view, they're just so close every single time. Spirits narrowly missing out on the chance at taking Surf out on the Tachanka. Had that happened, the plan was set up beautifully. There wasn't really much that was going to stop Nath from getting that diffuser down. But I feel like Spirits is being given so much to do on his own there. You can't expect him to be able to walk in and, you know, not only find the kill onto Surf, but deal with whoever else is there. Because that's a bit of a safety point inside of the site for the defenders, because there's so many little right angles, little 90 degrees that you can tuck behind. It's a good position for the defense to sort of hold and to kind of rally behind. It's a great spot to throw the utility from. So there's going to be more than just one body there. I think a lot's being asked of Spirits to try and do that all pretty much solo. I get that there's a lot of work that needs to go into getting that plant down. But really, Spirits just needed a bit of a helping hand there, it felt. Especially now, Shopify match and series points here on Lair. Are they going to increase that win rate to 9 and 2 links? That would be very impressive.
It seems like they'll be able to do it. They've got the pieces so far. They're just playing very well off each other on this site. The only time they faltered was in our 6 room, but 8, 9, and 10, It's just been a series of defenders all coordinating well, reacting to the situation in front of them. And not even necessarily keeping one step ahead of Dark Zero, but just not letting any of the moves or the flashy things Dark Zero throw at them catch them off guard. It's been a very impressive showing for Shopify Rebellion and a team where it seems they've been very reliant on individual plays. I think we can all agree Surf has had a really good day, but I don't think Surf has been necessary for them to win. This has felt like a lot more of a team performance, a well-coordinated game, and given the worries we've had of Shopify Rebellion up to this point, it is a really excellent thing to see. And even here, sure, this is an individual moment, Spoit getting that kill, but he's got utility and a setup behind him, Ollie. They're investing in their individuals, but not relying on them entirely.
They're just setting each other up to succeed, aren't they? Look at Rexen after the break. 5 kills. A really big day. SR can start to make that retreat back down to site now. Minute and 25. Toxic Bay is being used upstairs just to slow DZ down. No, never a bad strategy, especially a team that's as slow as DZ, or as slow as DZ can be. Losing out the Ying. They've lost a lot of that beachhead. They could still try and mount something off the back of the Sense and the Capitao, but it feels like they're going to be lacking in vertical. There's only so much that Rival's going to be able to do with that sledge. Nath maybe going to try and find a little bit of an alternate line here just outside of courtyard. But everyone's already tucked. Everyone's found the positions that they're willing to play for the rest of the round. Canadian can die here, and it isn't going to matter too much. As long as he spends that Toxic Babe, which he's done, he can try and sit here and waste a little bit of time. Does he play aggro off the back of the nade? No, just gets caught out. Does take Rival down on the Toxic Babe, though, so at least he trades himself. But that was a bit unusual.
A bit strange, but still bleeding Dark Zero when they're already limping to the finish line. And the odds of finishing this race getting lower, but there we go. Long angle through the hatch. Doesn't kill Surf, but downs him. Takes him out of the fight for all intents and purposes. He will not be a major factor. Even on low HP, they should be able to deal with him. And yet they gain no initiative off of it. They work themselves down, but Surf gets picked back up. All the angles are still there. Rexen walks in front of the light screen, and while he doesn't catch the player crossing, oh no! C4 in hand as the player vaults over. Dark Zero get all the kills. What is this? A 1v3 that Ambi's got to figure out? Drops down, and Dark Zero snatch a miracle from the jaws of defeat, and have got one more round still in them.
Dark Zero hold on for bitter life right there. Round 11, they are not out just yet. Despite an opening pick coming in from Spoit, despite a really scrappy round, and one where you could kind of see the clear win condition there for SR. Let them play into this. We're happy enough to hold out on that roam for a little bit longer. I'm looking at you there, Canadian. I feel like he just needed to commit to a play a little bit earlier there than just sort of waiting. I think he was waiting to be pushed off the back of the nade, but DZ played it well. They didn't push in off the back of the nade. They let the nade do the work. It wasn't that in its entirety that won the round for DZ, but it was certainly a small step. And Canadian was dead there regardless. It was mainly the flood of kills that came in on the site. And DZ showing for the first time in what feels like a long time, Lynx, that they can actually work in that high pressure environment in those final 10 to 15 seconds at picking up those kills and getting the job done. Because up until this point, we haven't really seen that from them. We've seen them attempt it, but we haven't seen it be successful.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And it might come late, but it's an
Attackers drop
excellent
the
thing to
diffuser.
see. It's only got to
Attackers
work
recover
one
the
more
bomb
time, and
diffuser.
then we get a renewed chance in overtime.
Home improvement time.
Just put those pieces together once more, and we'll have a competitive series once again. It seemed that Lair was ordained to go Shopify Rebellion's way, just given the trend of those, especially, well, the 4 rounds, of course, but everything after round 7, really great stuff from Shopify Rebellion. But now here, Dark Zero has something to offer. Get in quick with this vert, by the way. Feels like we've seen this vertical player have minimal to no impact, especially if they're Ram. But at least Rival gets in. One Boogie Drone might be destroyed, but can create this whole line by adding a second. No roam like we saw last time. We saw a much more aggressive stance taken by the Rebellion. Not so here, at least not on this portion of the map. If they're there, they're not nearly as in their face as they were before, and yet they're still finding that same early round success. No, actually, same mirror window. Shopify Rebellion not scared whatsoever.
It's a big shame for DZ that they lose Ace there. And it's unfortunate, especially given the fact that we've actually seen some really successful vert be made this round. DZ have switched off the sledge. They've now chosen the Ram. Ram is superior at making vert. You're not at risk of the C4 as much. You can make cleaner lines and be in your gun at the same time. And already getting in there and dealing with a couple of those Goyo canisters, that's bought back a little bit of time for later on. But then the losing of Ace, have you just kind of given all that back up? Because if there's anything that you needed to open now, you're really going to struggle to do it. You've got no tools in your pockets to get that job done. It's going to have to come down to kills again. And given that we've only seen that happen successfully once so far for Dark Zero, you feel like it's asking quite a lot. That and the fact that there's a man count advantage and a pretty hefty utility advantage right now for SR. Canadian going to send out his last Toxic Babe canister. It's going to keep him at least in the fight for the last 45 seconds, even if they're not able to deny any serious area. Ambi with a C4 in pocket as well. Bit of a stalemate now, as you can almost feel the pressure and the tension on this round starting to build. DZ really putting themselves under it, knowing that they have to get these kills again. They have to try and push through, whether it's by getting the plant down or getting the kills.
Well, C4 doesn't net anything. It's Ambi's gun that does the talking. Blackbeard losing against those two defenders, swarming on his position. Citizen next on the chopping block. It's knives out for Shopify Rebellion at the moment, keeping control of their site, flailing their arms back and forth, and everybody gets bloody. The Shopify Rebellion standing on top of the scrap heap, 2-0. They eliminate Dark Zero from the regional finals, keep themselves alive to be the best team in North America, at least have a chance at it.
It felt like a big ask there from Dark Zero to try and repeat the successes in round 11 again inside of round 12, and it was just a step too far. Losing out on Lair, it was Shopify Rebellion's map choice, don't forget. But that's no good when you lose your own map choice on border. And I think the problems in this series for DZ ran a lot deeper than the game that we saw on Lair. Shopify will put themselves a little bit further on inside of this bracket, and they are going to be facing up against M80 next.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contacts.
Available now.
I have Leon from above.
down, I think, guys.
Good.
One in K1, guys.
Hey, one I'm looking.
K1 dead. No, one inside.
Yo, K3, Crab, 1 HP. Yo, one guy left.
No!
Let's fucking go! Hey, that shit doesn't even,
that's
fucking matter,
2.
too.
I want 4. That's 2.
Yep,
We're
hey,
halfway there.
That shit doesn't even fucking matter,
Let's
too. We have a
fucking
whole
go.
nother game.
They're halfway there. You heard it from Canadian himself. 2 matches down. This one, a big victory against Dark Zero. Just when it looked like Dark Zero had more than a shot coming back on map 2, Shopify Rebellion shut it down. Laxing, it really did look like DZ had a chance, especially through that first half. It felt like they were building some momentum, but then we got to that second half and Shopify Rebellion just laid down the law.
I mean, in some instances, yes, you can look at it as Dark Zero was, amounting this sort of lead, but you also have to keep in mind, that was on defense. This is a very defender-sided map, and the fact that SR got 2 attacking wins just clearly then went to show, okay, how strong is SR's defense going to be to DZ's attacks? And clearly we saw, there was one defining round that I think really shifted the momentum back into SR's side, but through and through, SR was just dominating on their defenses. DZ didn't really have an answer for a lot of the problems that were being met with. This is something that Fox has touched up on multiple times. I've said it. You get a wrench thrown into their inner workings. They don't know how to problem solve. And every single round, we're just seeing the time being dwindled, pick after pick not going into their favor. And once again, SR just completely dismantling anything that DZ was trying to throw at them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I do like some of the changes that Dark Zero is doing. I mean, seeing NJR on a shield, I never thought I would see the day where he plays Blackbeard. But that being said, I like that they're trying to at least show a little bit of adjustments, but I think it was rooted in the same issues, and it only came because Deimos was taken off the board. On a map like Lair, Dark Zero's claim to fame is Spirits on the Yinger shields, and then Citizen on the Deimos on the flank side. Once Deimos was off the board, we really saw their attacks kind of fizzle out, and that's the same issue, same red flags, same thing that we've been talking about for Dark Zero since that NAL Stage 2, even after this change. So unfortunately, again, ship's not sailed on that. In my opinion, I think there's still a lot to take away. As for SR, though, good showing, a lot of good individual performances, not as dominant as the border. Bad opening kills, yeah, bad opening kills, and the problem solving, you know, on their attacks, mind you, it is attack Lair, wasn't to where we know SR can be, but they still got another game to be able to work out those kinks.
Well, speaking of individual moments, if there's any moment that you could have considered a turning point, if there was any DZ momentum to build, it would have been in that 7th round where Surf Laxing was the one who stepped up.
Yeah, I mean, this was a big momentum shifter for the side of SR. I mean, obviously, you were down 3 rounds ahead of this round, and then to be able to clutch it the way that Surf did, I mean, it really is gut-wrenching for the side of Dark Zero to know that this round was entirely in your favor, could have set you up for long-term success, get everyone in the right headspace, knowing that you just swap sides, you find very successful attacking half, and then Surf just immediately shuts it down. And Surf has been very instrumental throughout SR's stage and stage 2 and just their performances thus far. I mean, he has big clutches. I've said it. He's the backbone of this team. He plays that support role. He does it extremely well. And even in moments like these, you can just rely on him to pull a hat out and pull a rabbit out of the bag. I mean, I just don't know how he makes these rounds happen, but he does. And it was a big momentum shifter, and it was a clearly big factor that they carried that momentum through the rest of the series.
Fox, I want to get your thoughts on what is to come, because of course now they've worked their way through one of these matches in the lower bracket. Now Shopify Rebellion have to face Oxygen next in the lower semifinal. If they can do that, they'll have a spot in Philly. They'll be going to LAN on December 13th. What do you think that next match might have in store? Does Shopify Rebellion have what it takes to get all the way there?
I mean, there's something about the lower bracket runs when a team falls down into lower bracket and then slowly pick up steam up until the grand finals. There's something about Shopify Rebellion not reaching their full potential, but we know that they can get there. We talked about Canadian, and he was doing really well when it came to the IGLing today. So there's just something about the storyline about getting to be able to play, warm up. OXG's been sitting, they've been watching, but OXG is not a counter-strat heavy team. They're not necessarily going to be looking at that to break apart Shopify Rebellion. They're more or less going to be focused on themselves. And to me, that paints a picture of Shopify Rebellion, again, kind of being in the driver's seat going into another matchup.
Laxing, final thoughts before we get things out of here. Anything you want to leave the viewers with, what your thoughts are on that next matchup? I mean, Oxygen, is it going to be their chance? You think they're going to be taking that one?
I mean, I just want to get into the next game. I want to get to the break. I want these teams to prep. I want to do my prep going into this match and then really see this unfold and see who is the better team and who's going to be going to Philly.
All right, perfect. That works for me. Here's the deal. We're going to step aside for a little longer than normal because the teams just played, so we got to give a moment to Shopify Rebellion for them to regroup, prep their next game, and get into that one. So we're going to step aside for about 45 minutes. When we come back, we're going to get into our final match of the day, but the decider on who goes to Philly and who is sent to the SILCQ and will not have a chance in the regional finals any longer. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit. In 13 days, the city of brotherly love will welcome 3 teams to compete on LAN for the title of the best team in North America and a spot at the Six Invitational. But we've got one small problem. There are 4 teams left between Oxygen and Shopify Rebellion. We still have to get rid of one. Welcome back to the NA Regional Finals, everybody. So glad to have you with us. We were back in just a short few minutes, which was nice. I'm Jonas Willinger. I've got Laxing and Foxa here with me as we dive into our final match online before we move to LAN on December 13th. You can get your tickets. They are still available. If you want to just look up R6 Philly LAN, it'll be the second result, and you can go crazy and join us in Philly where we settle everything in person. But now to the match at hand, because Laxing, Oxygen is the team here in front of us that is looking, well, decent. They lost yesterday, maybe not as bad as Shopify Rebellion lost, but here they are trying to prove themselves.
Yeah, they definitely got to prove themselves here. I mean, they're not out of the water yet. Yes, they did advance themselves to this spot, but they're going against a hot SR, so it's only a matter of time to really see if they can get into their groove early or Shopify Rebellion starts to really walk away with it early on.
And there was some good positive changes. They kept it close against M80 when they went to Cafe, a map that they struggled in the NAL Stage 2. We saw them take it away pretty decisively. So obviously there is change. Gomez being on the shield, being on active X Factor operators shows that they're taking Forest off of it, so Forest can be more IGL heavy, be more micromanaging, and it allows Gomez to have a little bit more flexibility. Players like Rexen, amazing in his own right. He had an amazing pop-off game despite the loss. But one of the biggest takeaways that was something that changed, but not for the better, was their opening engagements. They went 10-22 against M80, which was a big downfall for them because during the NAL, the gleaming factor for OXG was the fact that Gomez and Adam were dominating the opening frags department. So it's a very difficult situation that there are some good changes, but we've abandoned some things during the NAL that we've left by, and we need to be able to auto-correct it.
When you look at some positive aspects, at least, if it wasn't for just some entry problems that they've been having, would you put your finger on a specific player, Foxa? Would you say that there's somebody that you can look at if you're OXG to say, you can take the baton, you can make a difference in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the biggest players to look at for OXG is Grixer. A player that we need to also look at is Yaga in a way to improve, because it's a very difficult light to see Yog performing so poorly. I mean, you could see as the last year have gone, it's kind of only slowly dwindled down, and we know how good Yog can be. Me and Lax have both teamed with him. We know how strong of a player he is, but I think Yog is in a very difficult position, just like Pamba was on Dark Zero. Yog's one of those players that can make or break around. He can single-handedly win you a map. But the thing is he needs to be set up in situations for that. And now that he's on this support flex role since the start of the year, despite OXG's performances, he hasn't had the most impactful performance that we've been wanting to see him do. And now with the on top of added changes, yesterday was one of the worst performances Yog has ever had in the last year. So it begs the question of, is OXG not utilizing Yog correctly, or putting him in a position where he's comfortable enough to find success? And if that answer is yes, then OXG, I hope, is able to notice that, find some better adjustments going into today, even though it's been a short turnaround time. And if we can see Yog perform well with the rest of the roster, I don't see OXG losing as decisively in a final map 3 that they did yesterday against M80.
Yeah, well, the fact of the matter is, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, my bad.
I don't know. I was gonna say, yeah, the fact of the matter is he has to find success on these roles if they are gonna continue to keep him on this supportive, utility-based op. Because when you look at the operators he's played Buck, he's played Ying, he's played Capitao, and if you can't use any of those to force players out of position, move pieces around, put them into line of sights for players like Gomez, for players like Adam, you're going to struggle very early on, especially in the early mid game against a team like Shopify Rebellion, where they are hot on their tracks. They're going to take those engagements. And if we can't get the utility base out of him, they are going to struggle hard.
Well, let's talk a little bit about Shopify Rebellion as well. Of course, we just saw them play, lost that opening round, won the first round in that lower bracket. They've obviously had moments where we've said, all right, this is definitely an area to work on, but they came out of a series against Dark Zero a moment ago, looking good, taking control, and closing it one out relatively quickly.
Yeah, they did. And I think, you know, when we look back at even their first game of that matchup against Dark Zero on Border is where we really started to see Canadian come alive, because it was a big question going into this match when I compared him to the rest of the IGLs, how much of an impact he really has. It wasn't displayed throughout this, but in that match particularly, we really saw him come alive on that attacking half. We would see those shields be used very well. They were very disruptive, and not only being able to be disruptive, you were then able to really watch him just completely dismantle and pick apart all of DZ's strats on their defenses. And that's the Troy we need to see in this matchup too, to push them one step closer to getting to, well, to get them in Philly, and then to push that path, that envelope even further to then qualify them for SI. So there's a lot riding on this match, but thankfully they are coming off of a very strong, convincing win. And again, it's all about momentum for this team.
It is momentum. And that's one thing that we needed to see was Canadian being able to be that leader that Shopify so desperately needs, because it amplifies everybody else on the team when they know that they can listen to him confidently, regardless of what the strat he may call. They believe in what he's saying, and then they're able to execute flawlessly. You have 4 amazing gunners on the team that you don't want thinking for themselves, so to say. You want them just focusing on what's in front of them so that they can have the best reaction possible. And that's the whole point, Canadians on the roster. So it's good to see. Maybe could say it a little late, but it's good to see that Canadian is stepping back into things against that matchup against Dark Zero. Sometimes you just got to get a little oil on the wheel before it starts moving again. But now with that momentum, SR could look like a different beast.
One other player we've talked a bit about so far, Laxing, was Surf, who also needed to improve on some things earlier, but as we just saw a moment ago, had stepped it up a bit.
Yeah, he has. And again, I'll say this time and time again when it comes to Surf. He really is the backbone of this team. When you think of a support and a pillar of that stature really comes down to Surf. I mean, you can always rely on him in almost every single scenario. Clearly, we even watching in this big clutch right here to regain that momentum, to instill hope and confidence into everybody. That is the kind of player that Surf is, and he continuously does it again, clutch after clutch. He brings stability. He was the 9th highest rated player throughout all of Stage 2, clearly leading in that last matchup. Surf needs to keep this performance going, because that was also a big reason as to why even they kept a lot of their structure together. And then you also have to look on the side of just them being able to frag. We talk about 4 individuals on that team that can pop off at any given moment as well. You got Ambi, you got Spoit, you got Rexen and Surf, and a lot of multi-frags. They led the league in multi-frags. Even in that last game, they had 7 multi-frags coming out of 4 of those players. I mean, it is a very big proprietor of their success rate. Is Surf being a good backbone, Troy being able to IGL extremely well, and then the rest of them just being able to follow suit, find comfort, and being able to listen to those calls and just focus on what's in front of them.
Fox, let's talk maps before we get into this one as our last order of business. Best of 3. We saw just 2 maps played earlier. Could we see all 3 this time?
I'm expecting a Lair. Yeah, Lair's going to be coming out first. Yeah, good map for both of these teams. Again, very difficult position for Shopify to be in. They have to be able to go against a blind OXG. I don't imagine OXG looks to play any of the maps that they played yesterday, or they're going to try to avoid it. Labs will be the next map that comes out in OXG's favor, which, again, I believe we saw Shopify play it. So that being said, they're trying to counter strat. And so that's one of those things that we were talking about is OXG doesn't actively counter strat very heavily. So them just going back to Lair, we just saw Shopify play it. I'm excited to see if we can see the brain power from OXG come into fruition a little bit more, since Force has been taken off of X Factor Ops, so he can just focus on IGLing. I would love to see a counter strat heavy OXG.
Yeah, I also am curious when we especially get into Lair. Obviously, what we saw Shopify Rebellion do really well is just really dwindle down the time, not really give DZ a shot at really getting into the site very often. It's a big question for me is now starting on their attacking half with Oxygen. Is Oxygen going to try to replicate what Shopify Rebellion was doing to DZ, slowing them down, taking those early engagements, being able to fall back, playing off their layers? Because if they can do that, I think they have a really good shot here. Granted, this now is a map where it's 7-1 record for the side of SR, where it's a 6-3, and you have to look at those percentages. Currently, right now, I mean, SR has it significantly higher, especially on their defensive half. So it really comes down for Oxygen to really slow them down on these attacks, and then hopefully can muster something once they swap sides.
With what we've seen from Oxygen, at least yesterday, compared to their Stage 2 performance, Fox, and I'll throw this question to you. Do you think it's been an improvement? Do you think it's been, safe to say, a step up from their Stage 2 performance where they lost 7-4, 7-4 to Shopify Rebellion in the playoffs there. Is this a different team, or do you expect to see something very similar?
I expect to see something similar. I mean, if you're asking if we can see an OXG that went, that had an amazing run during the regular stage of the NAL, which was backed by Gomez and Adams' amazing entry game, which is something that we need to see from OXG because their entry game yesterday was very poor. So if we can see that, then yes, I do think we might have a situation where OXG can beat Shopify Rebellion. But if I'm just going off of what I saw yesterday, they kept it close with M80, but eventually they ran out of gas. Shopify Rebellion in the entry games, they're doing pretty good. They have very good players. And Shopify, one thing about them is they never run out of gas. So for me, I think Shopify is just going to be able to replicate the playoffs performance and be able to get a win here again.
As handily laxing, do you agree with that in terms of your prediction? Do you think it's going to be 2-0, open and shut, like 7-4, 7-4 like it was in stage 2? Or is this going to be a little bit more competitive? Do Oxygen have the chance of at least taking it to that third map?
I think Oxygen always have a chance. They have improved by huge margins from one stage to the next. I think it's really just a matter of momentum. I think it's really less about the map and the play style. I think it's more so of just gaining that momentum, gaining that confidence, and shutting any little bit of hope and momentum on the side of SR. Because again, you're coming off of a very hot game. Comms are warm. The synergy's there. Where Oxygen, you've been sitting here idle. So it's really important that they have pop-off rounds very early on that are very convincing. That makes SR kind of question their ability and what they can do, and that's going to be a very hard thing to do when you're going against momentum when you've been sitting on ice.
And Fox, I see your prediction falls in line with that as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think the momentum is a big factor here. If the rules were reversed, I'd say maybe Shopify would have a better footing, just because when we look at a situation where you're watching a team play, you only get benefit when you're going to be directly counter-stratting on those maps. The OXG, in my opinion, has not proven to me that they are as adaptable as some of the other top NA teams. So for me, I agree. Shopify Rebellion should be able to take it.
Sounds great. Well, our final player is loading into the lobby, so we're going to get them ready to go for the final time today. We still have to figure out who is going to land. We're going to step aside for a moment. When we come back, we will get this one underway for real.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are ready to get underway with our second best of 3 of the day here. We have a slightly longer break just to give our team time to prepare. Of course, SR just coming out of a best of 3 with Dark Zero, coming out the victor, but as Canadian was saying and repeating whilst his teammate were whooping and hollering that they'd won the first game, they are only halfway there. They still have to get this result right here and now against OXG to advance through the regional finals.
And most importantly, whichever team gets eliminated here, they'll meet the same fate as Dark Zero, out of contention of the regional finals and also out of contention on the points as well. A lot of stakes in today's games for these specific teams. Using 2 whole different pathways to SI, needing a chance at on the LCQ. For OXG, I mean, for both these teams, it'd be sad, and we've already talked about why it'd be a bit unfortunate if Shopify Rebellion ended up missing out on SI. But for OXG in particular, while they had a bit of an unceremonious exit to the Stage 2 playoffs, Ollie, this is a team that since, I suppose, the end of Stage 1 and throughout Stage 2 has really had a glow up, has really started to figure things out. And while it's not consistent yet, you know, obviously we didn't see him at Munich. They did kind of bomb out of Stage 2 playoffs. This team has had a lot of good things going for them of late, and are honestly, I would be kind of sad if we didn't see them make it to SI either.
It'd be a big shame, wouldn't it? I think OXG have put a heck of a lot of work in, and are more than deserved of a spot if they can get there. And this is really going to be a big obstacle for them because, let me tell you, there are much better teams than Shopify going to SI. And I think that's been demonstrated around the world already. They are not looking too hot ahead of the competition, regardless of how much everybody is willing them to make it there. We're looking for them to not perform a miracle whilst they get there, but they would need to perform above and beyond the standard that we are used to seeing them play at. And I think that's the real key takeaway from it here. I always think at this point when we're qualifying teams for internationals and particularly a 6 invitational links, regardless of the region that I'm casting, I want to be sending the best teams in that region because you want that region essentially to do well. You know, you've cast plenty of teams, you get little attachments to this one or that one. I know we both do a bit of stint in the old SAL, and teams grab your heart a little bit, don't you? And you want the best teams to go because you get a bit proud for the region that you cast.
Well, you want the best teams, and you also want the teams that bring a good storyline. And I think everyone, I'm not saying OXG are an underdog, but I think everybody loves an improvement story, a team that I think nobody really expected to be a contender at the beginning, and then all of a sudden gives us a reason to buy into it. And even if they aren't necessarily the best team on paper, they've shown you they've come a long way. They show you that they're hungry, that they're putting in the work, that they are capable of success. And who doesn't want to root for a team like that? Same can be said for Shopify, though, making some clear improvements in the series we just saw against Dark Zero. We worried a lot about their cohesion yesterday, their ability to react, their fluidity, and well, on their attacking side specifically, they answered a lot of the questions that we had. We also saw some good individual performances to boot, particular Surf, but really everybody down the line except for Canadian. And for Shopify Rebellion, that's exactly what you want. Starting the attack side here, they will lack the Monty, but they will have the Blitz in their hands. We'll see something a bit different from what we saw from Shopify Rebellion last game. We saw mainly a focus on the ops side, and while we do see Ambi and Canadian once again pushing up Rocket, Canadian doing it with the Blitz will die pushing in the bathroom. Ambi gets a nice trade and secure of the top position. But the greater threat, this clash and the stall behind it with that Tachanka, these are going to be things that are really going to trip Shopify Rebellion up.
It's quite an even trade for both sides as well. You think you've lost a Warden, you've also lost a Blitz. The Warden and the Blitz cancel each other out quite nicely. Then you throw into it the fact that you've got Spoy on that glass, and that is just going to give a little bit of something that can't be dealt with now. You've not got the Warden to look through those smoke canisters. So the glass may see a slight uptick in value here, but it is only slight, and it's most likely that time is going to do the rest here in this round, as you can see Shopify players stacking up on that side door. With all the Shumikas in the world and a clash, it's going to be difficult to deal with. Air jab gets sent in to try and displace the clash, and the smoke's now put out. This is where you need Spoy to shine.
Oh, and there, unfortunately, Spoy might live just barely, but it's Yaga stuck behind the desk, gets hit by the air jab, but covered by the desk and the Kiba placed earlier. Able to pop up, get 2, and basically shut the door in round 1 for Shopify Rebellion. Rexen relaying that constant information. Gomez coming around for the backstab too. C4 sent out. Ooh, Grixer actually damaged quite a bit on that. But it is that secondary utility that does it in the end. OXG starting out strong with that late round hold.
OXG starting as they mean to go on here. It is defensive, that top floor. It is a very difficult site to crack. I don't think we can get too far ahead of ourselves just yet, excuse me. This being a Shopify pick and a map that they've done really well on only an hour, half an hour ago. We expect them to have these attacks a little bit more well dialed than that.
Did you get hit with the thing that knocked out my voice yesterday?
No, I did the thing where at the end of you talking, I drank the last of my coffee, and you know when you didn't make a new coffee and you should have done, but I forgot. and you get to the bitty bit.
The wonky bit.
I was at the bitty bit.
Bomb located by attackers.
So then I unmute my mic, start talking again, and I'm at the bitty bit of the coffee.
5 seconds remaining.
It's always my least favorite part of coffee. You get the little grounds at the bottom. It's like, oh, great.
Attackers are heading
And
out.
it's, you just wanted more of it. You just thought, oh, it was so good. Like, I need more. And then, I don't know about you, but I'll always drink one. I'll put it back down on the desk. I'll pick the cup back up and it's empty. And I'm like, where did it go? It just disappeared.
Somebody came and stole it.
There's a little coffee fiend. Someone's got a really long straw.
Also, quick recommendation. If people like coffee or like cold brew and you don't make your own, you should. It's very easy and very good.
I need to look into that because I keep getting advertised cold brew that you can buy in the shop. But out of principle, I won't buy it. But I really want it. So I might need to look into making some of my own.
They make some mason jars that attach to the lid of the mason jar is like a filter for like making cold brew. If you just get one of those, get the coffee grounds, like you're chilling. I did it for a long. I don't drink coffee anymore, but I did it for a long time. It's very tasty. I'd recommend it. Anyway, it's the food recommendation hour over with. The Lynx and XR Troika cast as we have a basement defense to talk about. Can usually afford to waste a little bit of that first minute because, especially if there's no roam presence up top, it's just going to be the attack droning, seeing if they can get this vertical control down, and then ideally getting the boogie drones down. If you paid attention to the Shopify Dark Zero series earlier, Rexen was having a bit of bad luck on the Ram when attacking this site. He's at least made it in this go-around. Not only that, the Rebellion have actually, despite getting mid-floor presence early, have then moved up to the top floor for a 4-man clear, just to make sure that there's nobody hiding around. Can't exactly blame them too much for that, but it will spend a little bit of time for what is currently a full 5-man hold at the bottom floor. Both Dokkaebi calls expended as well for Kiba's in Yaga's pocket. I don't think OXG are even going to move in the next minute 15 seconds.
SR just have the run of the map, don't they? They can do pretty much whatever they want here. It's a very aggressive clear of that top floor as well, and I think it's one of those situations where they kind of knew it was clear. It was just a belt and braces approach. And as mentioned, Rexen has seen far more success here in round number 2 than it feels like he saw for the entire series against DZ on this Ram. Spoit, opening pick onto Gomez. Those Legion Goo mines that increase in number over time. Going to be less of a factor here. 40 seconds left to go, and Canadian's going to start barreling himself down and just start tearing these defenders down. With the amount of vert open, there should be some free pickings here for SR.
The big issue, though, will be these Kiba barriers remaining. They've heard the blitz pushing through. They know the push is coming from that direction. Canadian often carries the diffuser. Oh, but then Yaga goes down. Everybody from Shopify Rebellion, Spoit and Surf both on for 2. The final player isolated and finished off. Seemed like there was going to be a bit more of a fight from OXG given the amount of utility on the site. But we've seen basement rounds end with Shopify Rebellion players getting a flurry of kills. They did it 30 minutes ago. They'll do it again here.
Serious flood com there coming in at the end, you feel?
Serious flood com.
It's and I love a flood because it's not always necessary to get the kills, but it's about sending a message. And I think the SR, the message that they're sending at the moment, or at least the message that I'm getting from them, is that they are hot right now. They've coming off the back of the series. I thought we actually had a longer break in between. I'm not sure if a longer break was offered and then refused just based on the fact that they're feeling pretty good and they want to just get straight back into the next series. That's entirely speculation, by the way. I have no idea if that's true or not. But I did think it was a longer break that was scheduled in between the games. So the fact that we did come in after only a 10-minute break and a, you know, decent length death, but what was it, 20 minutes, something like that? They've not lost any of that pace. They've not lost any of that heat. And OXG coming into this fixture cold in a must-win map. Well, sorry, not must-win map, a must-win game. It piles the pressure on a little bit because SR, they're already rolling with the motions. They're nice and loose at this point.
Rolling with the motions on this map in particular. I mean, they literally played this exact map not 40 minutes prior. And I think it's a very common talking point to say that, oh, OXG were sitting at home, they got to see their strats, see what they do, and that's all well and good. But it's one thing to be warmed up. It's another thing to be warmed up most recently on the very map you're playing against a team that, as you said, is just coming in cold. That's a reality of the situation. Either way you cut it, whether it's OXG, the advantage of watching, or Shopify getting the advantage of being warmed up, they don't cancel each other out. One is not objectively right, one's not objectively wrong, but they're all factors to consider.
I bet if you asked players what they'd prefer to be in the game. That's just one going into the next game. I know it's an advantage to watch and try and counter-strike, but there's nothing you can do in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
You can't do too much, you know, you can't do anything meaningful. You can't reinvent the wheel.
Or even invent the wheel for the first time.
I think it took longer than 20 minutes, didn't it?
To invent the wheel? Absolutely. If it could be invented in 20 minutes, we really probably would have figured that out earlier. A little clean bunks briefing defense, by the way. Means we're going to have the entire world up top, attack and defense. We'll see what Shopify Rebellion decide to do to cut through this. One thing we have seen them do in the past is dump a lot of utility up top, but then actually just sneak in down below for the plan. But it's always going to be an issue when there's a Warden alive. Can't really bring the Ying. Don't have a Glass or a Sens either. So we're left in this difficult spot that teams attacking this site often find where, yeah, I mean, you literally have 5 defenders up top, not a single person on the site. And you can see how trepidatious the Rebellion feel.
There's a stall, isn't there? And it's noticeable. We're approaching 55 seconds, and we haven't seen so much as a gunfight. Everybody full HP, everybody alive. Whatever happens here is going to be absolutely chaotic, make no mistake. Pushing from Canadian under the cover of the Lion scan. He's gone into the cupboard!
Snuck underneath. Nobody saw, nobody looking, and there you go. Similar variant of how I've seen the Rebellion attack this site previously. You dump a bunch of utility up top, but you don't actually try to clear it. You just use it as a way to keep the defenders distracted, and then you get Canadian in with the diffuser down below. It seems counterintuitive. You dump all that utility, and on face value, you get nothing for it. But if the players track their eyes up from those vertical angles, that diffuse plant goes down without anybody even looking at it. Forest down below, cut off. 2 in a row for a Shopify Rebellion, who might just have a good formula for what, and for many teams, is an impenetrable bomb site.
A very difficult bomb site to attack, and a lot of teams make a meal of it. SR set themselves up for success right from the start. It was a really slow round. It's never a bad thing, though, especially when the end result is a round on the board for your team. Canadian really had to push in quite deep, but under the cover of the Lion scan and with sufficient information, with sufficient pressure elsewhere, yeah, there might be defenders playing upstairs, but if there's attackers that are harassing them at that moment in time, they can't be watching the vertical angles. OXG stunned into a timeout. A lot of early timeouts. I think every timeout, every game that we've cast so far, every map that we've cast links, there's been a timeout in either rounds, what, 2, 3, or 4.
It was similar yesterday, too. I think both timeouts yesterday were also...
I think they were round 2 yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was 2 different teams who did it as well. I think it was SSG one game, and then it was Shopify Rebellion the other. Being proactive. Can't flame them too much for it. OXG also down 1 round. 2-1 at the moment. This is the Rebellion's pick, by the way. At least I think it is. I would assume it is. Unless OXG decided to go challenge, which frankly, you know, I wouldn't be too shocked. But I really like this strategy. I like the way they do it, even with lacking a lot of the candles and a lot of the utility you would otherwise think you'd have to use to kind of bait a lot of attention on the top floor. The Rebellion doing a very, very good job with it. And imagine OXG hitting the pause button to just rethink what kind of strategy they might want to do for our 6th room. They obviously won the site previously. But a big reason that was Yaga being able to remain deep behind the desk, both behind that and behind the Kiba barriers. And now that you lack that, you would have to rely a lot more on the Tachanka, on the smoke. So while they'll keep the clash, we got 4 C4s in the lineup now, Ollie. Might try to go for a retake down below at some point during the round.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, no smoke, no Tachanka, a lot of C4s. Like you say, it stinks of a retake, doesn't it?
Camera feed up and running.
Oh, I kind of like that Valkyrie camera. Everyone's always looking in the corners. Everyone's either looking in the corners, like up, or the corners down. No one's looking on the desk behind the little briefcase. That remains. It could be quite devastating. Although if you look at the lineup for SR, they're not bringing anything that screams vertical. It's not like they're bringing the Deimos or the Buck or anything of that nature. They've still got tools that they can use to play a little bit of vert, but I think it's going to be far less of a focus here given the lineup that they've brought. Much more focused on working around that shield, leveraging that glass a little bit. I like the addition of the Thinker as well into this one. It gives Canadian a little bit more potency on that blitz. He's going to be rushing in and taking some engagements. You can, of course, ADS a little bit quicker. I'm not sure if Yaga's just trying to bait out at the moment, but there's quite literally a drone at his feet. So whatever he is trying to bait, it isn't going to be working too well. And he doesn't want to lose his life just trying to pick a drone off. But at least he's doing a good job of keeping the attackers out of ops right now.
Smoke canister goes out. Finkaboos too. Canadian looking to apply that pressure through the bathroom. He died here before, but this time it seems instead of running up rocket, maybe hopped in the window. But Oakshi have in turn also pulled very, very far back, close to the site. Rexen gets the first, Serp hopping in off the back of it. 612 doing mighty fine work over on the opposite side. And now the pressure on op starts coming to fruition. Grixer spotting one prone behind the desk, does not get the kill, unfortunately. Very late down as the round's fallen apart. Once they hit the go button, Shopify Rebellion are all on the same page, hitting it out of the park. 3 rounds in a row, somehow looking even better on the attack than they did earlier.
They're hyped up as well now, aren't they? Look at him. Ambi stood up. Literally stood up at the end of round 5.
Did he even get a kill that round?
I think he got like 3, didn't he?
Well, no, because Rexen got a kill, Surf got a kill.
Okay, Rexen, Surf.
Rexen again.
Ambi. And then he got the last one with the
2
pistol.
kills. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. That's a valid stand. That's a valid stand.
And his Finker boost. Come on.
True. True.
I mean, he's 6-1. If he wants to stand up, he can stand up.
No, I think that's fair. I apologize.
It really doesn't bode well for OXG, does it?
Oh, is that a genuine question or a rhetorical question?
I think it was more of a statement at this point. They've got a 46% win rate on the attack on this map. 57% defense win rate. They aren't living up to that number at the moment.
It's also, you don't want to see a team retry a site coming out of a tactical timeout. And not only do they lose the site, they lose it by almost polar opposite results. They win it previously with 3 bodies remaining, and now they lose it, and SR only dropped 1 body in the process. And SR, by the way, if you look at that lineup, there were some important differences, let's be fair, but they picked Ying into Warden. They picked Glaz into Warden.
I think SR are just sort of showing that they're really not scared of the Warden. Like, it feels like they know they're operating on an entirely different plane to OXG right now. It's like the little nuanced counters, and I mean, a Warden isn't like a nuanced counter, is it? It's literally his whole jig. It's his whole vibe. But the kind of ignoring base game mechanics in that a Warden counters things that can stun you, and just going, yeah, we're just going to win anyway. We're just going to go through and kill people anyway. It doesn't really matter. It's only one player. It isn't enough of a problem for them to deal with at the moment. And OXG being forced into using quite a lot of utility quite early on here. Already the breach is open. Ready and waiting to send some more smokes through. That's always a good indicator.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, Atom, you might be the Warden, you might have the goggles, but you can't split yourself in half and take 2 engagements. At least Grixer comes in with 1 to give an advantage right now for OXG.
And you can see here a lot more standard of an ending for Bunk's briefing. Full commit to the clear of the top floor. I think I think the real tricky thing with just this, it's like you're basically attacking a bomb site, but you can't put the diffuser down because you're attacking what is literally a bomb site like 1 round prior. But then you move the chassis down below, and so you can't just accept carving off this little bit of space on one side, then forcing a plant. Like, you kind of have to clear because it's a roam. But lacking that wind condition is just, again, one reason why this side is so difficult to attack. And unfortunately, SR deciding not to go with the clear they did previously. Not even really the clear, just the util dump into the plant fake.
Every engagement failed for SR, didn't it? I think if one goes their way, maybe they can try and work something with it. But when you lose it every which way on every corner of the approach, it's like, we're just going to go next.
Maybe like, because Grixer had that counter swing, maybe like, I don't know, maybe throw a nade at the door?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
But,
Top floor then. The last defense for OXG. If we thought that, well, time denial was worth talking about in our previous game, it's definitely worth talking about here. We've gone from seeing not a Tachanka picked to, in this round, we've not only got the Tachanka and the smoke, we've also got the Goyo and the Clash. I mean, can we just teleport to the last 15 seconds? Because that's where we're going to end up.
The name of this strat in the book is boring. It's literally just boring, all caps.
It's a good strategy.
In Rainbow Six, it's a great strategy. Do I hate it? Yes, but not because it's bad.
No, it's good.
Because of its namesake. It's a good strategy. I hate that it's good. You can just pop the Vulcan packs. You can get the Shamika canister lineup. Like we talked about last game, also bringing the Tachanka allows the smoke to have a bit more freedom and play around Newbridge if they want to, because you are not, one of the core and the main elements of time denial. The Tachanka can focus on that, just sit behind the shield for the entire round. So you can swing around Newbridge with the shotgun. You can use your toxic canisters on that side of the map, and especially when you have a Clash on board, like, you could spend all 3 toxic canisters with a minute remaining in the round, and the team still has plenty to deny the breach over on upside.
We need to see that Vulcan pack dealt with. Surf's got a bit of a job on his hands. He has actually spent his last Rotero as well. We've got some nades, though. Maybe we can parkour them around a little bit. That's a hell of a bounce on the ROU projector. Spoy's pushing in off the back of it, but full white flash isn't ideal for him right now. Even Atom, full white as well for a brief time. Obviously saving the goggles as he feels like it's a bit of a bait for the time being. But SR just stalling out a little bit here. They need to try and find an entry. They need to find an in.
Unfortunately, looking at it right now, I don't really know what that in looks like. You don't have the Candelas, you don't have the shield, no bees. And that ROU projector doesn't give you as much as you think. It'll cut off a line inside of the site, sure. What do we see in the Dark Zero game? Clash just walks up anyway. Creates a bit of a distraction, provides a bit of cover for the defense. It's good, don't get me wrong, but it is not going to get you the victory. Instead, they just sprint in deep, try to push the Clash back entirely. Will get Grixer off the back of it, but with such low health, Spoit, he would have died of the electricity if not the bullets. Canadians moved off the back of that wave and surfed it as best he can. But OXG basically had that default plant in a chokehold from the beginning of the round, and with so much utility stacked up against it, there was very little the Rebellion could do to overcome it.
Everything was focused on stopping that plant from getting down and just denying a lot of area access in and around the site. Yes, if you want to open the breach, be my guest, but it doesn't make things any easier for you. You're still going to have a clash to deal with, and you are still going to have to try and move through an almost impossible task at that point. And like you say, the ROU projectors, it's like a small dog that's got a big bark. You don't really do too much. There's no penalty for walking through them other than you just can't see for a little bit. But you're going to pop out of the smoke somewhere unpredictable, the very way that you can't be seen if you're standing on the other side of it. 3-3 half, very representative of the siege we've seen up until this point, as OXG have managed to turn the tide somewhat in a game that Shopify came in with the heat and momentum, still carrying them through from that win against Dark Zero to it kind of petering off a little bit and them not able to find answers deeper into that first half. Although, what I will say is 3 rounds on the attack on Lair still could be good enough.
Could absolutely be good enough. But we did just watch Shopify Rebellion against Dark Zero put on a clinic on the defense. 5 rounds out of 6-1. A really great showing, basically throughout the entire beginning of that half, only slipping up a little bit at the end, which... What, that round was, I think, like a 3v5, 3v3, going with, like, barely any time remaining. It was a very tricky round for Dark Zero to win. Shopify Rebellion dominated on their defenses. And as you said, there's little you can glean if you're the team sitting on the sidelines. You can get an idea, but like you said, you're not doing anything crazy when it comes to the counter strats, especially as the desk mentioned. OXG not a team that really does that anyway, even when they have the time. So the Rebellion have practiced these defenses. They feel comfortable with these defenses. You have an idea of what they're going to do. We just saw them dominate with it, and we'll see if OXG, who have a history of struggling on this attacking side, can overcome that very, very tall hurdle. Some early control and ops. Adam moving in. Presence of Descent indicates we might also see OXG go for a default plant on the ops side. Right now, main obstacles will be a Banshee, a Bulletproof, and a mirror window staring right at them.
It's nice, isn't it? Because it's a very different minigame to that, the one OXG was laying out. SR's minigame is much more information-based. You've got the Banshee. Bit of information, but primarily to stop someone pushing in, forcing them to look down at the floor instead of keeping their sights trained behind that desk. Ooh, speaking about trained, Yoga sends Rexen to the cameras. Struggled quite a bit with the opening death here today, and it's going to be catching him out here and now. There's the aforementioned Banshee. Not too much, but it gives you the idea that somebody's there. Gomez, he's patient. He might find one onto Ambi here. Ambi may be trying to play spoil, but look at Yoga coming in for the pinch. Oh, the team play from OXG right now. This is beautiful stuff. Oh, and a freebie. It's 3 for Yoga. Look at him go. Get some more. Go on, finish the job. Forest for the final 2. OXG, a flawless start to their attacking phase.
And no utility really used, just working their positions and working the information that they have. Yoga gets the opening pick. Obviously, great work on top rocket. And then you see the next problem present itself. Ambi roaming around down below on the Solus. Something that could be good, but not only did OXG think ahead with placing Gomez down below early on as the Deimos, who can obviously pressure from below, but also do exactly what he did, hold the cutoff angle in case anybody's roaming. But then also relaying that information to Yoga, who then goes down and forms a pinch perfectly in time with Gomez. It's also a situation where even if Ambi gets that kill onto Yoga, I don't think he knows that the Deimos is there. So likely doesn't get the trade either way. He's clearly caught off guard by the Capital in actuality. And then Surf thinking that maybe he can take a bit of initiative on Bathroom. Seems a case where 3 people walk in front of Yoga, have no idea he's there. And it's not simply a case of them, like running into his bullets. It's great communication, it's great timing, and it's Yoga really understanding how to work that position, work the information to his team's advantage.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
OXG with a brief lead now then. 4-3. Starting off strong on this attack. I don't know if it was like a sort of a misguided opinion, but I just didn't really hold OXG in super high regard on the attacks here, but that last one was just so clinical. You can't help but sort of sit up in your seat and take a bit of notice of it. Forest this time, though, not really exuding the same level of competence as we saw inside of round 7. And instead, it looks like it might be a bit of a lash-out reaction right now from OXG. We've got a Finker boost, a dead Surf, and Yoga on the blitz, just running rampant around the whole building, just desperate to find an engagement, it seems.
We got a bit of a death ball moving around the middle floor right now. 3 whole people just stomping around Rockets. Spoit's about to run into them. They would know that, especially from either the tape from last game or the tape in general, that Spoit likes to play here. Gomez finding another in the process. Yaga down, though. So that momentum will be stunted for the time being. Adam, be careful. Don't overstep. Spoit sprints into him, though, and gives a 1v1. So many of these Rebellion players just walking right into ready OXG attackers. Now, Canadian might meet the exact same fate. Will he learn Spoit's lesson? Boost goes out. Adam hears him and scares off Canadian. Yaga hot on his heels. 1 HP doesn't matter. Blinds him. Finished off with a pistol. Rexen next in the 1v4. Not even a chance. 4 rounds in a row for OXG. 2 on the attacking side. We saw an early tactical timeout from OXG, and I imagine we got a late one coming from the Rebellion in just a few seconds.
It's late or early, depending on your outlook, isn't it? Late in terms of the game, but early in terms of their defensive half, because they desperately need to try and take a little bit of the sting out of the bite from OXG right now. As predicted, Super will be coming in to give a little bit of guidance over to the team. Give Canadian a bit of time to compose and think as well as to how they're going to deal with that. It's getting serious. Spoit's taking the hoodie off. Like when you've been playing Ranky for a few hours, you're a bit cold at the start, now you're warmed up and you're like, nah, this hoodie needs to get off me. I need to loosen up. I need to be free.
Which is ironic, because I imagine one thing they're likely talking about the tactical timeout is, hey guys, I think we need to be a little less loose, actually. I think we need to be a little less free. Because it's clear that OXG have a good handle on these roamers. What is he doing? What is...
I've never seen a man scratch like that in my life.
What? Was the jersey a little tight?
I mean, Spoit's taking the hoodie off. I think Canadian's going to take the jersey off.
Can you imagine he SSGs it, jersey off the whole time? Oh, that got me. Anyway, point I was making. Need to be a little less loose, because it's clear that OXG have a good handle on these roamers, whether they're solo, more coordinated, or even if people are just kind of getting aggressive around the site, like we saw on the first attempted R6 room by the Rebellion. Surf thought he could just take a 1v1 on bathroom? Nope. Rexen thought he could rotate out of the display? Nope. Ambi thinks he can just roam around the bottom floor for free? Get spotted and finished off. All those kills by Yaga, but Yaga, sure, he's the one that gets all 3 of those kills, but as we just saw from the previous round, OXG have a good handle. If you get aggressive and get in their face, they not only can spot these fights, they can win them. And so I think the Rebellion maybe going to play things a little tighter, a little closer, keep a cooler head, all things considered.
And I think that'll probably be the call, won't it? It'll just be to tighten things up. It's like, guys, we've been confident. OXG are coming with a lot of confidence. It isn't DZ that you're playing here. OXG have that ability to play with a little bit more flair, a little bit more fluidity, and they're doing a really good job of it. We just need to be a little bit more boring. Spoit under a little bit of pressure right now. Stood on the desk, doesn't want to get taken out from below. He of course knows Gomez's position, but Gomez can feed Spoit's location around to different players, and Spoit doesn't really want to take that chance right now. Deathmark tracker that doesn't really result in anything though. Okay, we know we've got an Azami, but that is about it. Spoit forced again to reposition, but with none of the floor open, there's no consequence to his movement right now. He can kind of just operate in this area pretty much for free. He's got 3 Keybers in pocket, Vulcan Pack at the door and at the breach. No real reason why he shouldn't be able to stay here for a good portion of time. He's got some great support from Surf as well. SR really tried to lock this down. And as we approach the halfway mark, OXG haven't really dealt with anything on a utility level.
You can see the ideology and the consequence of that timeout. So much more utility. Investing a lot in Spoit. I mean, he's just now, at beyond the halfway point, starting to touch the rest of that Kiba surplus he's been building up. Allowing himself to play aggressive, but with all that util dump in turn, Spoit actually forced back. He'll move to the alternative position. But not only is Gomez already ready and waiting, because of the death mark, he's spotted in the process. How the hell has Canadian worked his way up and retaken Spoit's position? What is this? The smoke canisters around the corner should give it away. But Canadian is at least trying to keep things aggressive. He too will fall back. Spoit out of Kibas as well. Can progress up, but so much utility's already been dumped. Another going out will force Adam off the plant. But that's the last of the smokes. There's no Shumikas to back that up. All the Vulcans have been popped too. We've got no C4s remaining. Our only chance is to start hucking impacts their way, because beyond that, they've OXG have the vertical control. They've got the position for the diffuser. Ambi rotates around. The exact play Shopify Rebellion needed right now, and yet OXG maintain an advantage. 19 seconds to push in. A further Z ping on the player tucked behind the display, but with Yaga going down, Ambi again, all the way from across, floors them with the TCSG. MVP flank from Ambi, keeping Shopify Rebellion competitive.
You can't ignore Skybridge. When the whole plan is to try and get that plant down, you cannot ignore Skybridge if you're going to be hanging around outside of the breach. Ambi, brilliant flank. Fantastic positioning, and he does what he does best. Hits his shots. That breaks the mold here for Shopify and gives them their first round on the defense here. Still doesn't feel like they're out of the woods just yet, though. They did a very good job of placing a lot of mini games for OXG to deal with and things to slow them down. And I think positionally, Shopify were exceptional in round number 9. Not only through Ambi's flank, but also the fact that Spoit managed to stay alive despite multiple deathmark trackers. Big kill, of course, coming onto the planter. One coming from Ambi himself as he flanked on that Skybridge. But everyone working quite nicely together. And from seeing them play a very loose and fast Siege in rounds, 7 and 8? Round number 9, they tighten that down and they play some really tight, well-coordinated Siege. Nice to see that Shopify can operate at different levels. You hope for them that it continues through this series and they level it up back to 5 rounds apiece.
5 seconds to go. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Got Spoit on the Scopo, Solly.
Loves it.
Does. Mainly a Night Haven deck. But have you see that? They're trying to get Spoit activated with those frags. Feed us some information. Look at this from Gomez. Speeding through the middle floor right now. Will trigger the procs, unfortunately. That was a hell of a lurk early on. Unfortunate the util doesn't get spotted. But still some very good control established early on. Didn't even need to use a Dokubi call off the back of it. Pretty good for OXG to start. But they're eventually going to run into the same hurdle many teams will deal with. The upstairs position. How are you going to deal with those 3 to 4 defenders all playing up top? They got the utility to do it, like the calls I said previously, but the smoke bowls, the candelas as well. Plenty you can do. Just a matter of getting these players in the right positions. Maybe with the F-Nauts down below as well. It's a pretty good lineup, all things considered. It's just we'll have to see how they spend the next minute coming up with these pieces. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Previous history with Forest, some really bad time in there. Suffers that opening death again. And this time on the track stingers. On that gridlock. That's just going to free up these top floor players to roam as much as they like. I was going to go on to say that typically we do see a lot of Solis played on this map, or on this site in particular, for denying that plant, especially when you've got a pretty hefty upstairs presence. But a plant feels like a world away right now. Gomez going to try his luck, see if he can find anything on the vert. With that DMR, he doesn't need to find the head, he just needs a couple of well-placed body shots. He's able to thread something, maybe can make something happen, but I mean, the side players, then the side players, isn't there? Ambi locking it down, adding another 2 kills to his tally, currently 12 and 5. I don't think he'll get the last kill. But Grixer will find one onto Rexen. He's got a whole host of players up here to deal with.
And not much he can do. Players position forward, players position far back. Do you want to go back to the beginning of the round, though? Because Spoit gets that opening pick, but Forrest spotted directly underneath the Skybridge default. That is unfortunate. Very common position visible from the doorway, and as a result, that information is being fed directly to Spoit, who immediately walks to the staircase, pre-fires that position. And is that like the reason OXG lost the round? No, it's not. But you can see that's one very, very strong line of pressure controlling a pivotal staircase to allow defenders to rotate up the top floor is what could have been a threat, dealt with pretty easily because that default cam is left up. Spoit getting activated with the Scopos. You can see them talking about it in chat right now. These things happen. But it has allowed the Rebellion to tie up the game, get them back in 5-5, and go down to basement for the second time so far this half. OXG were able to win it previously off of clearing the roam being played by the Rebellion very, very well. At least for the moment, no shield this go around for OXG, so we'll see if things differ all that much, because even with this lineup, but especially the presence of a Ram, it seems like they will be making their way through the mid floor, even without that shield.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Round 11 then, and all equal here. Nothing separating these two teams at the moment. Shopify managed to stabilize themselves here after bleeding 4 rounds in a row to OXG. Now it feels like it's on OXG to start finding some answers, doesn't it? They're still moving with that fairly quick style. We've seen 30 seconds. We've already got Selma's getting sent on through, trying to open up this top floor. Believe that that one will go off there on that mirror window. Removes a little bit of safety here for Ambi, but Ambi's been the danger man right now. I don't think he needs the safety. I don't think that's where he wants to be. He wants to be in the thick of it. He wants to be in the action.
12 and 5, you don't blame him. Not been the superstar that he once was, I think, in the past stage, but especially, well, one, his potential is still ridiculous, like, don't get me wrong. But especially in this game, right now, doing really, really well. The Rebellion in general today, the desk, rightly so, kind of highlighted some of the individual drop-offs, and all right, well, I guess in this round they will be dropping off very quickly. Good performances throughout both of today's series, but at least in round 11, Ambi and Spoit both going down. Actually, you don't need a shield to clear out these players. Just as successful as it was in round 8. Still got the boogie drones to get the vert as well. Dokubi call goes out. Surf spotted on a drone too. Canadian can only provide so much support over on the staircase. These are 2 isolated players at the moment. Canadian might do well to retreat, as Surf alone up top put to very, very low HP.
Finish off by Atom. Caught in a little bit of no man's land there. As soon as this roam starts to fail, it's lights out. Rexen, a brilliant response and a kill that could turn out to be very important indeed. Canadian needs to fight his way out of this corner and will do so, finding one. Draws for the shotgun. Is the second going to challenge? He knows he's got a player on the window. OXG should be pressuring this point right now, and instead it looks like they might let him slip the net. No, Gomez eventually comes in with the final one. Make it 2, as Rexen was attempting the refrag there, but was just a little bit too late. OXG with a response, and a response that comes quickly, Lynx.
A very quick response. I mean, all their ducks were in a row at the beginning of that round. We've got the Dokubi calls going out. We've got players holding crossfires, ready for the trade. That basement roam has been easy for them to clear every single time. For all the struggles, you know, either team have had, for all the good or bad things they've done, definitely one of the highlights, if not the highlight for OXG, is how expertly they have dealt with these players up top. I mean, that's 3 in a row right there, and I think last time, I think Surf got the opening pick, and then OXG get every single kill afterwards on the roam clear. Really impressive stuff. Really have that under control. Now, going back to R6 room, this is a round they've won before, all the way back at the beginning of the half. And while round 9 didn't go their way, all of it came down to Ambi flanking over by Skybridge. Just one little piece. If you get somebody over there, get a drone in that position, get a body in that position, that round might have gone your way. They were able to get into the site, able to push a lot of that utility back. And so it's a very small thing to correct for as they look to this third play of R6 room. 7-5 is a very real possibility here on SR's pick to boot.
You look at the adaptation, and obviously with the Azami being removed, Spoit's going to have to play something else. It's going to be the Vigil. Okay, he's hit some nice shots today. There's always that potential with the Vigil. Looks like he's flicking a couple of cameras, being fairly self-sufficient here and trying to keep his options somewhat open. But with the way that OXG have been able to deal with the majority of the utility setup, at least, as long as they can achieve that again, and they've already started. Atom, straight in there, able to hack the Fenrir and the Malusi. Both of them could work in the other direction. Oh, what an important time for Forrest to get an opening pick. He's been a bit of a nightmare, to be honest, today with that opening death. There's a couple of rounds that have been very, very pivotal and have come down very close, where Forrest has gone down early. And this time he's able to take out the star of the show from Shopify. He's able to take out Ambi.
Spoit's able to get the refrag, though. Through the vertical, Boss G shots land. About to say, likely going to go for the impact trick with those two in pocket. It'll keep his fortress up top alive a little bit longer. Doesn't have the Kibas he can walk up and play behind like he could before. So it will be a little bit looser, unfortunately. He might have to consider falling back a bit early on and making good use of the ACOG on that Boss G, playing that long angle. See when they can make do, though. Gomez going down next. As OXG by and large, excuse me, Adam going down next as OXG by and large due to the loss of Gomez. The Deimos and the Capital, one of the few bits of execute utility that they had. The Firebolts will go through, but caught by a magnet. The utility game is stumping OXG at the moment, and the kills aren't helping either. Forrest and Yaga both at the breach, trying to find a way in, trying to find a way past this Boss G, past these smokes. The time just dwindling down, the seconds slipping through their fingers, another bit goes through. Will this be the difference maker? Will this be the opportunity? The smoke gives Spoit an opportunity to move behind the desk. Nade goes through, though, a key bit of utility, as what otherwise could have caught the attack off guard will now be another factor they won't have to worry about. But it's one of many going their way. How long have we been here, stuck in bathrooms, stuck outside of ops and the site itself? We're in the red zone now as Rexen around the corner could easily swing and deal with the player, the striker moving into the site. It'll be Shopify Rebellion's second overtime of the weekend so far. And boy, oh boy, OXG completely stumped in round 12.
I know it came down to red time, but there was a lot of kills that come in the final 2 seconds there. I was a little bit worried for Shopify, especially with all the hard work that Spoit had put in. How the hell did he stay alive, by the way? Because he quite literally had to turn his back to the door at one point to run out of dodge and somehow managed to stay alive. The positioning tonight on some of these Rebellion players has just been second to none. It was Yaga. Yaga basically got the collat, didn't he? Because they'd lined up for him. So it maybe wasn't as bad as it looked, because the trade was, of course, there. 6-6 into an overtime, and it's SR to stay on the defense right now. So they are going to be going back upstairs to this top floor. I mean, it's a site that's kind of defined this defensive phase for them, right? They've played it 3 times now. They've been successful up here twice. Both times slightly different strategies and different opening picks. Don't forget it was OXG that were able to get the opening pick in that round. Shopify Rebellion were able to do that without Ambi.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers objective is to locate a bomb
But
and
you never want to do things without Ambi.
I'll try not to get in your way.
That's
You wanna
rude, isn't it?
It's
It's like
rude.
leaving the dog at home when you go to the park.
But
Can't do
also,
that.
like, well, one, you can't do that. Also, it doesn't give us the show we were promised.
You got a promise?
Well, I mean, I didn't get an overt promise in writing, but when you go
Oh.
12-7, I kind of start to expect things. I'm greedy that way. You get more kill, you get a bunch of kills, and I just want more kills.
I think that'd stand up. I'd say that's as good as a written contract.
I could, well, no, I don't think it would be.
I'm fishing.
I gave it a genuine thought there, though.
I'm fishing.
Little vert pressure for Gomez, or from Gomez, I suppose. Go below with that skeleton key. Not the Deimos like he's done for the past couple times now. Instead, it will be with that underbarrel shotgun. Force drops down as well with the exothermics. I actually don't know. I think did the Heartbreak Charge get destroyed by that C4?
Well, it might have done. I don't think I heard the Heartbreak Charge go off.
Oh.
Unlucky.
No. Gotta go back to it.
This makes things very difficult. They haven't got the other side of the breach opened. Oh, and this boy comes in as well.
Did he get destroyed by
Genius
him?
little bit
Oh
of
my.
play. Yeah, it got
And it got
impact.
him.
Yeah. Oh, this is a shutout.
Criminal.
There's no util that OXG have got now. This
Oh,
is brilliant
no.
from SR. They've just gone so boring. They've just gone, right, we're just going to win it off the back of ops. Spoy, just play the tub. Okay, he gets taken out now by Gomez. Well, it's 45 seconds, and you're on a single doorway push into that top floor. 3 Toxic Babe canisters in Canadian's pocket. Surely there's no way that OXG find a way in.
Especially with Gomez on 1 HP, you have an advantage on that individual fight. Got some direct intel onto the player playing just around display. So maybe Forrest can hop in, swing around, get this kill. Ambi there, ready for the counter, though. It's Rexen, good for both. Ridiculous stuff from the Malusi. Case control as well. As Yaga hops in, tries to salvage things from the bathroom. He, too, has to push through a single door. He, too, walking into a crossfire. Ambi good for it. Only 2 rounds in a row, but it's good enough to get the Rebellion back in the lead on map point. It's only their pick. They've had to fight for it. But just one more round, and they'll get another advantage in the series tonight.
Next time we do a fantasy, I'm picking Rexen. I feel
Not a
like he
bad
is
idea.
so undervalued. And the thing is, it maybe wouldn't work in that sort of scenario because that's just purely numbers based. And the way that the way that I'm thinking about him is maybe a little bit more subjective. It's not the kills that he gets, it's just the importance of them. Winning both of those gunfights there, it just cements the round. The cement was already going off, but he's just time skipped 24 hours, 2 days, and it's cured, and it's as solid as a rock now, and there's no way that SR are going to lose the round. It's the importance and the positioning that he finds himself in so many times. It's really, really impressive. Shopify played at just about every single level so far in this Lair matchup. And OXG, to their credit, they've kept pace. Hence why we are in an overtime. But it's Shopify on the map point.
5 seconds left.
And off the back of such excellent utility play on the defense, it's going to be a big threat, even if this goes all 15. The kind of play that, if it works, you are stuck with little options to close out the round. See how their attacking side fares. As OXG have quite a lot of tools in their toolkit as well. No Tubero, not going for any breach denial. Instead, it's a pretty much a repeat of the bulk of their R6 room lineup up until this point, with some, albeit important, variations. You got the Tachanka, you got the Clash, you got the Smoke, right? We expect all of those things, the Warden as well. But bringing in the Fenrir, an operator we've not seen from OXG on R6 room specifically. And that could allow, if anybody tries to go for a little bit of these flanks, whether walking up Skybridge, whether walking up the staircase, just to deal with those F-Knots. It's just a small thing, but coming in this late in the game on this site in particular could be very impactful for OXG, and is just one thing that the Rebellion will have to keep an eye on.
Kind of surprised that Yoga didn't stick around for a little bit longer, but I guess he's worried about the pressure from below, although that has gone. Zambi falls to a smoke canister as well. Very unclear on that one. He was down, then he's been finished off by the smoke. Thrown below. Ambi trying to make those vertical angles on the Deimos and really getting punished for it. Yoga could be allowed to push up a little bit more aggressively now. I know that he's got some of the floor open at his feet, but instead Forrest is just going to troll him instead and say, no, you're actually staying in the site. Unfortunately, you're not allowed out there. Atom comes in with a big C4 kill onto Rexen. And we are like a runaway train headed toward round 15 right now.
Looking destined for it. Adam also trying to take advantage of some off angles just to add that little bit of extra flair for OXG. If not, will trigger. Thankfully found, but Canadian will still have to walk through that door to the breach, and you still have those toxic canisters, still have the Shumikas. Walking through this breach and this door is always difficult for the attack, but with Adam at this angle, it's just not going to happen. Does let Canadian slip by, unfortunately. Get put to such low HP by the M59. Fire is easy to take him down afterwards. Look at how aggressive Yaga getting on that clash. Just plants the shield, swings around for the kill. Nice little two-piece for Surf, but unfortunately there's so much work to do. I don't think he can do it. He does dodge the fire, and no, Forrest takes him down through the smoke. All 15 required between this very lengthy bout on Lair. SR need one round to take their pick, but if OXG snatch it away, SR might have the momentum, but I think OXG will feel really good going into Nighthaven, and that might just be enough.
It's like full panic stations when it's been, 3 versus 3 or whatever the numbers is. And all of a sudden it's like Surf versus 2. And you just think, oh, we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt here, because it's very possible.
I started to.
I could feel it. I could feel it in your voice. You were like, oh, this is we got to rewind a little bit. Like this is now doable because of who it is. He's just got that sort of a reputation now, with the amount of clutches that he's been able to pull off. I mean, OXG were throwing themselves at him, and they had the redundancy to do so. They had the backline players, and it was always going to be a very tough ask for him to pull it off. But it did feel like it could have been possible for a brief period of time. OXG matching Shopify Rebellion here, blow for blow. And as such, all available rounds will now be played. Now, of course, OXG won upstairs on their first round of overtime. They are going to be going to the mid-floor site. It is the mid-floor site that requires the most control of this top floor. Something that we have seen OXG struggle with a little bit. Getting run just a little bit ragged. Ambi in particular had a fantastic round playing the Fenrir on site, but very similar to the way that we saw SR approaching the first round of overtime. Doing the same here in round 15. They're bringing a lot of denial for getting into the building. We're not talking smokes, we're not talking Tachankas, although they do have a smoke. It's mainly that two brow and that Cade, and they are going to make breaching very difficult indeed.
Yeah, this is SR's late game strategy. Bring it out in OT to try and get one over on Oxygen. It was the Impacts and the Zotos before, and now the two brow and the Cade both. You'd love to see that adaptation from any team this late in the game to try to get one over on their opponents, and it might just work out. For the moment, OXG have not run into it yet, but with one electrified wall right on the opposite side, they will have to reconcile with this hard breach denial momentarily. The full breadth of it, all placed upstairs, one Electroclaw and Rexen, the two brow, physically present on the top floor too. Already reaching the halfway point of the round, not at all bad necessarily. How are OXG going to deal with this problem, this Bastion, stuck on the top floor? Rixer, he goes around the corner, looking to get information, but behind the deployable shield. This Dokkaebi call might go out, the Zotos too, but Surf feeling strong with that shotgun in hand, and I don't think OXG have a way just yet.
Rix is just going to be slowed down on that doorway. It's the Zoto canister, it's the smoke canister. Minute 15. Haven't really gained anything meaningful. It's nothing that's going to lead them to making that plant go down any easier. Forest is going to be knocking on the door of the site, can choose to open that wall now as well. It isn't an ideal angle by any stretch, and with players still vertically, it's going to be very difficult. You're asking a lot of the Capitao here as Forest starts to attempt this plant. The C4 ripped and ready, sent over, but misses. Forest comes off the defuse, has to reposition. They've still got time here, OXG. They just need to stabilize.
They've still got time and a utility advantage as well. Both C4s used, all toxic canisters gone. That bait worked out, at least to bait some things, at least to get some momentum, but now they're committing to the clear again, trying to make use of that advantage. Surf just barely gets away, dropping down that hatch in the nick of time. Yet OXG continue to find these frags. Every single one goes their way. Ambi with a 1v4 long angle. It's not gonna happen. OXG seems stalled on the top floor. And then a quick fake down below with another rotation up top. I've never seen a team that quick on their feet, and boy, does it pay off.
OXG have matched pace so far tonight here with SR, and they have really snatched that win from SR's hands. With the way that that round had played out, the pacing of it, and the Rebellion trying to go for that sort of lockout style of, we are just going to bring wall denial and we are going to make it difficult for you to get in. And OXG have operated at every single level. We'll be back after a short break.
Eye out for contact.
Available now.
Drop down.
Yo, where did waits? Wait, wait, left, one wait, left on green.
Green guys. Yo, drop the side. Yo, green rotate.
No!
Let's fucking go! That's Lair team. That's Lair team. Oh my fucking god.
Dude. You're fucking.
A battle of attrition on SR's map pick of Lair. 8-7 OXG at the buzzer take a well-deserved victory. A fantastic game, Laxing. On both sides, we saw more than we expected from both teams. OXG adapting, SR giving it right back to them, trading blows until the end.
Yeah, it was so tantalizing close for both of these teams. I mean, realistically, there's not really a negative I can say about either one of these teams. I think they really put up a performance. It really just came down to individuals having big moments or someone getting, a multi-frag in some of those matches. Overall, this was such a good ping pong back and forth. And I mean, I will say, I am a little taken away at how Oxygen was playing. We were talking about they aren't good at counter-stratting, but their ability to adapt and just be able to shift SR around, especially in that last round, whether they were faking the plant, whether they were approaching upside, putting util, they were constantly putting SR in the disadvantage and catching them off guard and just putting them into just bad positioning overall.
100%. I'm really impressed with how OXG played. It was a good back and forth. Both teams should be proud of that win, or of the game itself, OXG for the win. But in my opinion, I felt like OXG winning was a lot more decisive just because of the fact that it felt less gimmicky. They weren't using as many shields, so to say. I really love Yogg specifically, the way he was using his Clash. We were so hypercritical on him too before the game started, saying we need him to be able to step up, feel more comfortable in his role. And the way he was playing the Clash, the confidence he was playing with, I mean, he had an amazing performance nonetheless. And so the whole team from OXG, I would say that the opening kills were pretty evenly favored in their respect. It is Lair, so your attack's going to have a hard time regardless. But that being said, they did a really good job of being able to maintain or get the advantage back in those situations. And yeah, I was really impressed with how they played.
Yeah, let's talk about Yaga a little more. It's always satisfying when somebody that you're saying we need to see more from this player delivers a little bit more, and then they see results due to that. 16 kills to his name, Laxing. A fantastic performance from the Yogg dog.
Yeah, Yogg was an absolute menace this game. I mean, whether it was his Azami play, they ban out the Azami. He says, okay, no problem. Let me take off the Clash. And he was so imperative for their success on that defensive half when he switched to that Clash. He was forcing positioning, taking control of the round, allowing his players to play off of his shield. I mean, he was such a force to be reckoned with once he swapped to that Clash. And then we already pivot to the attack. We highlighted him being on the util, bringing the sense, bringing the Cappy Tau. He was doing a phenomenal job at blocking lines of sight off, not allowing players to get into position, using those Cappy Tau bolts. I mean, Yaga has really stepped up his performance from what we saw yesterday. And this is honestly what me and Fox know Yaga can accomplish and the player that he can be. I mean, there's a reason why we picked him up, but back in the day, it's obviously a little unfortunate when we see him falter a little lower than, expectations are. But fact of the matter is, you're only as good as your last series. And clearly coming into today, he's far more confident and far more exuberant in terms of his overall play.
Yeah, he came to play with a chip on his shoulder. I think there was a lot of focus and mental strain he was putting on himself with the utility, using Grim, using Capitao. I think that's what we saw today, is him not worried too much about the utility, because right now the flex support, once you use your utility, you're able to go headhunting, you're able to go fragging. So I think he did a really good job at playing safely, not dying early, which was a big flaw of his in yesterday's match. He would use that utility and then countless times then hit the site. And once he has no more thinking power that he needs to turn to the utility, he was able to just walk up, be confident, and take those gunfights that we know Yogg is usually going to win in a situation like that. So it was really nice to see him bounce back, take that loss yesterday and his bad performance yesterday as motivation, as opposed to letting it dwindle on his mental for today.
Well, something that OXG made pretty good use of, something that maybe we would not have expected, right? Just their ability to adapt. Laxing, we saw it in the very last round of the game, something that was, well, critical in putting them across the line on round 15. You're heading into map 2. OXG's pick, by the way. Do you think they've set themselves up here? They've showed us enough in that ability to switch things up that they could take this in too?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're going to a map that you're extremely comfortable on. Not to say they weren't comfortable on Nighthaven Labs, but you also have to look at that dynamic of how Nighthaven Labs really plays. It's very defender-sided. They're going to start on attack here, and that's where we really saw them even shine here in the in the Lair matchup, was they were able to pick apart the rounds. They were able to force SR into uncomfortable positions, and it's really going to be on the backing of Yaga once again to be able to utilize these utility ops, whether he's bringing the buck, whether he's bringing the clash on defense. I mean, he needs to be able to use these pieces of the puzzle to make these attacks and defenses work, and more so specifically on those attacks, like I said, using the buck, using the cap, using the sense. If they can utilize those properly with the same way that they were being able to adapt and move around Lair, they shouldn't find any problems here on the starting half of attack.
I agree. I think if Yogg is able to maintain the same level of play that he did in this map, it'll be great. But I think a lot of the pressure is going to be on the shoulders of the entry when it comes to Adam and Gomez, because the last time they played Nighthaven Labs during the regular stage, we saw those fast, explosive executes on the garage, on the Aqua Stairs, always off of the back of Adam having an amazing entry or Gomez having an amazing entry and getting those gunfights. And I think that is going to be the most important factor, is if they can still maintain that level of aggression, take those early picks against SR, because right now SR's problem solving, it's also equally as good, but it is a map like Lair. On defense, you have a lot of getaway cards, you are get out of jail free cards. So on a map like Labs, you won't be able to. That rafters will be very pivotal. You know, all of these areas where you're hyper focused on. If OXG gets those opening kills, it'll be a lot easier to maintain that advantage all the way through.
It's not easy to look at something that Shopify Rebellion were doing and say, okay, you have to fix this to do better on the next map. I'm going to ask you anyway, Lax. I mean, it was 8-7. It's not like we saw glaring mistakes from either team. If you are the Rebellion and you're heading into your opponent's pick here, is there something you should be focusing on to make sure you can send this to 3?
I mean, I'm very curious, instead of getting rid of the Cade or getting rid of the Bandit for wall denial, if they do decide to go with the Clash early on, then get rid of one of the early wall denials, and then later on get rid of the second one. So it really is a big question for me. I don't really think a zombie's too pivotal on this. It's a very condensed map, and like I said, if you're using a buck from below, you can really get rid of a lot of a zombie. So I'm not sure if we're going to see a zombie ban, but the big factor for me is, are they going to get rid of that Clash, especially with how oppressive Yaga was on it and pushing that envelope and making them hemorrhage a lot of these rounds and a lot of these kills, putting in Oxygen's favor. That's what I'm going to be looking at here, is specifically in these bans, how they play around that.
I think a big thing to look at will be on a map like Lair. Shopify Rebellion loves using the Monty to be able to take position. That was taken off the board very early on from OXG. On a map like Labs, it will be here too, but you can get a lot more crafty when it comes to using the Blackbeard, using the Blitz, but those aren't Canadian strong suits, is playing those shields. Something that we saw in Lair was there was a lot of situations where SR was losing that opening kill for free, giving it away. The lack of awareness of certain positions where your entry would die, that was one of Shopify's Rebellion's biggest issues. So I would say that would be the first thing to look at, is making sure that you're not giving away those free picks, at least not giving them away untraded. Because if you're not going to have that Monty, you're not going to have Canadian doing the heavy lifting on the entry. We need to make sure that we have bodies for the late execute. So SR needs to make sure that they're focusing on that aspect.
Well, we are going to have to wait just a couple more minutes before we get into this one as everyone trickles into the lobby. But the deal here for Shopify Rebellion is simple. They win, they head to a map 3. They lose, well, they're going to have to hope to make SI through the LCQ. Oxygen could punch their ticket to Philly right here, right now. We're going to step aside and have that match for you when we return.
Despite an extremely strong performance against Dark Zero earlier, Shopify Rebellion now find themselves down 1-0 in the series against OXG. One more map loss, and they will be out of SI contention, both through the regional finals and through the points, Ollie. And given the praises we were lavishing upon this team, both before this map and even during and even a little bit after the map that we just saw, that would still be a shame for a team this storied and this talented.
It really would, you know, and it felt to me like it was a game that... It felt like one of those games where OXG had almost felt like they'd won it before they'd won it once we'd got into the overtime and once we were at 7-7, because it was like, right, they've got the defense, they know what they need to do, and OXG just found that extra gear. And I like to throw OXG into that category of teams that is very capable of upsetting the apple cart. We rarely see OXG and we rarely talk about them as a top-tier team inside of North America. But equally, we don't talk about them as a bottom-tier team either. We've got plenty of those already. They are that middle-of-the-pack team that have got upsets in them. And it's not an upset as in, like, they should win. I mean, let's be honest, it was Lair, it was Shopify's map choice. They should be winning that map choice. We know them to be a very good team on that map. But when there's something a little bit bigger on the line, OXG can come out, and it's brilliant to see. There's every chance right now, Lynx, that we're going to be sat here in a couple of hours' time getting stuck into Cafe, because who knows what this series has in store for us.
Already, I'm a little bit surprised based off the ban phase. We have the very standard hard breach denial ban, Cade and Bandit both taken off the board. That's expected for any team on the attacking side of Nighthaven. And yet we don't have the double hard breach ban from the Rebellion last night against SSG, and generally on Nighthaven, by the way, most of the time you see the Cade Bandit and then usually like Hibana Ace. Maybe like a ranged breacher and Thermite, but generally you see 2 breaches. Then the third of the four hard breaches comes in later on down the line. Here, the Rebellion have banned Dokkaebi and Nomad. Dokkaebi obviously great for lurking, saw Gomez using her quite a lot on Lair, but a Nomad also good, of course, for flank watch, but specifically getting control of IT, opening up that breach, putting the air jabs inside, and controlling how aggressive the defense can get on this second floor. Whether that's the reason that the Rebellion decided to ban Nomad, I'm not sure, but it is one of the consequences of it, as these attacking bans are quite atypical for what we typically see on Nighthaven and what we saw from the Rebellion just yesterday.
I'd have to agree. Starting off on the attack then, OXG. Mirror is going to cause them a few problems here. It seems like, whereas inside of Lair, we saw them sort of resort to difficult tactics for letting OXG open up walls. That's coming straight out of the gate here on Nighthaven Labs, which, let's be honest, isn't too unusual. Nighthaven is all about the breaching. And ideally, you want a very astute Maverick player on your team to make that job a lot easier. Typically, you will end up on a Mav eventually. Even if other hard breach is available, it'll just make the job a lot easier for you. Leaving the Clash up, big surprise as well. As you mentioned, Lynx, not something that you want Canadian to have in his arsenal, is it? Because he should be able to just command areas with that. Although, opening pick is going to go OXG's favor. Atom takes Spoit down. Spoit trying to play that Raptors position on the Azami. And quite handily dealt with. Clash or not, it's not going to help keep him safe. Although a pocket reinforcement will further fortify the site and maybe buy Shopify back a little bit of time here.
The time they'll need, you want to get a little bit more out of that Raptors hold from the Azami. I mean, a pocket reinforcement right now isn't bad. And, you know, things can't go perfectly, but you would like to have those Kibas for later in the round. Ooh, Surf hitting that barricade. Gomez immediately sprints past, and Surf not suffering any fools in round 1. Gomez understandably tries to get aggressive, but I think if he overestimates or underestimates, I suppose, the sound generated by that barbed wire. Really good counter swing by Surf. As OXG's starting to hit a little bit of a stall. They got that bit of garage control, then it was reinforced off. The Aqua backstab doesn't work out. That's an important dimension, an added layer to their attacking strategy taken away from them. And with Yaga and Adam both on low HP, despite it being a 4v4, With the Clash up, the C-Force too, even with no toxic canisters, with the little bit of utility they have, but the angles in the defense's possession, it seems to really favor the defensive side right now. As Grexer and Yaga both push in, take IT, move through the breaches. Explosion at Yaga's feet, yet no damage sustained. Not checking the corner underneath the B-bomb chassis. Rexen's classic position, and as he's prone, sitting in the corner, again another double, another multi-kill perhaps. No, he'll win it off time instead. A 3K there yesterday against SSG, a double there today. If OXG have done their homework, they need to get a lock on that position next go around.
Yeah, they'll be kicking themselves about that one, won't they? Rexen playing exact same spot yesterday and seeing the same end result. Another round where the opening pick doesn't indicate the way that the round goes either. It was Atom onto Spoit there. Not converted and not traded. But it all coming down to a Rexen 1 versus 1 in the end. I feel like that's maybe a bit of a sigh of relief for SR right now because things really haven't been going their way. So to get a round up there, much needed at this point. Downstairs we go now. The very intel heavy lineup. Look at that. Valkyrie, Pulse, 3 C4s. Nothing in terms of Walden now though. It's going to make it a little bit easier here for OXG. Maybe them reading into that a little bit as we see a full 6-pick come out there for them. It's always nice to have something for the walls, but it's by no means a necessity. Especially if you're playing with quite a lot of C4s, you are going to be playing for a little bit of denial. And the information game should be doing the lion's share of the work here for SR. Just relies on somebody being on those black eye cameras, and of course Canadian playing that pulse that he knows so well. Should be able to find themselves a little bit of success here, although they're not going for a full roam, but with that level of information, you don't always need to.
Slow beginnings in the first 45. Giving the respect due to Spoit up top, but not getting caught off guard by him. Nobody really in trading distance of Spoit, and so despite Yaga losing a lot of HP and potentially a 50-50 gunfight, he comes away the victor. Damaged, but victorious nonetheless. So with the 5v4, that breach giving anybody throwing a boogie drone through it a bit of trouble, as Ashen suffered something similar last night. You still are in the clear to open up these vertical angles, start applying that pressure to the middle floor. By all intents and purposes, a very successful early round. Not a guarantee of success, obviously, as we just saw the round, or saw in round 1. Still quite nice. As it seems, by and large, while Surf and Ambi are still on the middle floor, Surf playing a bit further back on the staircase, supported by the intel. It's actually Rexen and Ambi on the upside, excuse me, just Ambi, who's still playing pretty aggressive.
Boogie drone's going to run through now. This is where the information game starts to come into effect, though. Canadian able to dish that information out to the rest of his team. If you linger for too long on that top floor, you might end up paying for it with your life. I'm not sure if he knows that the player is just sat inside of Animus right now. He's been on the scanner a couple of times, but look at Rexen go. Finds 2. Atom left to try and pick up the pieces here. As OXG try and maintain this flank, but it's Rexen all day. The mirror just lurking upstairs and finding a plethora of kills.
Fortunately, not enough of Surf exposed on that angle, so Yaga will have a much harder task ahead to secure any of the kills in this 1v3. I think Rexen, by the way, also downed Adam upstairs, so even though technically not a 4K, I believe he is responsible for the player up top. Yup, indeed, there's the ace for Rexen. What was the word you described? You believe Rexen is undervalued? Well, you might have been onto something there, because Rexen making immense value in round 2. Whole lot of impact with that vector.
It's exactly as I said. The positioning and the value of the kills that he gets. They are always important kills, unless he's left in like a 1vx, and then of course you're going to end up with a few exit frags, aren't you? But 9 times out of 10, I feel like Rexen is getting impactful frags, and the positioning I mean, the positioning goes sort of hand in hand with the fact that it's impactful, doesn't it, right? A great play there. Brilliant timing, taking advantage of a flank that's just not really being held. And don't forget, we've gone from a map like Labs where it's not really too possible to get a flank off like that on Labs. A lot of the time, you're sort of trying to set up a bit of an onion sort of defense. You're trying to build in some layers. Whereas on Labs, there's loads of opportunity for a flank. It's a very different level of defense. You're not necessarily setting up a real tight onion of utility. It's a lot looser, and there's a lot more ability for players to stretch the legs and roam around a little bit. Hence why we see Spoit play one of his favorites here and now. Going downstairs to the kitchen, and he loves a little bit of Scopos on this site. It just gives him that level of flexibility where he can hang around on the top floor for a good portion of the round, get himself into a bit of bother, and he's always got the option to teleport back.
Very rarely see him even teleport back. Oftentimes, he either just lives or dies on that top floor, which is just kind of the name of the game when you're up there. Not really his fault all that much. You roaming in that position, especially being Spoit, you're going to face a lot of pressure. Won't really be given the opportunity to recall back. Actually able to get that opening pick last time and have done a very good job in the early game so far. It's the biggest thing we can give them credit for. So I think Spoit will have his work cut out for him in the early game. He's on the opposite side of where Gomez is for the moment, as it is usually just Spoit up top, maybe one other person. But the bulk of the defense will be in kitchen dining or around the 90 hallway where you see Ambi playing right now. To be expected. Introduction of the Valkyrie is quite nice. We'll give not only that intel to Spoit, but also if those cams weren't spotted by the IQ, which given the presence of an IQ seems unlikely, could facilitate a retake later on, depending how thorough and careful OXG are. At least for the minute, Gomez firing some shots on Ambi. Could have been a headshot right there, but just tags him up a little bit. Finds the camera, but nothing gained. Still a 5v5 at the halfway point.
A little bit of a slow round, isn't it, by the standards that we've been used to? Especially throughout Lair with some of the pace that OXG was bringing to their attacks. I always worry when I see players stacking up outside of a window like that. You wonder, is that the strategy? Are they just going to try and jump in? They've got a bit of support from above from Gomez. I don't feel like it's going to be enough. There is only one C4, so they've at least got that going for them in terms of denial. Realistically, you're going to need a bit more than that to try and get the job done, especially when you've still got players like Spoit and Rexen quite literally back-to-back inside of the kitchen. Flash comes out, Spoit's ready for that hop-in if and when it arrives, and Canadian could be on for a flank.
Could be on for a flank, but Adam ready for it. Track Stinger's on the stairs and still watching the flank. Level of thoroughness I don't think the Rebellion were fully ready for, but low time into the site is going to be difficult for OXG. You can stop the walk off the site, but on it itself is a greater issue. Rexen 8-0 at the moment, and a very real possibility to break double digits in this round. Adam looking to challenge that exact angle, might walk up the hallway instead. Less than 10 remaining. No possession of the case. Adam walks through. There's Spoit instead with the frag. Rexen on for another. Will he get that lucky 10th? Not today. Stuck at 9. Spoit getting active in that one as 3 in a row for the Rebellion. Basically just brushing off Lair as if it didn't even happen.
Yeah, it's a GG go next, isn't it? Reset the mental, get themselves straight back into this game. But it's not to say we didn't see them have a good start on Lair. OXG were a bit of a slow burn over on Lair. They certainly finished strong. That clash ban coming in, things aren't going to be as easy now for Shopify. Particularly when you look at this top floor defense. Clash is Canadians' mainstay for this top floor. You better believe that OXG know it, hence the ban. Also, bringing out tactical timeout. OXG need to try and upset the apple cart a little bit here. I mean, they're doing everything that they can, Lynx. Atom's had 2 opening picks. Yoga's had the other. Every single one of these rounds, the advantage has been with OXG. And that's a kill that hasn't been traded either. Quite literally dealing off value from Rexen inside of rounds 1 and 2. and then just a kind of lack of strategy on the third choice bomb site.
Yeah, for kitchen dining, there at least does seem to be some kind of greater failing. You know, the first kill just coming at 37 seconds when Canadian goes for a flank that, let's be honest, he probably didn't even need to. I don't even think he was committing to the flank there. I think he thought better of it, but then Adam decides to pre-fire. But an extremely late execute, as you kind of hinted at. Rexen, to be fair, I will say getting a double as well. But the multi-kill was not the reason they wanted. It was a big clutch from Rexen to start, an ace in round 2. In 2 different ways as well. Rexen just playing the position he normally plays on this site around the B bomb chassis, and then the other one going for a flank. It's not even like in the other 2, OXG lost the round in a consistent way, though I suppose you could draw some kind of thread between rounds 1 and 3 about executing a little late, funneling in through doors or breaches, maybe. We'll have to see if that's something that OXG tries to solve for as we go for the retry of the second floor. I said I would love to see some mind played to Rexen in that position. That doesn't mean you have to deal with him via verticality, but he's been a problem for SSG yesterday and now OXG today playing that exact same spot. You got to see some mind paid to it.
Absolutely, it's not something that you can continue to ignore, is it? Telegraph now, you know that it's going to be happening. You need to come up with a strategy for it. I don't think that will have been the sole focus of the timeout, but it may have been a part of it. Opening up these breaches, still being a little bit of a problem, but nothing that a hard breach gadget can't sort out, at least for the connector window. Grixer on ace should be able to make something happen over on IT as well. Now, there was a brilliant clear of Catwalk previously. Atom did a good job of getting in there and removing Spoit. The Azami has remained through this ban phase, partly due to Canadians' prowess on the clash. It's kind of pick your poison. And the fact that Azami was dealt so handily in round number 1, it kind of feels like a bit of a wasted opportunity there at further weakening the side of SR right now. We know that Spoit can play that Rafters position and play it well, so if he's got a little bit more support this time, things might be slightly different for him.
We'll have things like the Candelas to worry about, though. Not on his exact side of the map at the moment. Could easily come his way. Ooh, unfortunate missed impact by Spoit, and he'll even rotate away. You lose the Miro in the process. Thankfully have a Kiba to place there, but you obviously cannot look through that. Oh, wow, what a find by Gomez. Not quite what I had in mind when I meant deal with the B-bomb chassis players, but that'll be good enough for me. Spoit ducking back into the A site, playing behind the Kiba, also falls to Gomez. Not finished off, but the Flores from IT has single-handedly opened this round up. Candela will unfortunately blind him and force him back. Forrest also moving a bit deeper. Ambi will retake over by Aqua. Yaga by himself falls to the AR-15. But OXG have full uncontested control of the B site, but only the B site. Surf can look out of it. Spoit can contest as well. While players are falling, there's still an admirable fight being mounted by the Rebellion. Ambi coming up to join Spoit. With the Zami on low HP, you need this extra gun and this extra support. Forrest finally in a position to put this case down. Gomez calmly, methodically clearing these angles. Pistol goes out. Spoit gets him in the process. Swings around despite the C4. Now it's just the Azami and the 1v2. Diffuser should go down successfully, and indeed it will. Close with the shotgun. Force gets activated, an extra lethal the moment that case gets activated. OXG pick up there first, and all credit goes to the man on your screen, Gomez himself, for an excellent performance on the IT side.
I don't know how he manages to slip into Rafters like that. I was giving it the big one about Spoit playing Azami and Rafters, and we cut to his camera, and he's on the connector mirror window. And you're thinking, all right, great, you can throw an impact. It misses the impact. The Selma still goes off. Okay, great, you can throw the Kiba barricade. But what have you had to pay to what was the price of that Kiba barricade? Well, the price was the round, because nobody was inside of Rafters. Gomez has just been allowed to stroll in. Can't be giving Rafters control away like that. Gomez even shot the C4 with the pistol, for goodness sake. Like, sure, he dies to Spoit, but goodness me. Big round for OXG to collect there. off the back of a timeout as well. It might be a sign of things to come here.
10 seconds to go.
Shopify have done well so far in this fixture to get themselves a healthy lead.
5 seconds remaining.
But we all know that OXG have always got a little bit of gas left in the reserve tank.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
And they are
and defuse
always
it.
one to sprint toward the finish line. They showed us that on Lair. It took them a couple of rounds to get going on Lair. It's taken them one more here. But finally, they've broken that curse. Maybe now they can start to try and build on it. They're going to be attacking the basement. It's the same lineup that Shopify Rebellion are running here. We've got a lot of information. The Valkyrie, the Pulse, 3 C4s, and plenty of time and area denial. What's the response? Well, from OXG, it's something slightly different. They're not going to be rocking the same RAM IQ lineup. Oh, excuse me, they do have the IQ. They're not going to be rocking the RAM lineup. They do have the IQ, but they've also bring in the Monty as well this time. That should just help them bully things around a little bit more on the site. And could help with a couple of those explosives as well.
Located a bomb.
He'd be thankful if he does. It's always something that I think works better in theory than in practice, just because sometimes the C4s get thrown up pretty rapidly and they're hard to spot. You'd still be happy for it, especially just to spot those Valkyrie cameras and the Pulse as well through the floor. A lot of intel gathering for the Rebellion at the moment, and even some mind being paid to the verticality up top. They've got the buck, so it's not like this is the only bit, and OXG are preoccupied getting on the second floor. The Skeleton Key can move down to the middle, open things up if they want to. Grixer is also up top. Very slow attack so far. That's not intrinsically a bad thing, but it could be problematic, especially with Spoit still playing around the middle floor. Could see somebody move up the stairs and play for a retake later in the round. Who's going to blink first on this engagement? Are either party aware of the other? Or is it just a case of timing and which one gets the better of it?
It really feels like that, doesn't it? It's painfully slow right now. For all that they've brought them onto, you'd expect a little bit more speed, and even if it's just going to assist this roam clear a little bit more. Grixer still trying to do a bit of work vertically with this Skeleton Key. All 3 C4s are still available, by the way. It's going to be an explosive end, and make no mistake. Surf on the close angle. Like, Forrest, you can't just hop through. Where's the info? At least Gomez gets a trade. But this is where we start to see the util come through.
And that trade, by the way, is on a player that was just sitting up top. That kill is a bit more impactful. You get the smoke close on the corner. You get the advantage as well. Unfortunate that Gomez isn't able to do it. Ambi threatening the retake I hinted at earlier will make it a reality. Shoot the drone in the process. Grixer aware of it. OXG still have the advantage, but if Ambi gets this kill, oh my god, huge from Grixer, huge from OXG. Seems like it's all for naught as Forrest gives his life away to Surf, and yet with the frags, OXG able to keep things locked down.
OXG really pulling it out of the bag there. Got a little bit nervous for him when the time starts running low and you see Forrest run in and it doesn't pan out. But they are so quick to react, so quick to respond. Gomez has been toying with Spoit for what felt like the whole round. And it was one of those examples, and don't forget, Lynx, we saw this a couple of times yesterday, where SR just stay a little bit too long out on that roam game. They just commit to it ever so slightly too much, and it really costs them. And it's not always like necessarily their fault, so to say. Some of the times it's because they just plainly can't get back because they're cut off or whatever. But it just feels like there's sometimes a bit of an overcommitment to that roam.
10 seconds left.
Could also, maybe not technically the roam, but also argue that just Ambi on that flank, fully committing to it. Then again, I also think it's a... I'm not really going to blame him for saying yes to it, because if you flank it, then you threaten the guy on the vert, that makes the side execute a lot more difficult. So honestly, retract what I said. Like, I get Ambi doing it, and like you said, I don't think it's anybody's fault. I don't think anybody's wrong. It's just sometimes unintended consequences. 50-50 gunfights going awry, little moments not going your way. Also, I think you got to give a lot of credit to, I think it was only 1 kill, but I think you still got to give credit to Yogg inside of the site as well. Just kind of working picks and finding timings down below. There's a lot of small things that needed to go right for OXG there, and thankfully for them, they all did. 1 round away from a tie game. on their map pick, but this is one that SR looked pretty decent on yesterday against SSG. Sure was a max OT 7-8 loss, but that's still 14 rounds. Oh, sorry, excuse me, not 14 rounds. Still 6 rounds that SR were able to win. But now here, you have middle floor defense. First time we've seen this particular middle floor site. This cafeteria kitchen was the one played previously. Very minimal vert for OXG at the moment. Looks like a lot of this will be based on the execute and trying to get Forest inside of the site itself.
Can OXG make it 3 out of 3? It will have been a very successful timeout if they do that, because a couple of the first rounds weren't that close in all reality. They somehow have managed to pull it out of the bag over the last couple of rounds, and whether it's by time or just sheer gun skill, in the moment it feels like they are better. Forest,
what is he doing?
He's a nightmare, and he scares me every time he does it, especially when he's got the diffuser. He's playing the glass, trying to play in his own smoke, tanks the C4. Or was it the Capcan trap? I can't see, because guess what? Neither can he. Rexen, now next one in, manages to circumnavigate the vert that often falls people and trips them up. And this is where the kills start to come. Canadian and Rexen back-to-back picking up a few, leveling things out and giving a slight advantage right now. As the swing comes through, no, Grixer, how does he pick that kill up? Left on 1 HP, and now the advantage briefly back with Oxygen.
Briefly back with Oxygen, but fully so as Grixer able to dance around that corner, recover the diffuser with Canadian down below. A constant threat that the Thermite had to worry about, but it's picked back up, rotates to the other site, and as Spoit goes around the corner, Yaga's ready for it. Canadian, unfortunately, got to march back up. Excellent pre-fire, almost flicks on Adam too. But it's another recovery from OXG. Forest with the diffuser goes down early, and yet somehow with less than a minute remaining, less than 40 seconds remaining in round 5, they find a way through, get 3 in a row, and tie the half. Slow release Addy might need to pop another is crazy.
I didn't catch the first message. I was like, what? Slow release what? Like, I don't know sometimes about this team. Like, I'm not saying that Forest was trolling, but for them still to win when he's pulling stuff like that, it just begs belief. The fact that OXG have been able to salvage a 3-3 split here. Now, SR still have a couple of things going for them. They still have their tactical timeout, which is, of course, massive. And they've still got the ability to pull this game back. We know them to be a team that's capable on Labs, and we know them to be able to attack this map. However, the way that momentum has shifted so far inside of this series, you do start to worry a little bit. 45% win percentage on the attack for SR. Their lowest preference map. That doesn't always mean that it's a horrendous map for them. If it was a really bad map, then you'd hope that they would have banned it out, because this is a best of 3 and you get a couple of bans. However, you're always going to go to a map that you are less comfortable on. You've just got to navigate that to the best of your ability. I don't want to sit here for 1 second and believe that this isn't a map that SR ever want to play, given that they've played it twice in the last 2 days. Either that, or their map pool is really small, and I also don't believe that to be the case.
I just don't believe, I don't believe that whatsoever.
So you've got to look at this and go, okay, 8th preference map, but they played it yesterday, and it was damn close. It was 8-7. So we know that they are capable. However, it's a must-win half. They cannot accept anything less than a win out of this map. Otherwise, SI is not in their hands in the slightest. Because if you think that regional finals and NAL in general is a little bit crazy, you wait until you start getting teams that are qualifying for invite through the qualifier. It gets wild.
It gets crazy down there. You don't want to bet anything on it. And just having Dark Zero, the Org, and a team led by Canadian, but both in SI LCQ, and that's the only way they can qualify to SI. It's a hell of a storyline. Like, lucky to whoever's casting that one. Very easy narrative to write for that game. But for the teams themselves, and even for the North American scene to some extent, it'd be quite tragic. And yet for OXG, how nice would it be? They don't qualify off by winning this game, but to stay alive, to keep their chances at kind of channeling some of that wild card energy, being the underdog, surprising everybody, making good on some of those promised improvements. I wouldn't be complaining about that whatsoever. Then again, I support everyone, and I want everyone to win, so I'm a bit biased there. Let's see if it happens here. See if it starts in round 7. It's half the round gone. SR have worked their way into the middle floor and be in a position to apply some vert. He's already done so. But a lot will come down to where these Candelas land, where these smoke and firebolts land as well.
There is also a weird scenario where the road to SI isn't actually that complicated or that difficult in these regional finals either, given that SSG and M80 have both already qualified. I don't exactly know how that works, if it does drop down to the 3rd place. But it might not be that you need to win the whole thing dependent on the results of positions 1 and 2. I mean, obviously the teams are just focusing on the games that are in front of them. Other people will be worrying about that for them. But worth bearing in the back of your mind that it isn't the most difficult thing to get to SI off the back of these regional quals, given that 2 teams that are favourites at the moment have already qualled. It just puts even more pressure onto these games here and now. In this round, you can almost feel the pressure. You could cut it with a knife. There's 35 seconds and there's 10 players alive, Lynx. We've been flapping our gums and we've got Yoga close on the electrical breach, shotgun in hand, Canadian drawing for the Candela. Is it going to be enough?
And we'll have to see. Candela finally sent out. Spoit gets the first 2 kills. More utility being dumped, as I just don't think that gun is meant for that engagement, Yaga. Almost a flawless round. Adam only getting 1 kill in the process. SR spent a lot of time, but that's the exact round you want to see if there's a big buildup. Every piece falling into place at the same time. Clear comms, clear coordination. Great play off the back of that utility. But even before that, great double kill from Spoit to open it up.
I want to see the double kill from Spoit because we were really focused in on the little mini game that was going on between Yoga and Canadian. Canadian had a player in behind him as well, just backing him up there inside of Electric. But Spoit just opened it up like a tin of beans. Straight in there, not 1 but 2 on the entry. SR doing a really good job of taking firm control in round 1 and sending a little bit of a message. And I feel like OXG, they're that kind of team you need to send the message to. You need to let them know you're still in the fight here. Because OXG have just streaked another 3 rounds in a row. They did the same over on Lair, don't forget. They got 4 rounds in a row on Lair. Now they've been stopped from doing that here. And SR have regained a brief lead. OXG are going to stick to a rotation. Not going to attempt upstairs again and instead going to switch things up. Take us downstairs and look to try and play a little bit more of a time game. Still got the Go-Yo canisters. That's basically a requirement. And they've not doubled down onto the information either in the same way that SR did. They've not got the Valkyrie and the Pulse, just the Pulse. Bringing a little bit of architect ability in the Azami as well. But it's mainly the Warden and the Solace that are the big differences here. Warden, of course, because you're anticipating that Canadian is going to be playing on the Blitz, and it's never a bad thing to bring. The Solace for me really is the question mark. Was Forrest outside of the building there for a second?
He was shooting a drone. He was shooting a drone.
Since when did you become a Forrest defender?
Well,
or a Forrest sympathizer?
Ever since I witnessed what happened right there. He was hopping out to shoot a drone. He immediately hopped back in, okay?
I just saw a flash of green and was like, get back in. Now's not the time.
Defend Forrest right now. His #1 advocate. Dokubi call going out. Solis spotted by both the call and the deathmark tracker, and yet it doesn't really seem like, I was about to say, it doesn't really seem like Gomez is about to get shut down momentarily. Seems like he'll be fine for the time being. They at least know a Solis is there. They've got a Z-ping on somebody else. I think that's the Warden through the wall, perhaps? Yeah, that's Adam. Now down in the process. Spotted by Spoit up above. Doing great on these opening picks so far. Put things in a 3v5 in round 7, now a 5v4 in round 8. And looking to launch another deathmark tracker. This time it's the Azami getting spotted. Yaga can easily fall back, though. It's ironic that these bits of utility, it's ironic that all of the utility that we often talk about at the beginning of the round has gotten very little play, unfortunately. It is used to some effect, but the Blitz goes down, the deathmark tracker is down early too. Both Dokubi calls utilized as well. Perhaps it was the reason for some of those kills, but whatever the reason is, move to a 3v3 as OXG retreat.
OXG in a really good position to retreat here as well. Probably got a couple of Vulcan packs. In fact, we can see one already there. Grix has still got his C4 as well. And more importantly, the pulse scanner to try and gain information off the back of it. They know that Surf is at the breach, and you can make a pretty well-educated guess that that's going to be the player that has the breach, has the diffuser. A couple of players above. Rexen's left open in his own angles with 35 seconds left. You should be able to avoid that, really. And even still, it kind of telegraphs his position to Grixer, right? Grixer gets a bit more idea of where to use that scanner. Gonna drop the hatch now into Exo. Maybe look for a little bit of a pinch here onto the final two players. Ambi finds a really important kill onto Yoga. There's still a C4 in play.
Still a C4 in play, and it's not clear if Surf will plant behind Rexen, but if he does, that C4 could just plop right at their feet. And not a whole lot of time to shoot it. Force trying to find the angle, but Surf's gone on the opposite side. Great rotation, great to plan in that off spot. Doesn't seem like that'll even matter all that much, as Ambi and Rexen holding things down on the cross are doing quite well so far. Ambi goes down, but Force so low, it's an easy kill for Surf. Good rotation in the late game by SR, putting the pieces together in that 3v3, continuing with one of the strengths we've seen from them. Just playing well in those positions and always being sharp in these very tight, close man advantage or man equilibrium situations.
SR increasing the lead by 1 there again. You just know that Canadian isn't going to be happy tonight until the games are done. And even then, it's still going to be the same story. The job isn't finished. Still a fair old road to go. If SR keep managing to pull rounds out like that, and it goes unresponded, OXG are going to find himself on Cafe very quickly indeed. And at that point, maybe start wondering, should Labs have gone that way? Or should SR have just got it done in 2? When it's a close game, all 15 rounds played, kind of got to start asking yourself those questions sometimes. SR only a couple of rounds away from guaranteeing that third map, sending it essentially just into a straight shootout, a best of 1.
5 seconds left before insertion.
And OXG now need to find an answer. They've used that tactical timeout already. That's what got them the 3 rounds on the attack. Unfortunately for them, they don't have another timeout here on the defense. They need to figure this out themselves internally. Looks like they're going to continue to stick to that rotation that they've set themselves as well.
And not the dining site, but storage and control this go around. Which means you will have a bit more concerted of a defense of the second floor. A couple more players up there, while still maintaining a robust force actually on the site. No C4s though. And while SR don't know that and might never really fully get the picture on that, just the nature of the game, it does mean that we know that there's not that much threat of somebody rotating down below and denying the plan. I mean, Grixer could do it with a shotgun, and I guess somebody could do it with impact grenades, technically. But they don't exactly screen that option, whereas previously, when SR were defending this site, you had Canadian go below tonight with a C4, and it really tripped OXG up. So SR a little bit more limited there. It means they will have to invest a bit more energy in defending that top floor because the basement or denying it from below isn't really an option.
Setting hard breach.
But hey, OXG have the clash. They can absolutely do it.
Problem is, Clash is being played by Forest, so you never really know what you're going to get.
Yeah, that's true.
You're either going to get genius, or you're going to get something that's going to leave you scratching your head 3 days later when you're led in bed going, I really wonder what they were doing. Great value out of the shock drone there from Canadian. Prioritizing the information. Still leaves a lingering Goyo canister. He's going to be able to reposition a drone downstairs as well. Pre-placed. The mind of what would I do if I was playing and defending that site? Well, I'd probably try and play below with the C4. They have that base covered. Now as the flashes go in and the air jabs go out, the opening pick for Surf. He's doubled down on Ambi. Takes Gomez out. Canadians getting this plant down. Oh, gets stopped in the process. Downed and finished off. Fortunately, there's time to recover here, but SR are going to have to come up with a plan B.
And what do you know? Yaga did, in fact, go down below and I think use an impact grenade to open up that angle and take down Canadian. Making me eat my words. Forrest also retaking Garage with the clash. OXG have gone from seemingly out of round 9 to a very formidable threat. Force now rotating upstairs. Huge mid or late game frag by Surf. Cleared out down below, put OXG in the disadvantage, and put Rexen in a spot to go for this defuse. Oh, nobody falls off. Adam clotheslines him on the way out, and suddenly OXG briefly again in control of the site. And SR not fully in control of the diffuser right now, but Ambi spots him. A nasty hip-fire headshot opener, and then that kill to end things off. SR with 3 in a row. Map point. Cafe just 1 away.
A very rare misstep from Rexen there. And you can see it's hurting him. They've won the round. But he knows that it wasn't the right play. Maybe he should have waited for the team to rally around him a little bit more. But it's Ambi to swoop in to the rescue. As, let's be honest, it so often is for this team. And that's not a bad thing. It's just the way that the cookie crumbles sometimes. Final round of bans here. And Maverick's gone. I haven't really seen a Maverick played up until this point, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we've seen it a couple of times. We've seen it in round on Command and Tellers. We've actually seen it in Storage and Control. So we have seen a little bit of Maverick play. It was OXG that didn't play the Maverick. I was getting a little bit confused there. Surf, another big round from him. 10-4 he is on the series, by the way. Also, I love how Ambi can get 2 kills in that round. And I'm like, oh my God, it's the Ambi show. Surf got 3, but it's just expected. He's just always putting in that hard work, and it's thankless. And when he gets a clutch, yeah, we give him his flowers and we give him a big up. But Ambi just needs to get a couple of flashy kills, and we're like, it's the Ambi show. And it isn't, but that's just the bit that you see. That's the bit that gets played in the replays, and you know, you get the instant reaction from him because he's screaming into the camera or he's stood up or something like that. And Surf's just chugging away. Hardest worker in the room at the moment at 11-4. Well, I guess tied with Rexen.
Yeah, for a little over the year that Surf has been on this, I guess a year and I think a couple months that Surf has been on this roster, he's been one of my favorite players to watch. And as you said, he's just always trotting along, putting in the work, shows up for a big clutch because he is that backline player. But the fraggers often get the attention, and sports sometimes fall by the wayside. It's the nature of the game. It can be a thankless job. Him and Rexen both tied at 11-4 right now, and Surf with that 3K last round doing a great job. And also, let's be fair, you know, Rexen kind of cooling off a little bit. I think 9 of his kills were acquired in the first half. So while he's 11-4, that was it. He was a defensive player. It's Surf that's really been the attacking side menace for the Rebellion at the moment. Spoiled as well with those opening picks, around 7 and 8. Now potentially a 7-3 on Nighthaven, where it took them a full 15 rounds just to lose against SSG yesterday. Stunning OXG on their map pick and keeping themselves alive in the regional finals. Dokubi call ringing out through Nighthaven. MB will take kitchen control off the back of it. No kill acquired, but a nice angle, nice cutoff position right in the heart of the map in case anybody from OXG decides to rotate.
Forrest just doing his best to gather a little bit of information here. You know that breach is going to be getting opened. There's nothing that you can do about the bandit trick. Canadians seeing to that on the Zephyr of all things underneath. Bit of an oldie but a goldie. Guarantees getting that wall open. Kind of further throws into question the Maverick ban, because what are you going to do? You're just going to play a Zephyr and a Thermite. Unless you're really targeting that hard breach, you're going to have a hard time. Depending on the way this goes, that could be a criticism that you look at in terms of OXG and their decisions of who to ban in this one. Because it does look a little bit all over the place. Teams either usually go for one or the other, focus the shields or focus the hard breach. Not sort of a hybrid of both. Spoit wasting no time taking catwalk. Fire arrow to cut things off. Don't even think you can pocket reinforce that, otherwise you get burnt to a crisp. C4 comes out, but no one there. Spoit just now can watch this angle, stick his own little gadget onto the wall and give himself a nice line to work with. He's also got Rexen backing him up now from the single door.
Garage can be difficult to walk through, though. Might come down to Spoit just taking one of these fights. Well, there you go. Case in point. Not a site, but on the complete opposite side, a 5v4, still a 5v4. Spoit's 3rd opening kill this half so far. Gomez with a quick response as the Capitão's friend falls just outside of IT. So Spoit will swing again. Has the Kiba for cover just a little bit. Doesn't have diffuser. That's Canadian. Where is this case coming in from? Is it the IT side? Yes, it is. A very late push as Surf pre-fires around the corner, but it's the pillar that's the greater issue. OXG with a lead as Ambi hits the floor. Spoit struggling to find impact on this side. Will finally meet one just around the corner. Pre-fire doesn't land. And on time, OXG stay alive. No regulation victory just yet. Each team has had a streak of 3 in a row. Did SR's just end? And will it result in another one for OXG?
Saying that they won the round, I'd like to see a little bit more enthusiasm and hype on the side of OXG. Gomez doesn't quite look defeated. Could argue that he's looking locked in. But it isn't the same energy that we see in the room when SR get a round win. Maybe it's because OXG know there's a little ways to go yet inside of this series. Seems a shame there for Spoit. 2 really nice kills to be felled at the final hurdle. Bit of a lack of information as well. There was an assumption that someone was playing close right on the electric door and a bit of a hefty pre-fire into essentially nothing. And they were actually a little bit deeper, repositioned just behind the pillar. So again, it seems to be sort of falling back into that labs mindset of information and it not quite being enough.
Camera feed up and running.
OXG still with 2 rounds to find here.
10 seconds
Downstairs we go to the basement. Previous attempts at this site have resulted in SR wins. A lot of it coming down to Surf in the final few seconds, getting that plant down. And of course, which has been a consistent theme throughout the entirety of this attacking phase, an opening pick by Spoit. He's a 3 out of 4 opening picks so far. Of course, not counting this round, we'll see what happens. But he's been a bit of a menace on that, and Canadian. Is he looking to move quickly? Straight down cargo stairs? He's in the site in, what, 30 seconds, Lynx?
Well, he's in the site within 30 seconds, but we've got reinforcements and no feet holes, no head holes, no nothing on the bottom floor. He just immediately walked down cargo stairs and there was nobody looking his way. A full roam with no angles on the site. OXG practically giving it away. Still get the opening pick. First time this half, by the way. First time since round 4 that OXG will start out in the 5v4. Canadian just tanking that C4 by looking down with the shield and the defender starting to creep back to the site. It looked so free, and frankly, I think it was. I don't think that was a misjudgment on SR's part, but OXG's recovery is remarkable. Canadian on low health, now the last alive. If you had told me that this was going to be very likely a flawless round a minute ago, I would have laughed in your face, and yet it is. 2 rounds fly in the blink of an eye. OXG just 1 away from overtime.
That feels like a throwaway round for SR. I have no idea why they felt like that is what they need to go for when the game has been going this well for them up until this point. Sure, OXG just got a round win in round 10. That doesn't mean that you just need to lash out and send it down cargo stairs. Like, is it even any different if Canadian gets that first kill? The player was, you know, had his back to him. He was in the other side of the site. I don't even think it's different if that first kill comes in. There was no, like, real plan off the back of, right, we'll push down cargo stairs, but then what? Like, what's step 2 of the plan? That was pretty unclear. Canadian moved through, shot a, what did he shoot? Shot a bandit battery. There was a player that was next to him down there as well. And then OXG just realized, oh, they've pushed the site. Let's just, yeah, we'll just use the vert that we've made. Yeah, no worries. Like, we'll pick up some kills. Flawless.
10 seconds to insertion.
The way the game's been going, at this point in proceedings, OXG are 1 round away from tying it up. We could be going to another overtime, and OXG could be walking further into these finals.
Could very well do it. You really feel the momentum going their way. I mean, I see your point. And I think part of it is fair, but at the same time, I'm just kind of amazed at how well that retake went up top. I mean, OXG had to kind of get all on the same page very quickly, win a lot of fights for that to go as smoothly as it did. Just kind of unbelievable that it all worked out that way. And so you have the top floor working, basement working. Of course, we have the tertiary. OXG giving a retry to storage and control. It was a bit of a weird one, if you recall. That Surf 3K at the end, though. Still a bit of a close affair through and through. Canadian back on the shield. Didn't play it last time, but will bring it out on this site. Where is he going to go? Surely not a hop in through the supply window. Maybe more like a hop in on the other side. Try and clear over by garage. Either way, it'll be a util to start. There's very little vertical destruction on the side of the Rebellion. So whatever they decide to do, it's going to be a lot more linear than I think they might otherwise like.
Spoit just managing to get that BP there. It did look like it was on the edge of the radius for it. He was desperately trying to find something to destroy to get a bit of value out of Flora's drone. Ooh, trade. Don't often see that. Ambi for Gomez. I don't know. You lose the Ash for the Kiba barricades on the Azami. It's got to favor SR, hasn't it? You've lost a little bit of that Architect's ability. You've lost that those safe fortresses that you can make. Canadian picking up a kill onto Grixer. Maybe they just made us wait a little bit. Maybe they're giving the fans a little bit of excitement here because this round certainly looks to be going a little bit differently here for SR. 6-5. And a man advantage right now. Grixer down. C4 gone, but serve. Forrest, a genius toss. He'll pay for it, though. He'll pay for it with his life.
I cut on the rotate across. Canadian able to hit him with the nade. Adam spotting another, puts Spoit so low. Yaga, no, not able to swing around. The timing doesn't go his way. Instead, it's Spoit with the alternative angle. A lot of highlighting. Yaga on the desk. Will he be able to make it despite coming out of the blind? Still able to land the headshot on Spoit. Rexen hopping out, now Canadian inside. Able to spot the Blackbeard as he falls off the diffuser, but with that shield back in his way, not only will it deny Yaga the opportunity for a kill, it gives Rexen the time to rotate up above, play these vertical angles, and Yaga has so little utility. This should be an SR post plant. Should be able to finish this one out so easily, and indeed, they will make it so. They make us wait a little bit. They need all 12 rounds, but SR push us to Cafe. And it's a best-of-1 shootout to see who makes it further and who's got an LCQ in just a few months.
It's one of the most difficult post plants in the game to try and retake from there. Yaga faced with an impossible task. And SR playing to that win condition, getting the plant down. It may have been a close game, but they have still got to fight here on Cafe. Is this where fatigue starts setting in for SR? We'll find out just after this.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now.
I can check first, yeah?
Yep, you check, yeah. You let me know in a peek.
Once.
Torres first, Torres first.
Go that side on me.
Yes!
Nice!
Yes!
Yes.
A big fucking trend now.
Good job,
Fucking us out. Let's go.
Way to turn that shit around.
No, listen.
We don't want it the fucking easy way. Give us the hard way.
Listen.
Well, it was Super who said they don't want it the easy way. Not too much of a surprise that this contentious elimination game is going the distance. Of course it is. We're going to map 3 to decide who gets a chance to fight it out on land and who loses at their second to last chance to make the 6 Invitational. Map 2, Laxing was back and forth the entire time, but it did seem like Shopify Rebellion had a little bit more control. They were able to stop OXG from making that late game comeback.
Yeah, I mean, once they swapped halves, and again, Oxygen was coming off of 3 rounds won, and then it just immediately flipped. It kind of looked like they ran out of steam, but let's just focus on that last round really quick and just focus on win conditions and where we were highlighting Oxygen being able to adapt, understand win conditions, and play well. Forrest, what are you doing? I mean, right there, we literally showed it. I could not understand what the decision was there. I mean, Forrest does a phenomenal job at getting the round back. I mean, the man advantage back at an even playing field to hit the nomad, to hit the air jab, and then just immediately sprint into Rafters like he's going to Rafters' door with no inclination or no thought process of what is going to unfold. I mean, the win condition already was won right there. He had top floor. He gave it up. And then that immediately then allowed Shopify Rebellion to adjust, put their positioning back where they need to, get a solid hold of them to the site. I mean, I'm still just so confused at what I watch. And to reference what Ollie said, Forrest has these moments where he makes these round-defining plays where it's like, wow, that was impressive, or it's leaves you questioning at night, what did I just watch? What just happened? What was the thought process there? And I'm just kind of gobsmacked, as Ollie would say, at what I just witnessed in that last round.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a double-edged sword when Forrest makes plays like that. That one didn't pan out. Very questionable. It seemed like he had opportunities to make it back, but I feel like that's the story for OXG as well. I mean, they'll have these rounds where everything looks flawless. I mean, they look like they had an understanding on their attack side at half, just to lose 3 defensive rounds on labs back to back to back. By over-peaking, over-aggressing, just individually not playing off of each other's trades. And you know, it just goes to show that you were asking before the game started, oh, are we going to see this OXG bounce back? Is this the OXG that we saw in the NAL? And it really wasn't. Even their attacks that they were coordinating together, it didn't seem as explosive. It didn't seem as confident as it did during the NAL. It could be a matter of pressure. It could be a matter of gassing out. And I feel like we've seen games like this from OXG before where they lose this map. It makes me very scared going into map 3 because the last time that they played in the best of 3 during this playoffs, they got absolutely smoked on it. So it doesn't make me feel confident OXG just losing that last round specifically in that way. But the whole latter half of defense all the way through into now, OXG is a very big momentum and mental team. That is a very big blunder that's going to sit inside of Forrest, but the team's head at the fact that they lost 3 defensive rounds and then lost that big round going into map 3.
Yeah, it seemed, Lexing, like they didn't quite have that same problem-solving ability we complimented them on in map 1. Or it was that when they did try to solve those problems, the solutions just didn't quite fall into place.
No, they certainly didn't, but that's also off the backing of how well Shopify Rebellion were playing, specifically players like Surf and Rexen, again, having really good performances. I mean, Surf getting 3 opening kills going into their favor. Spoit also had 3 opening kills, but it was just a matter of the different dynamics between the two. It really more looked as Shopify Rebellion had a good understanding of how they wanted to approach these sites, how they wanted to approach certain players once they were found, and then were able to converge into that late round and then take the site by force. And then it also was off the backing of a lot of Oxygen just over-peaking, not being able to play off one another. Again, the last round, Forrest gets the man advantage back into their favor and then loses it immediately, where then it kind of just falls into the lap of Shopify Rebellion to be like, okay, well, that was free. Let's just take advantage of this round and close it out. So, you know, we're going to pivot into Cafe, and where we really saw Oxygen shine in that match versus M80 was off utility, off the information game, being able to play off those C4s. So then it begs the question, is now Shopify Rebellion just eliminate all of the information that they can use, abuse that into their sense, or are they going to allow Oxygen to find comfort there and just play the game that they're continuing to play? Because realistically, what we saw in that second half is Oxygen kind of looked like that they were losing steam.
Yeah, that might be the advantage for OXG going into Cafe is right now, it seems like Shopify Rebellion got a good understanding of exactly how OXG is going to play, at least on labs they did, especially their defenses, being able to stall them out. They know they're going to go for individual over-peaking on defense. Now, map like Cafe, when we watched OXG play yesterday, very methodical, very layering downstairs or above, using the C4s, using that utility. I'm sure Shopify Rebellion saw that in the footage, but still, I would say that that is a better showing of a defense from OXG than hopefully they don't individually peak and start giving Shopify Rebellion these free fights. So it will be a really good back and forth now because OXG has the aggression that they know that they could put on, but they also have these strategies with the C4, with the utility that you're not going to be able to ban out that they can throw at Shopify. So this is going to be a really big testament to one, not losing steam, but also if OXG is going to be able to adapt because now they have set plans going into Cafe that they can bounce from fast to slow with.
All right, well, the winner goes to LAN in just a couple of weeks. The loser misses out on their second to last chance to qualify for the 6 Invitational. It is Cafe Map 3, and it starts right now.
For our last map, before we get to that LAN phase in just a week or so, boy, if OXG are having trouble, if they are having a problem and they're not feeling comfortable, going to the map that you just 7-2'd the major champs on just 24 hours ago, gotta be feeling good. If there were ever an opportunity for them to bounce back, it seems like this should be it.
If I was OXG, I'd be feeling pretty cozy right now. 7-2 against M80. And that's not like an anomaly either. I've watched games and Lynx, you and I have casted games where we've seen OXG play on Cafe and we've walked away and it's been the former point for the old Forest conundrum, as I think we're now going to bill it. You're sat there going, this is genius. There's none of this lead in bed, 2 awake, staring at the ceiling, go, what were they doing? It's, no, I can get behind it. I can see the vision. They had a very nice victory against M80 yesterday. 7-2. Shopify, let's be honest, a very good Cafe team. Mid-pref, 4 out of 9, 6-2 record over it over the last year. They have lost it recently, or at least the most recent time they played it, around 2 months ago. And they lost it quite badly to SSG, 7-0. Since then, prior to then, should I say, they had a decent streak. Mainly, I'll be honest, against NA teams, because we did see a heck of a lot of it played earlier on this year. So they've not really had too much success on it internationally. But against NA, they've done fairly well. OXG being one of those teams that they have beaten on this map. So they're going to be feeling like they can do it because they have done it. But it does get to that point where you start thinking, it's map 3. It's been a fair old night so far for SR. Think about where they started. Way back when, hours and hours ago against DZ. They are well and truly in the trenches at this point, and especially with both of the games so far in this series going the distance or as good as damn near or all the way, you do start to leave yourself thinking, how much have they got left in the tank? Equally, and I know this is something that Lax mentioned on the desk, did it look like OXG were running out of a little bit of steam as well, which is maybe more concerning given that they've only played a couple of maps so far tonight.
Well, that was kind of the interesting thing I thought about, both from the desk talking and you just talking right now, which is that I think OXG running out of steam is a perfectly fair point to raise. It just also goes to show kind of the faith and the standards we hold SR to, which is that this is their 5th map of the night. And we're like, yeah, but they're probably still in it.
Yeah, they should be locked in.
Yeah, they should be locked in. They're not feeling tired. Yeah. They're fine, like, surely. And, maybe part of that's unfair, but at the same time, like, Canadian's had long nights before. He's had long tournaments. We know he's there, and we know that while maybe other players haven't had the same, Ambi's been on this team for a while. Surf's been on this team for over a year. Spoit's been around the block a few times. We all kind of expect them of this, whereas OXG as a team, as a unit, are still quite young. We'll see how they're able to hold out. Other thing that Ask mentioned is the prevalence of C4s in OXG's defensive lineup against M80 yesterday. A lot of operators in this lineup right now that, I think whether they have them or not, kind of scream C4s. But yeah, we only have one. Just the Cade with that bit of secondary utility, likely because it's a third floor defense. Not where we often see that verticality, that secondary utility really come into play.
Also not a sight we see all too often either.
Oh,
and
okay.
This is one of the main reasons why. Yeah, you can bring a castle, but you can't cover every angle. And if Rexen's going to find 3 from Cigar Rappel, well, maybe there's a reason we don't play top floor too often on Cafe. Surf to close it out, and a fairly straightforward and pretty painless round from SR to kick things off. They were not put under too much pressure at all. Quite the opposite. From one single rappel, Rexen manages to cut down over half of the defending team.
Really the beginning and the end of it. Not much else you can say beyond that. It's a difficult site to deal with for that exact reason. Even some of the good head holes or good rotate holes you make, there's angles you can get. Though I will say right there, is that what Forrest and Gomez both just kind of sprinting through the top floor? Maybe the defender's getting a little bit reckless there. That late into the round, I don't know if it seemed like there was a full reposition on that side. And you know, maybe you rotate and there's nobody there, but especially with the windows open and especially with it being cafe, seems a little reckless, but hey, it's round one. These things happen. Rexen gets a nice little triple out of it. And OXG will get there, I guess. What's what I'm looking for? Not honorary. I suppose mandatory top floor defense out of the way, but you got to do it once. It's cafe. It's arguably the most famous site on this map. So now they go down below.
I mean, you could not do it.
Oh, that's true. And teams will not. There are teams that don't do it. But like it's cocktail, you know. I feel like you got to at least a little bit.
Maybe just once.
Maybe just once.
Maybe if you go back, that's when we call this wrong.
I'll agree to that.
I like the lineup from SR. A lot of soft destruction, sledge and a ram. And we only get treated to one, but this time we get both. Spoit playing the gridlock. Gridlock, an incredible operator for this map, and one that you will see more often than any other map a gridlock played. It is just so handy at cutting down those stairs. There's not great places for drones. That's one of the problems with Cafe and the attack, is that you've not really got anywhere good for those flank drones. It's a fairly clean space. Yeah, there's a bit of clutter, there's some weird shaped furniture, but overall, people know what that looks like, and if something's out of place, you're going to spot it fairly quickly. This is where the track stingers really come into their own at slowing things down. It's not that the defenders aren't going to move up, it's just that you are going to get a decent warning when they do. That soft destruction's getting put to work now as well. Cigar, that's already been ripped open. Now we're starting in and around that bar. Look at this. 3 players below, and what have they all got in their pocket? What is the common denominator here? It is, of course, the C4. We've got Grixer with the heartbeat scanner. We've got Yoga, and any black eye cameras that are left after Twitch has ran through and deleted the majority of them. With time running low, this is when those C4s start to increase in value.
Adam's been twist droned to death. Unfortunate. But he did not have a C4. Greater issue, though, is that Surf is looking to challenge the 3 players who do. Very Surf-like move to challenge all 3 of those players straight up. Canadian sends a nade down below just to try to ward off a C4, but I think one will land. No, up through the hole. Canadian diffusing in a different spot than Yaga anticipated, while OXG have the advantage of widening by the second. It's, well, one Rexen and a 1v2, as it seems every single kill decides to fly on the scoreboard. But the C4s go wide, and that's now important. Because while Grixer has the heartbeat scanner, it can hunt down Rexen. The only way they can deal with him is by a gunfight. So if Rexen pulls back, doesn't get too aggressive on these vertical angles, as OXG have yet even to get even a tick on this counter defuse, he can just walk up right now, find the next shot, just land one! And it'll be just enough time to get it over the line. Yaga unfortunately failing in the last second as Rexen threads the needle, uses his entire mag to get SR's 2nd round in a row.
I love how even Ambi stood up. Ambi's like the most hype player. There's such a duality on this team, because you've got like the stoicism that Canadian exudes, and then you've just got the kid, like the childlike glee, and the fact that Ambi just can't contain himself. It's just brilliant. It was so unlucky as well, because I feel like Yoga may have had time, but kind of got locked into a bit of a revive animation instead of the disable animation, because that was like the first option as he looks down. I don't know if that was the case. I don't know if there was time. But I do feel like if the kill had have gone through, maybe there was time for him to do it, but because the body was in the way, the revive took priority over the defuse. Unsure. Depends how the bindings are set up, I guess. But a really, really close end to the round. A bigger problem in and amongst all of that, by the way. Let's just forget how the plant went, how the disable happened in the final few seconds. Let's forget that bit. Let's remind ourselves that a plant went down in the site that was trying to be defended from below, whilst there was 2 C4s still in play.
And a pulse.
And the pulse, by the way, had already used his C4, so didn't even need to back out of the heartbeat scanner to send his. Just needed to put a Z-ping on the floor or a call out as to where to put that C4. That was the criminal part. Oh, he didn't have enough time. Don't think, anyway. I believe that is what the clip was demonstrating there.
Hey, but good issue spotting nonetheless. There's a possibility.
Oh yeah.
SR will be happy about that. We get to take 3 in a row now, as that was Fireplace and Mining we just saw. Oh, she will move over just 1 room for their next defense, not trying to retry any of these sites. Verticality will be important on this attack, which is ironic because we actually see 1 less vertical op than we saw on the Mining and Fireplace round. It's just the sledge this time, though you do have the super shorty, of course. Another long angle held by Rexen. But with nobody sprinting into Christmas anytime soon, seems like a double will not be moving his way. Instead, OXG doing the normal thing on this site, which is keeping themselves, generally speaking, to the cocktail side. Gomez will push up a little bit, but I doubt he's going to swing out. Rexen still somehow, though, finds an opening pick as it's the Azami down. And another Ambi repelling in behind. Gomez doesn't even hear Forrest, Adam, Grixer, all wounded. Moving into the final minute, 10 seconds. The C4s praised on the desk. Both have gone wide again. Even a little bit of a Finka surge to get some HP back. SR can reset. They have the time and the advantage to do so.
Is that 4 C4s we've seen across 2 rounds that haven't had impact? Starts to wonder, like...
5.
Is it 5? You start to wonder, like, is it worth bringing the C4 or do you just bring something else? You bring another BP or something? Give yourself a bit more info, because if the C4s aren't landing, then you need to be getting every last drop out of your operator. Spoit takes Grixer down. Forrest. Ooh. Okay. Grabs Surf. Got a bit of a murder hole onto the white stairs as well, but feels like a bit of a step too far. Fortunately, bullet holes are a thing of the past. You now have to punch the hole in the wall, and it is far more obvious as to where that player is going to be. Spoit happy to collect yet another kill to add on to his tally here. And further SR's lead. Timeout surely brewing from Oxygen.
It'll have to. Down 0-3. Will likely happen after the ban phase, just to be clear. If it does happen. I suppose it's not a given that it will. But when you lose top floor and both middle floor sites in a row, I suppose, you know, you've not lost the first floor, but 0-3 is always the indicator. And indeed, meta-analysis, we've cut back to face cams. That means we likely have a tactical timeout. And indeed, that will be the case. Taking a pause because, as you very well highlighted, Ollie, we have had, I think in round 1 we had 1 C4. Round 2 we had 3. Round 3 we had 2. That's 6 C4s so far. None of which have met their target. In round 1, you know, it's a little excusable. You only have 1 C4. That's clearly not like the point of the defense. So those things happen. But round 2 is particularly egregious. A pulse and 3 C4s, and as you pointed out, the pulse at one point had no C4 to throw, so it could focus entirely on the heartbeat scanner. It's not like there weren't obstacles being thrown their way on that round. Surf was down below, Canadian was throwing grenades, but there wasn't a lot. And in round 3 that we just saw, were the C4s the point again? No. But how is Ambi able to rappel in through the window and catch Gomez entirely off guard? Nobody seemingly on white stairs either? We can take a look right now, actually. Gomez caught off guard by it, and maybe Ambi just slips in, isn't caught by it. The C4 and the win condition failing in round 2, a lot of gaps in round 3. Now we'll go down to the bottom floor, I think to be expected. It's a stronghold for the defense on this map. We'll likely see a lot more tighter play, as typically typically a 4, if not 5-man hold on the bottom floor. Hard to leave a lot of gaps in that kind of setup.
I think that's got to be the play, hasn't it? It's got to be play a little bit tighter. You could almost pick your poison as to, you pick your topic, and I'll give you a reason why OXG are doing, or I'll tell you why OXG are doing badly at it at the moment. Opening pick. Every round it's been converted into a round win. Every round Shopify have come away with it. Every round it hasn't been traded. Forest is 4-3. He's the highest performer so far on the team. No slight to Forest. That's not where he sits as a player in this ecosystem. Bricks are 0-2. Atom 1-3. Yoga 1-2. We're just not winning gunfights on OXG right now. And on the flip side, you've got Rexen, who it feels like has been in his prime this entire series, and Spoit, who has, let's be honest, Spoit's not had the best time of things of recent, in recent weeks and months on this roster. But he's found his feet here tonight, and he's lethal. 4-1 at the moment. These players just can't be killed right now. And so, OXG take the timeout, go back downstairs, and try and come up with something a little bit different. Differences, we're going to be bringing the Ela, trying to target onto that shield play a little bit. Still going to be continuing to play the Goyos, as it just forces a bit of util exchange and kind of forces you into the Twitch pick, to be honest with you. We're going to be playing fairly tight as well at the same time. That is reinforced Spoit, just in case we were wondering.
Cheating, question mark?
If I was a player, I would do that sort of stuff all the time.
Just to mess with
because I feel like you just farm interactions with it.
That'd be good. Very easy TikToks to make.
Mm.
You don't even post it from your account. You just like make a bunch of ults.
You make like a clip ult or something.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of utility being expended in the mid game right now. Smoke canister thrown out. A smoke and a firebolt apiece. There are no Dokkaebi calls used. And I imagine that'll be for Canadians' benefit. Maybe even Surf's as well. Kind of the 2 points pushing forward right now. Surf on the backside, Canadian more close to the front. Smoke canister go out. So the call is ringing. Normally it's the Monty we see push up here instead. SR taking advantage of that. There's no Monty walking up the hallway. Surf instead creeps into the freezer, but doesn't get a kill from it. No, now he does. Rexen moving around the corner. The headshot just misses on the opposite side. But this bait and switch from SR has worked perfectly. Surf with 1 and Spoit with 2 over by Bakery. Ambi can now watch the back. They can support the Monty up front as well. Really beautiful play by SR right there. A 3K for Surf by the end of things. All the normal positions of a Bakery attack, yet just that small twist, a creep on the backside instead of a Monty pushing up. And it really throws OXG off guard.
I'm enjoying more and more seeing Amber get more hype and hype throughout the course of these rounds.
He didn't even get a kill that round.
This is the point. Like, he didn't even get the final kill in another round, and he was stood up.
I love it.
I just like to see that level of passion. All I like is watching passionate people. When they've got a bit of passion, it makes things easy, because you just know that they're having a good time. OXG need to find an answer, and they need to find one quickly here. We bigged him up on Cafe. It's the decider. It's a good decider for both teams, in my opinion. But at the minute, they have not got an answer. And if they can't get around on the attack, it makes me worry about what's going to happen. Sorry, if they can't get around on the defense, it makes me worry about what's going to happen on that attack. Now, we know that Forrest will likely pull something out of nowhere with a shield at some point. But that isn't going to do anything to make up for a 4-round deficit that they currently sit at. They're going to need more than a couple of flashy rounds and a little pocket play to get across that. They need to wake up and get into the server. So at the minute, there is only Forrest with a pulse, still waiting for Gomez, Grixer, Yoga, and Atom to get a kill since last I mentioned it. They are not having the desired level of impact, and maybe Lax was right. Maybe they've run out of steam.
Seems to be the case, and Forrest might be 5-4, but 3 of his kills, all 3 of those kills came in round 2, which obviously they lost, but it was a Rexen 1v3. Wow.
Well, that's it. I'm not going to sleep tonight.
That's what we call a callback. I don't know what you say about that, you know. He didn't intend it.
You don't need the pick.
You know what? And we appreciate a team player. We appreciate sportsmanship.
I mean, they've had the opening pick in every single round.
Hey, and they technically speaking don't have it here. Wow, this is just going from bad to worse for OXG right now. Is it gonna be a flawless? Oh, it's gonna be a flawless, isn't it? Wow.
I think this is one of your technically flawlesses.
Oh, shut up. But probably. He gets a kill here, surely.
Surely Greeks is good for one.
The M10? Well, I think the M10 is Spirits is gone. I think everyone else will have worse luck with it.
Or even Doe could be calling. A 5v1 with a Monty and the Doe could be calls out. There we go.
Oh, man, it is basically flawless.
He gets his one. It feels like a weird series. I don't know what to say. I feel like I need to apologize for it because we've literally had 2 banger games. 8-7, 7-5. Definitely could have gone to an overtime on a night Evan Labs as well.
100%.
And then we come into Cafe and it's 0-5.
And it's like, and the rounds are just getting worse.
Yeah, they're not getting better.
It's like, I mean, I think we probably should address it actually in a serious capacity now. You know, Gabe had mentioned, and I think the desk as a whole kind of touched on this point, that OXG seemed to be running out of steam. And then we joked that, oh, isn't it funny OXG running out of steam? SR on their 5th map. But like, genuinely, it seems to be the case. They seem tired. On their cameras, the energy's kind of gone. Ambi's standing up. It's his 5th map of the night. His 7th map in 2 days.
10 seconds to insertion.
OXG 7-2 to the major champs on this map. Like, not even 20, well, I think actually exactly 24 hours ago. And you wouldn't be able to tell by the way they're playing right now. And they have a great cafe in them. They absolutely do. I mean, we literally saw it yesterday. And it's just not showing up right now. Fortunately, it might be another case where we see exit from OXG a lot quicker than we would have anticipated, and I think for a lot of us as well, a lot quicker than we would have liked.
No, for sure. And let's be honest, the game isn't over.
Oh, of course not.
Stranger things have happened. 5 rounds. We laugh at 5 rounds in a row.
It's nothing.
But you know what? Make it 6. Forrest,
really?
C4 yourself again. Oh, he can't. He's not on the C4. He's on the Mozzie this time. Even still, jokes aside, Rexen nearly gets taken out there. Dealt a hefty amount of damage, I believe, by Gomez there, just poking himself out of the window. I still have a chance as he's got a bit of an aggressive angle onto the hatch as well. It just seems like OXG are kind of out of ideas. It's not unusual for Gomez to place utility down as a Goyo and then start to roam around and take advantage of that vector. It just seems a little bit strange given the positioning when we've got SR now taking good control of that top floor, and it's only going to be a matter of time until they start opening up those vert angles. There it is. That's what we wanted to see. First opening pick on the board for OXG this entire map. It's been an indicator so far as to how the rounds have gone. Not sure if it'll be the same here. No rotate inside a bathroom. Canadian in a bit of a box now. He's going to have to be careful up there. Doesn't want to get himself isolated.
Gomez on for a second, and it seems that OXG might still have some fight left in them. Boogie Drone goes out, and by the time it ends, SR are down 2 whole players. The ace is one thing when you're attacking and reading them in Fireplace. With the Dokkaebi, that one hurts a little bit more. How are you going to win back these kills? Well, Canadian running headlong into Gomez and pushing him into Ambi holding the angle on New Balcony. That's one way to do it. Spoit finding another. Oh no. Oh no. There's one player on red stairs too. He downs Ambi in the process, but that means there's a 1v1 and Canadian knows it. It's either one on red stairs or one inside the actual site. Need to decide which one they go for. Canadian spots the next, but his shins littered with SMG-11 shots. That'll put Spoit in the disadvantage. Got the death mark, but oh, just can't land the shots. Gricks are popping up and down. Need a few shotgun shots to finish the job, but just to get OSG's first one on the board, deny a flawless half, it'll be enough. There's a long way to go.
We often talk about it being a bit of a momentum shift getting around before the turn of the half. That could be what OXG needed. The problem that I see before us, and it's the same one that's been here all game long, is that this attacking win rate from OXG is 51%. So we're not expecting them to come out here and to chain 4 rounds in a row. That would be overperforming based on their current statistics. Rooney and Glass, Castle, and the Dokkaebi all taken out here. Some of the architects have been removed. It was curious because Shopify actually chose to remove the Azami instead of the Castle, at least during the first phase. Nice run out from Gomez. A little bit more confidence, it seems, from the side of OXG in that round. It's amazing what happens when they start getting a couple of kills. And yeah, it was a quicker round from Shopify. They definitely put the foot on the gas a little bit to bring that one to a slightly speedier conclusion. And maybe we start to throw questions on Canadian running around on the blitz, because when he seems to run headlong into engagements, it isn't the winning formula that it sometimes has been, or at least tonight it hasn't been. It happened on Labs a couple of times, and it's happened here and now. Just then on round number 6. Maybe something to look at in a bit more detail at a later date. But for now, we need to focus on OXG and their attacks. They need to be good here, Lynx.
Need to be good here. This will be a very quick affair. No Castle and Rooney available for SR means if they are going to hold on to Christmas, it will need to be without a zombie or with a much more traditional and old-style deployable shield, ADS, and magnet kind of setup. But the Azami's up, so there's really no reason not to run her. Rest of the team will be pulled a bit further back inside a bathroom and cocktail. Canadian's the main variable, though, because when you see a mirror, you see a zombie, you generally know where they're going to be playing on cocktail. The Solace, the only guarantee is that she'll be offside, but whether Canadian dies early or stays alive for the late round, that's a whole different question entirely. Dog is sticking to Monty as well, so a good tool to try and bring the fight to Surf or pressure him if he decides to play inside of Christmas, along with players on the rappel.
Come on, Hive ready.
Very few DMRs, though. And not a whole lot of explosives beyond the nades, and I guess if you want to include the Selmas as well, technically speaking.
Proceed slowly.
But actually, surprisingly, no. Surf not playing in Christmas. He's using those Kibas, but pulled back. A really conservative setup from SR, playing behind the mirror windows and reserving the Kibas for farther back. Oh, wow. Wow, that's crazy. Surf sitting behind the obs blocker, betting that they won't drone him. And the player in bathroom shoots drones so nobody gets behind it. That is a brilliant pocket play from Shopify Rebellion.
Just goes to show the level of teamwork that this Shopify roster has. Yaga just stretching a little bit too far. It wouldn't have been too bad if he'd have died and got the mirror window, but he didn't even get that. Forrest is going to respond with one back onto Surf. Surf kind of pinched in a corner, but there's an argument to say that he's done his job there. Leveled at 3-3 as more kills start to come in. Rexen this time with more of those impactful frags that we often speak about. Bit of a whiff there from Grixer, and he'll pay for it. As Rexen in round 7 has found himself 3 and is maybe hungry for a 4th.
Forrest trying to wallbang Canadian through the humidor wall. I was trying to get that player behind the desk, but nobody from SR biting. Just a little bit of damage taken by the Solus, not much else. Really wish those smoke bolts were fire bolts right now. Maybe been able to send it around the corner and be fired over towards Spoit. Instead, it is Rexen. Good for that third. If OXG are falling off, SR have the energy right now. Rexen pumped up the entire team, ready to move forward, ready to get to that lower final and keep themselves alive in the regionals with a shot at qualifying to the 6 Invitational.
This is a little bit out of pocket. I'm really glad that Ambi's decorated his room. It looks nice in there now. Oh, the value. So much playing around that pixel spot. Such a famous position on Cafe. It's worked again there for SR. That and a little bit of good team play. Could be the final round of the night. OXG might be about to face the gauntlet that is the last chance qualifier. I'm not even sure how much information's out there about the LCQ at the moment, Lynx, to be honest with you.
Well, hey, they exist.
I know that they exist. I know that they will be before February. That's always a good bet.
There'll be one for North America, at least.
And Europe, at least. Other regions are available.
No, we don't care.
Starts to get a little bit real at this point, though. 5 rounds in a row for OXG to pull it back. It just feels insurmountable based on the siege we've seen so far tonight.
Seems strange. And just down 6-1. He's going out with a whimper on Cafe. Really unfortunate. Yaga going down early with that shield last round. A very bad omen for this round, let alone the potentially 5 rounds to come if they push it to OT. That was a very smart but cheeky play by SR. I doubt OXG will get caught off guard by that again. And we'll get to see the full breadth of what OXG decided to do. Mentioned before that, of course, not really on these shields that much anymore. Instead, it's Yaga right now, looking to rush up Whitehall or hop in a window later on. So much information being gathered by Canadian right now. Spotted 3 players so far. Might not know the ops, but knows this is a top floor clear at the moment.
Ooh, trying to ball it on through there, but pays the price with the C4. SR not quite on the back foot just yet. Still with a decent utility advantage right now in this 3 versus 3. Canadian shotgun and C4 at his fingertips, and Gomez taking a ton of damage as well. Ambi still with the C4 to throw into the action whenever he wants to get involved in the fight. Gomez trying to make something happen from the rappel, but he too will pay the price. There's 1:15 left, and this round feels like it's flying us by right now. There's a brief moment to pause and take breath. There's a bit more drone work needs to be done now. There's a very low HP Gomez and a full HP Atom need to try and find an answer here to keep oxygen in it.
They've got time to reset at least. And Atom currently watching a drone, trying to get some information, get Gomez an entry into reading. And he's just on the door to the site. A very important position. Remember, Canadian still has this heartbeat scanner, can still relay the positions of these OXG attackers to the rest of the team. Ambi prepped with that C4. Nade goes out. Can Ambi detonate it before it goes off? Somehow, neither explosion merits a kill one way or another. We'll send out the Zoto to stave off the push. Canadians got another. Even if OXG were to recover the diffuser, he could get it from below. Ambi dies inside of the site. Spoit's sitting inside of the train, continuing to get that information. One spotted around the corner, and Gomez so low, so tantalizingly easy. Just one shot should be sufficient. SR stay alive in a barn burner 3 maps. And yet OXG go to the LCQ with a whimper. SR, SSG, and M80 are your top 3 teams in the NAL. And given how things look, Ollie, maybe SR just might qualify through that final spot.
There's a very good chance, isn't there? This was the first of many steps for them here. Yesterday didn't go their way. They fell against Space Station. And today they have rallied. Big result against Dark Zero. And they're all 3 maps required here against OXG. We're going to hear from Rexen just after this.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
Please. They cannot clear you. Force them to run in.
They killed me.
They're rolling, I do well. Double stack. They're gonna go 90. 90 to mining. 90 to mining.
Play your life, Will.
Mining.
One dead. Force it. Force it.
Give it comes. Pushing you.
He's 1 HP.
Yes! Let's go!
Do you see what you can do when you fucking believe? Let's fucking go!
Fucking go. We ready to go.
Oh, Shopify Rebellion just had enough. We can't do this. We can't come back and be immediately laughing.
No, that's hilarious.
I mean, you have you just hear Rexen be like, they can't clear you. Ambi dies, and Ambi just goes, they did. And then the round just continues.
Well, Shopify Rebellion, they had enough of oxygen. They don't just shut the door, they slammed the door in their face on map 3, getting out of this one unscathed, at least for the most part. We've got Rexen standing by to talk this one over. As always, Rexen, it is a pleasure to talk with you. Congratulations on a hard-fought victory. You guys are now going to LAN in Philadelphia. What's that one like now that you've taken care of oxygen and look towards the future?
Yeah, I mean, thank you. It was a really long day. Obviously, a lot of pressure on us to perform because if we didn't make this, you know, we miss out on NAL finals. We got to go through LCQ. I've been there before. It's not very fun. So I'm glad we were really able to dig deep and, you know, come out on top of both of our matches.
Well, Rexen, I want to congratulate you on qualifying for Philly and getting one step closer to making SI. I mean, you yourself had quite the pop-up performance today. I mean, even in this last game, I mean, a 3K to start out this map and then that big clutch coming out round 2. I kind of just want to talk about what was the talks or the prep that went from obviously your guys' first matchup against SSG and then just kind of take me along what the process has been through Dark Zero and then even to get through Oxygen.
I think a lot of it was mentality. So, like, you know, going into the match yesterday, we did not come as prepared as we did today, whether it was like whatever could be with strategy-wise. And mainly it was just we weren't playing off each other. We didn't bring the energy or like the intensity. And I mean, it really showed. Like, we had a horrible first map. Second map, we were throwing, you know, man advantages on like a 3v2, like guy trying to plant the bomb, the other one covers. Like, our comms weren't great. So after that match, we got a really stern talking from our coach. And then we came in today and realized what was on the line, and we really showed up. I mean, that's really it.
Yeah, you really did. I mean, map 3, you guys really closed it out. I think one of the easiest talking points when you guys aren't necessarily winning is Canadian and him not necessarily getting an abundance of kills. We talked about him, but we understand as players what he brings to the team. But maybe you can express kind of the difference in him throughout this qualifier and how he's able to impact your guys' game when it comes to calling. We commended a lot of his calling on border, but obviously we don't see what's going on in the server. So maybe just give us a little insight on that.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, Troy is great. Regardless of what people say, like, oh, Troy doesn't get kills, he's not good. Like, I mean, you guys know as players, it doesn't really matter. As long as you commit to trades, like, he's playing the bad spots, he's playing the shields. He's not meant to get kills. He's meant to pressure the enemies into our line of sights. And you follow Troy, he's gonna get on the shield, he's gonna pull out of pressure, bait the shield, just gets the C4, and you're gonna trade off of him. So, I mean, I think Troy's phenomenal, not only like in-game wise, but also as like, you know, your IGL needs to be your leader. So if he's confident, everyone else is feeling confident, and he does that well. You know, he does our strats, he does a lot of like behind the scenes work for us. So, I mean, again, Bees even said it in one of our talks before one of the matches, like, it doesn't matter what you call Troy, we'll all believe in you. Everything you call is going to work. And that was kind of our mindset, like, just, you know, do what he tells you to do. And like, I mean, you think obviously, you know, listen to your IGL, but some of them, like, sometimes the round's not going to go well, right? You know, 6-4 at labs, we try and do a rush off the, you know, never done it before. And it's like, okay, it didn't work, but you still trust him. And next round you go into that and you win. But a lot of it just having and trust in your leader. And I mean, I trust Troy, so as you can see, little 2-match wins.
Yeah, of course. And I guess one little fun question. We heard in the end comms you were telling Ambi.
This was my question.
They can't clear you. And then immediately after he goes, they cleared me. So what happened there? Was he unclearable, or is it Ambi's fault?
Well,
well, it's clear.
I mean, we're getting technical. Yes, he was unclearable. I don't know what he was thinking. Could have been nerves, jitters, what it was. Maybe he thought like he was gonna get naded again. I got no idea. But he couldn't have been cleared, just goes prone. You know, he doesn't go, he sits prone. The guy in train holds the cross. You've seen plenty of times. The guy in train shoots. You stand up, hit the cross, kill both of them. But you know, shit happens.
I got cleared.
Doesn't even matter.
Laxton, did he take your question? Is that it?
Yeah, that was literally my question. Was just, I mean, I agree with Rexen. Ambi 100% just goes prone there. You can't shoot through that, so he's perfectly fine. But Ambi was definitely crouched, and then that kind of just fell apart. But that was definitely my question.
Then he got cleared. Rexen, congrats on the win. Before I let you go, what do you think about the land in Philly? You excited for that? Obviously, you're coming off of the major, but you know, seeing the boys on home soil, what's that going to be like for you?
I'm excited. I will say, just, you know, a fun fact, we have not scrimmed since the Munich major. So yesterday's SSG game was literally our first match together, or maybe we had like one scrim for like a 3-mapper. So obviously a bit rusty. So now we got a couple weeks, you know, to really start grinding again, maybe change up a couple things, and then come and like prepare for the rematch, assuming M80 wins against SSG. So I'm excited for it, especially for a LAN being in the US. I always love that. And then in Philly, it's like, not excited for the flight, but yes, I'm excited to see like fans who support us, and I mean, I'll see you guys there, and I'm just,
that Philly
I love it all.
Steak.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, as always, thank you so much, man. Yeah, we will see you in Philly. So looking forward to that. Congrats on the win, and yeah, see you in a couple weeks.
Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Good night, man. Well, what a finish for Shopify Rebellion. They want nothing to do with Oxygen on that third map. Laxing, we talked about it, just how quick they came out and shut down any hope that Oxygen had at finishing that thing off. I mean, map 1, map 2, they were close. They were back and forth. Map 3, not the same story.
No, definitely not. And I think it just goes, again, you know, the momentum shift and kind of the mental aspect on Oxygen's side. I mean, one, they thought they could play their game, use the C4s. We didn't see any C4s making connection outside of Forrest being able to C4 himself. But again, Rexen opening up with a big 3K, then into a big clutch, then a 3K from Spoit, then a 3K from Surf. Just all of these rounds back to back. I mean, it was really draining the life from Oxygen. And I don't want to kick them when they're down. I think the biggest thing to really just take away from the side of Oxygen is just really focusing on the mental aspect and not letting it kind of dwell from round to round, let alone bleed into the next game, because they clearly show that they can fight and that they can keep up with some of the best. It's just a matter of that mentality where they then just kind of get the life sucked out of them. They can't seem to adapt, and everyone you can just see in the player cams just look like, all right, let's just get this over with.
Yeah, I don't think it's from a lack of trying. They really do. You can see the moving part. You can see the moving pieces. You can see them trying to adapt, but it really looks like they have maybe a lot of polarizing momentum players on the team. And when things aren't going their way, you can see them shut down very quickly. I mean, Adam had a pretty rough game. He hasn't had the NAL Stage 2 performance throughout this qualifier, and that's unfortunate to see because he was a proponent to the entry game. Yogg as well, you know, we talked about how we needed him to step up. He was there map 1. This map, unfortunately, you know, maybe a little bit of uncomfortability in the positions, and you could see it. I mean, it's not one specific person's fault when you lose 5 defensive rounds on Cafe. I wouldn't even go as far as to say it was the strategy fault, but it just looked like everyone was in their own heads, and that caused the block. They weren't communicating, focusing on their trades, making sure they're doing their 3-2-1s. And I think a big aspect, you're right, Lax, is the C4s. If that's your game plan and you're missing all of them, let's switch it up real quick or figure out what the issue is. They were slow to do that.
Well, with our online phase of the NA Regional Finals complete, that's half of our bracket filled in at this point. Our upper final we set yesterday, Space Station and M80, and you see the run that Shopify Rebellion had to go on today after losing yesterday to SSG. They beat Dark Zero. They just scraped by Oxygen, well, a dominant third map, and now they await the loser of the upper final on LAN. So if you want to take a look at Space Station, M80, Shopify Rebellion, you can catch them on December 13th and 14th at the local host Philadelphia in just a couple of weeks. We're going to be there. We'd love to see you there. Tickets are still available if you want to come out. It should be a fantastic way to finish what has been an incredible year for Siege, but an incredible year for the North American region. Some of the best in the world are now here in North America. But that brings us to the blacklight detail of the day, Foxy, where we go over kind of the moment that was the most jaw-dropping in front of us as well. And of course, we just spoke to him, but it was Rexen and the clutch in round 2 on that third map.
Yeah, I mean, it has to go to Rexen easily. I mean, the diffuser is planted already. He's in a 1v2 situation. Nice little trades. He tries to go for the fights, but he understands he just needs to go for the player that is on top of the diffuser diffusing, and he gets the down onto him. So fortunately, good playmaking decision while he's going for that gunfight to understand. Some choice words from Rexen, but good heads-up gameplay to realize, hey, I'm fighting this one guy. This one guy's shooting at me. The other guy isn't shooting at me. He's hitting the diffuser. Thankfully, he gets that down onto him, or else it would have been lights out. But really well played from him. He gets the final one, gets the round for Shopify Rebellion.
Well, Laxing, I feels like we're going to be getting on a plane, seeing each other in just a couple of weeks. You excited for LAN? Obviously, you just came from Munich, but it's North America. It's the grudge matches. You excited for that coming up?
Hey, I'll always take a 2-hour flight to Philly over like a 14, 16-hour travel day to somewhere in Europe. So by all means, I'm all excited for it. But then on top of it, we're seeing these three be able to play it, whether it's M80, whether it's SSG or SR. I'm actually really excited to see how SR is going to do now that they've actually found their rhythm comparatively to what we saw in the beginning. So I think we're in for quite the match once we get into Philly.
Yeah.
And maybe, just maybe, M80's not a shoo-in, Foxy, right? I mean, you could see them still be taken down. They won internationally, but maybe not within the region. You never know.
I mean, it was a close matchup versus OXG, so you never know what could happen. SSG also looked extremely dominant, which they have been when it comes to NA games themselves. It's a whole different beast when these teams play interregionally because you're playing against people that you've been playing against for years. So you understand habits, micro habits, strategies. You understand how players are going to play. So at the end of the day, any which team is going to be able to come out on top. There's not one specific given. Shopify Rebellion, they said they didn't scrim up until their matches yesterday, which makes a lot of sense because their first matchup didn't look too hot. But as the wheels start turning, who knows who's going to win? One thing I know is that I'm excited to get the Philly cheesesteak in Philly.
Sure you are.
All right, well, Philly cheesesteaks in the future. Some good Siege in the future in just a couple of weeks in Philadelphia. Thank you so much for watching the North American Regional Finals. The online portion concluded. We look forward to LAN, and we hope to see you there. For our producer, Ferme, for Foxe and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks for watching. We will see you there.